Oh my gosh, hey guys. So, this is going to be day 6 of the ASAP Rocky trial. We have some very interesting news from the Justice Served podcast, really from Linda Kenny Baden. So, I'm going to get you guys their channel link. They're a great show all the time. But Linda, she was a bit ahead of the game reporting on this starter gun theory, right? That the defense was going to say, it was a starter gun, we're going to rely on that. And sure enough, the defense introduces that that's what they're going to do. So they've got an interesting possible update this morning. Hey to the chat, we're going to get to that update and some housekeeping right before we get started. Shout out to Positive Q saying good morning, all. Happy Monday. Survivor Speaks in the building holding it down. Thanks so much for welcoming everybody. And super chat, super nice of you to start it off, sponsoring the stream from the bushes. So you guys in the chat, show Survivor Speaks some love. She says, good morning, Queen Slime and family. I'll be in the bushes. I'm out driving. So that's exactly why sometimes I narrate out loud the craziness that's going on screen in this courtroom, particularly, the judge's facial expressions, Tacopina doing his emotes. There's a lot that if you're out there in the bushes, we're going to try to help you out if you're just listening. Thank you, Survivor Speaks. Also gifting a membership here, so if you got it, definitely make sure you're saying thank you. And check you guys are live watching it now. I'm going to drop her channel in the chat. I'll also add it to the description if you're on Replay Crew. By now, I think a lot of you are starting to follow Survivor. I'm seeing you over there hanging out with us. It's been a great time over there all weekend. So make sure you get in over there. There you go with her link. Hey to Cutthroat Radio Podcast, good to see you. And can you let us know, are you going to be doing any coverage on this case on your show? Because there's a lot in this case, even though it's only day 6. Nicole, good to see you. They're scheduled to start in a few minutes here. And sometimes they start late, sometimes they start abruptly, so it's anybody's guess. Black Butterfly says, hey everybody, I can't take any more lies. I hope this is Relli's last day. I do think this will be the last day he's on the stand, but let's look at this update here. So first, from Justice Served, and I'll share this tweet so you can follow them on X as well. Great show. Love watching their shows on YouTube. They cover a ton of cases. And Linda and Michael, they're the co-hosts. They've been attorneys. They're just great at what they do. They're so insightful. So make sure you're checking them out. But what's relevant here for this ASAP Rocky trial, they said, breaking news exclusive. Will the state of California drop the case against Rocky? Multiple sources have confirmed to Justice Served TV that during the devastating cross-examination of ASAP Relli by attorney Joe Tacopina, the judge in the ASAP Rocky trial asked the prosecution, specifically John Lewin, whether the state can ethically continue to prosecute the case. They've asked the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office for comment and will provide their response if they get one. So they're going to be streaming this today too, so I'm going to grab their link if you want to check them out. But think about that. If this is true, and you guys know Judge Mark Arnold, he's not been holding back on his expressions or admonishments out loud. Everybody was yelling, stop, stop, stop in the chat, mimicking how he was asking either Relli at some points or the attorneys or sometimes all three of the parties to stop talking over each other, to stop the bickering. So I can picture him with all that's gone down, giving a stare down to John Lewin and asking if you can ethically continue to prosecute the case this way. So very interesting there. I'm sure in the chat, it doesn't mean that the case is going to come to an end, but it's still a pretty big deal if a judge is suggesting maybe this isn't a good idea. Prosecution, maybe this isn't a good idea this time. So, hey to Betsy, hey to Andrew Reed, hey Rachel. Jason Hodges says we're ready to go, let's go. Mrs. Bennett, good morning. Nem, Shamina, Diana, Rona, you guys are all in the building. TT, Plans and Pens, Alyssa, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Guys, everybody take a moment to wish happy birthday to Chloe Albert's Revenge. It's belated, but we're celebrating all week. Hope you're feeling better. Hope you've had a, great weekend, all things considered. And, all week, balloons and cakes on us. Good to see you. Hey to SS3 Pisces. Hate a Factual Lie, Ashley for Always Forever for Life, Daffy Daff, Peter Steele, Trey Keisha, Shay, Plans and Pens, thanks for being here for 4 months. 4-month gang, that's right. And what else do we got? I want to refresh this feed, make sure we haven't started yet. Although they did just spill over something else over here, so who knows. Because a lot of you in the chat are interested in following YSL2 or what's going on with Diamante Kendrick, and I know some people are also interested in Courtney Clenny. I've got to pull this up because if I try to recite it from memory, I'll get it wrong. So I'm going to recite my own, look at my own tweet for reference here. But upcoming dates and hearings. So this upcoming Friday is going to be a busy day. We should have ASAP Rocky at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, right, in the afternoon. But in the morning, we have hearings for Diamante Kendrick, for the YSL2 trial, and for Courtney Clenny. So at 9:30 in front of Judge Melanie Lefteridge, we're going to have Diamante Kendrick's parenthesis, apostrophe S, possessive, probation revocation hearing. So that's going to be interesting to see how that finally plays out. YSL2, the pretrial conference, that was originally set for 9:30 a.m. and now it's at 10 a.m. on the docket. That's in front of Whitaker. And then Courtney Clenny, motions hearing. It's going to be interesting because the defense is moving to compel the deposition testimony of the lead prosecutor in the case. So there's been a hot mess going on in the Courtney Clenny case. That's at 10:30 a.m. In front of the judge in that case, Judge Laura Sharon Cruz. So that morning, we might just do a Friday morning stream and try to see what we can see, depending on what's streamed and what's not. On the 21st, we have Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug. We have a motions hearing for the civil side of his property seizure. So all the stuff that they took from him, we're going to finally have some motion over there, some movement over there. That's at 9:30 a.m. in front of Judge Paige Reese Whitaker. And on the 26th, so all the way at the end of the month, Diamante Kendrick has a case management hearing, 10 a.m. in front of Whitaker. All these times are Eastern. Now, this case management, it might not mean he's in custody still. Depending on what happens this Friday, if they're able to close the deal, close the knot on this probation revocation hearing or work something out, seems like he might be in a good position to get bond granted, signed off on, and get out before this case management hearing. So we'll have to see. Nobody will know for sure until we know. So I see, speaking of all this action in ATL, the Fit Lawyer ATL is in the chat. Hey, Kat in chat, I've had a judge stop a trial before and call the attorneys to the bench and say, work it out. And we did. It could definitely make a difference. First of all, I love to hear that. I think that, judges, of course, they might be looking at the evidence in the case and ethics. Who knows what was at play? But judges should also have some concern about judicial efficiency. And are you wasting the jury's time? Are you wasting the public's time? So I do love to hear this. This is awesome. It's also great to see you. I know you've been doing your channel, but I know you've also been busy. If anyone in the chat doesn't already know the Fit Lawyer ATL, I've been saying her name over and over. Sometimes I'm saying Tiffany Adams, her actual name. She is the one representing Moontunk Antonio Sledge. So of course she's worth the follow for a million reasons, but that's another one. So her link is in the chat here. There you go. And I'm sure you're getting, I see. I was like, I know she's getting a ton of love. I already know it. And I'm scrolling and I'm seeing her name everywhere. So thank you, chat, for the warm welcome here to the Fit Lawyer ATL. Definitely appreciate you guys rolling out the red carpet here. And again, Fit Lawyer ATL, good to see you. Love this story. It's anybody's guess if John Lewin, right? My take on John Lewin, he's been so whiny. And I don't like to call people whiny, but I think he's been so whiny in this case that it's actually balancing out how animated Joe Tacopina is. It's like making Joe Tacopina seem less over the top in his motions and emotes, just because of how whiny John Lewin is. And I'm not sure I can imagine Lewin, like, taking the judge's comment if the judge made this comment. I can't really imagine him taking it to heart, but I don't know. So sometimes pride gets in the way of good logic. So, oh my goodness. Also, shout out to Shamina Wright, been here for 6 months. Also, she says, happy Monday, I'm working and lurking. Yeah, we always got to remember our friends out here hanging out in the chat in spirit while they're out here in the bushes. There's a lot of us, and I've been there too. I was there this morning. Gwennon, good to see you. Gwennon, everyone's saying happy Monday. I love it because people don't always look forward to Mondays. But happy Monday. Have a great week, everyone. Right back at you, Gwennon. Idiot Wind, I love the name. Becoming a member, thanks so much. And hold on, oh my gosh, that's so nice. Idiot Wind, you guys, and this is a great name to spell in the chat. So W's in the chat or Idiot Wind in the chat. Shout out Idiot Wind and say thank you if you got a gift, because she gifted 10, which is super generous. So big thank you there. We're going to get you in the banner and get some stream sponsors listed. And Chloe Alberts Revenge says, you guys are super sweet. Thank you, Kat, in the ASAP chat. It's the ASAP Collective temporarily. For all the well wishes and the community posts. I'm getting better. I missed you all. So good to hear that you're feeling better. And, you know, put some like Kleenex in the chat, some like Lysol spray. Don't be contaminating the chat, you guys. Keep it clean in here. But it's really good to hear that you're feeling better. That's never fun, especially around a birthday. Like, that sucks. So, and thank you, Jason, for dropping Miss Adams, Tiffany Adams, Fit Lawyer ATL, link in the chat. Again, definitely check that out. Margerio Harris, so we talked about Relli having outstanding warrants a bit last week, but they're not supposed to come into play in this trial. They're not supposed to be brought up. Remember, outstanding warrants, you haven't like had your day in court for that yet, right? So keep that in mind on one hand. On the other, even if he had convictions, there's no convictions on his record that are felony. So there's nothing, even though it could go to character, there's nothing permissible on his record that's going to come into play in this trial. So no bearing on what's happening in the courtroom here with those warrants. And always remember, I know like there's a lot of like, wow, this guy's a liar, but always remember, even someone that might not be a likable person or who's done something that crosses the line in one scenario, a warrant is still not a conviction. It's a different thing. Nisha says it's been going around. I've been sick too. Yeah, it's so weird because, you know, I'm in Florida. It's like warm weather, and then you hear that the flu's going around. It's definitely like more of like a this time of year, maybe travel, things just start going everywhere. I don't think it's just a cold thing. Although, you know, being sick where it's cold isn't fun. Yeah, everyone in the chat saying Rocky needs to countersue. Miss Dee says dismiss this crazy case. The whole case has been a mess. A whole lot. What I thought was interesting, and we'll keep this up. We'll keep going back here. We'll refresh it, make sure I'm not missing anything. Because sometimes YouTube, a live stream will start, but the YouTube window won't like refresh itself. But we're good. We haven't missed anything. Relli, who was concerned about his privacy on Instagram, successfully gave an excuse that blocked the foundation being laid for certain Instagram posts being put up on the screen or brought in at all. He was on X this weekend interacting with a post about the case. So what's one more crazy thing happening in this case? Let me pull it up. It's the real ASAP Rel is his Twitter. And I didn't talk about it because I wanted him to be in court already today before it got any attention. You can see there's really no engagement here. But really, he's replying to this post here that said this case is about, did Rocky fire a weapon? That's what this case is about. There is audio and video evidence of this occurring. There is also, well, really, guys, this case is about, did Rocky commit like first-degree assault with a semi-automatic firearm ×2. But, you know, semantics. That's what the case is about. There's audio and video evidence of this occurring. There is also a witness who says she saw this occur. Relli's testimony about the shooting is solid. The jury don't care about IG posts. And then Relli, this is really Relli, commented with this, like, the bullseye, meaning like 100%, or it's right on the mark, it's exactly right emoji. So. Oh, and I guess they responded. Oh my god, this is the reply to him. It says, "You a liar, dog." Oh my goodness. Yeah, Trakeisha, I don't know, because Tacopina's been saying Wally. And then at one point on the first day of Cross, Relli was like, "You mean Wale?" Talking about the Instagram verification request. And that's why the IT thing came up, because he was saying, I only reached out to him to request verification with IT. So that became some weird wishy-washy. Is it a Wally or is it a Wale? And Joe kept saying Wally anyway. And Relli just kept calling everything from that point either private conversations or fake AI. So I don't really know. Because Relli did at one point correct Tacopina from saying Wally to say it's actually Wale. So I don't know. But yeah, confusing nevertheless. So, yeah, doesn't want his IG shown, but was writing to Wally Wale, the tech guy, that's sometimes AI, to get verified on Instagram. Like, I don't know. And by the way, good to see you, Kiana. Good to see you. Yeah, Fletch says if that testimony is solid, I'd like to see what that person considers unreliable. And we haven't started yet. We can go through some of his Instagram posts. We're still waiting for court to start. I thought it was interesting. Let's actually... The times that he's not all that active, I think, are really interesting. Let me make myself smaller and make this bigger so you guys can see it. There are some decent quotables. Let's go all the way to the bottom. And at least from the time I saw this weekend... Actually, let's start at the top. Do you guys want to see the accounts he follows? I thought this was pretty funny. It's the Money Cruncher, CPA, some chick, Prada, Rolex, Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, and Rolls-Royce. Those are the 7 people he follows. I didn't really notice. It's the same post count, so it's not like he's deleted anything over the last few days since I saw his account. But the timing of when he takes breaks from X and the things he says on certain days is pretty interesting. So, let's see. I'm hustling right now. Everything else can wait. ATL with the pin location. This is all 2021, May 2021. Remember, the incident in question happened November 6th, 2021. So May, I'm back, y'all. Spent $90 on jewelry. I don't even like jewelry. Money, money, money. Every real legend will find its purpose. I'm addicted to winning. I ain't trying to lose. I'm 6'3", and I've been slaying Ish since I was 5'2". Since I stopped calling first, I don't hear from a lot of people no more. This is again May. Stay consistent. You see MF's true colors within due time. I'll never go broke trying to keep up. Ho-ish, make me go 10 times harder, 100. He didn't really reply. He got back on this weekend and replied with that bullseye that we looked at, but I don't really see other replies. I don't think he was really using X when X started logging replies properly. Y'all F with, I didn't mean to click it. Y'all F with who's popular and lit. I F with who's solid and loyal, 100. MF switch up on you in a blink of an eye. Watch who you put your trust in. I don't want you around me if you fucking with me because it's benefiting you. Big new Paxson with the wave. People be having secret motives the whole time. Oh my god. This one says do drugs, F it. We're still in May. We're still in May of 2021. Some people ain't meant to be around you. On my way to the top, I ain't using no map. No more going with the flow. Everything I do for now on is going to be strategized. If you've been through what I've been through, you'll be desperate to win. Okay, how desperate? Can't keep ignoring them red flags. F chasing the P, I need me some money. Oh my god, this is so crazy if your girl was like giving you like stacks of cash. Okay. We grown. I'm not lying to nobody about ish. This is still May of 2021. I'm doing everything I said I would. I be forgetting who I am sometimes. You be forgetting a lot. This was one of my favorites. Everybody don't get this energy or vibe. Going to Miami this weekend. Phone will be on D&D. Hold me down so I can bless you. You think this was like specifically for Lydia Gemma? I don't go back and forth with nobody, period. I'm focused on making money. I'm not effing with no lil hoes. Okay, this is all the same day. All these are from May 26th. He's saying, hold me down so I can bless you. I'm going to Miami. I don't go back and forth. I'm focused on making money. I'm not fucking with no lil hoes. This is crazy. Like, did he just like get in a fight in between these tweets with maybe Gemma? People swear up and down they here for you but never around. I'm really on some whole other ish. I mean, yeah, that one's kind of real. If you can't hold ish down, you don't need to be around me. I can't read this one, guys. They claim they getting money but don't own ish. Money make me feel good. People don't impress me. You measure your success by how many people you bless. I'm too humble, but I've been working on my arrogance. What? Does that mean he's trying to get more arrogant? Then he says Miami's ghetto. Why? You've been there 4 days. Okay, now we're June 1st. NYC tap in. Okay, so we're he retweets here that a tweet from someone else that says, I'm one of those people that's going to make the best out of nothing. Then he says, June 5th, y'all be thirsty for my time. Get it and don't know what TF to do it. Ran it up, gave him the sad face. Life is real, what you make it. I can peep some goofy-ish a mile away. I'm at the point MS gotta prove ish to me. If you say you F with me, prove it. And if you can't, keep pushing. Now this is June, guys. This is June. Everything went down in November. Chicago, what's up with the pin? A shush face 3 times. What are you guys saying? I'm like going through this. Hot Mess Express. Junks' free Gemma. Oh my goodness. Cash says it's Twitter fingers. Also, shout out to Cash. Cash Money Cass has made, I think you're up 2, but maybe I missed some, but definitely at least 2 ASAP Rocky trial take videos. So when we're through this, the next profile we're going to go to, I'm going to grab you the link to Cass. And Mr. Cash made an appearance, I believe, I'm assuming. So that was awesome. Whoever it was. I shouldn't assume. But that was awesome. Let's see. Relli is saying on June 9th. Don't talk to me about money if you ain't touched at least 100 bands. Well, so then why can't Joe talk to you about money? Because he didn't seem to like that either. And I'm sure Joe has made his money. June 9th. I've never been this focused before in my life. June 10th, stop thinking people bragging. Get your ish together so you can relate. Bless, I'm able to pay my bills on time. I check my emails more than my messages. I mean, that boiling your jewelry ish don't work. I be chasing that bag, can't read this. Had to get them racks up. Life only gets better. It's hard to find peace in a city full of hate. I'm lit in real life, we ain't the same. Here we go, guys. June 20th, 2021. Never ask for a handout. MFs be quick to say they the reason you successful. That's pretty relevant. I'm getting money, baby. I don't want you. Where's the free Gemma post? Where's the free Gemma comment from Junk Forever in the chat? Oh my goodness. June 21st. Street credit don't work at the bank. Which bank, though? Can you tell us which bank of the plenty of banks that you have you took your street credit to? Which bank specifically denied your street credit? Because, is it all of them? Now, Relli, okay, it's June, so we're a month after the I'm too humble, I'm trying to be arrogant, whatever tweet, and now we're saying I'm trying my hardest to be humble. June 25th, 2021, new apartment on the way. June 27th, I'm not rich, but I get off my ass every day to make sure I ain't broke. I mean, I'm not saying you haven't put in work in other ways before, but these civil suits. And the next post, you guys, is a picture of 2 chains. One of them has a picture of his child, so let me scroll past it. And we'll go back. And let me refresh. Make sure we didn't actually start while we're... Nope, still waiting. Still waiting. And an update in the meantime, Kathy says, getting started soon, 28 minutes ago. Late Friday, we convinced the media liaison to allow the camera on for arguments on the record, outside the presence of the jury, you know, like a normal trial. So here's to hoping today is much better. We do not have to shut the camera off for sidebars. They'll go to the seal. Or for arguments outside the presence of the jury, and they are letting our photog in with enough time to turn everything on so we don't start mid-testimony. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We're on day 6 and might just be able to shoot this like every other trial. So, love this here. Shout out to Dr. Frederick Mitchell. Good to see you here in the, the Twitter streets, the X streets. Let's continue with these inspirational quotes. This one said motivation. June 28th, 2021, you're gonna miss every shot you don't take. There's an irony here. Oh my god, this case is about the casings versus something actually being fired for real. This one's pretty good. F the 2000s, why? If your tray don't have an ashtray, I'm ashing on the floor. Shrug emoji. Every whip I hop in, gotta be tinted. So you have expectations. So if you get in someone's car, they have to have tinted windows, but you're just going to ash on their floor if they don't have an ashtray. June 28th, the realer we are to each other, the longer we gonna last. Being your own boss with $2 for boss is like hitting the lotto. What? What? In what world is being an entrepreneur like hitting the lotto? Hitting the lotto seems like bringing a civil suit against someone who just settles. That was June 28th, 2021. June 30th, I can't hang around yes man, that shit. Come on. 10 years ago, Rocky dropped purple swag. Who would have thought some Harlem kids? That was July 5th, 2021. July 6th, I owe it to myself. You can't attract good energy if you don't change yours first. Really? Really? Oh my god. July 7th, 2021. Once you realize that it's okay for everything not to be okay, then you'll be okay. I mean, fair enough, but maybe you should like retweet this one and like look at it like today. July 8th. I'm not acting funny. I'm just not showing more love than I receive anymore. Oh my gosh. Raise your hand if you've ever seen like somebody that you know was the one that was the messy one in a situation, but then they post something like this to imply they're the one that's being cut off for no reason. Because I know people like that. I can't F with no female that ain't bringing Are you serious? Free Gemma. This is July 8th. And we've got, and come on now. If these are cash payments from Lydia Parker, Gemma James, Gemma Jones, who was telling? I mean, maybe it was like Cash App or something, but isn't there a limit on Cash App? Like 1,000 or 2,000? Maybe it was like Zelle or like, I don't know. If somebody was bringing you cash, and I suspect that it was Lydia herself that had to say that I was giving him cash. How is he writing this on X? I can't F with no female that ain't bringing ish in. Anyone that follow me work at or know someone who works at Mercedes-Benz. July 15th. Once you realize the power of your presence, you won't just be anywhere. July 17th. You gotta spoil yourself with the same love you keep trying to give to everyone else. Can't read this one. Burn a bridge and expect you to send a yacht. I mean, isn't that you, though? You can't have $1 million dreams with minimum wage work ethics. I do ish for people. This is August now. So we jump from July to August. We're on August 5th. I do ish for people knowing they wouldn't do the same for me. August 10th. One thing I won't forget is when an MF had a choice and still said F me. And this is like really close to November. I don't know if this was like around the time of Josh passing away or what. August 10th again. If you don't feel genuine love from an MF, then stop. Hey, he actually abbreviated that on his own. That's just not me abbreviating it at this time. Stop showing genuine love to them. If they're not supporting, they shouldn't be important. A bunch of backpacks. When I was at my worst, nobody stayed. Failure is never the option. I'm becoming less available even when I'm not doing ish. Then we jump to September 1st, and he says, September 1st. On September 7th, deactivating my IG with a peace sign. September 7th, I'm focused on making money. When you see me with everything I deserve, just know I waited my turn. I put the money first because I remember when everybody put me second. Life is good. These are all September 7th. September 8th, I be hating that groupie-ish. Girls ain't groupies. Most word I can't say are. Oh my god, he's going to try to trip me up here. He's going to make me... Ugh. Every time word I can't say hit record, it be cat. Hit record, it be cat. That's why you call it AI. Someone recorded your calls. Oh, this is great in retrospect. On September 12th, see y'all next year, peace sign. On December 8th, 2021. So this would be after. This is the first tweet after the November 6th incident. I know I'm changing. I don't even want to be around nobody. December 8th, getting money and staying out the way is the only thing that makes sense now. December 8th, more money, more problems, probably the realest statement. December 8th, I look at everything as a lesson I learned from it and move on. They're on? Okay, I'm going. See, this is what it does. Love you, chat. All right, they're on the seal. We'll start right about here. Get the captions up.
One second.
So he can start even though you're blindsided?
Yes.
All right, according to Mr. Tacopina, it's okay. We're back on the record. All parties counsel. Jurors are present except
the same coat and the white tee.
Mr. Mayers is not present at the moment, and that's agreeable with you?
Yes, it is.
All right, Mr. Ephron is on the stand. Mr. Wellman, you can your requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Ephron, did you call me yesterday to correct something about your testimony last week?
Yes.
And what was it specifically that you wanted to correct for the jury?
So,
Then going across, Tacopina asked me, Mr. Tacopina asked me about a shooting range that I went to in Los Angeles. I forget the dates, but that was 2 weeks prior to me texting Rocky, and I was there on a business trip, finalizing my jewelry company that I had, and I was staying
Let me stop
with a
you.
business partner.
The exhibit that you're talking about, was that a video that was played of you at a shooting range?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and are you saying that, well, since, what was it that you did over the weekend that helped you refresh your memory on where that video was captured?
Well, I went through my Instagram story because I didn't understand the question he asked. It was too fast. It was 3 years ago. I need time to, I didn't know I needed homework.
So you went back through Instagram to look at the videos surrounding that to figure out where that video was shot?
Correct.
And it was from that you figured out that you were in Los Angeles at that time?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the date that video was captured?
I think it was,
Well, I think the testimony on cross was that it was captured on October 19th of 2021. Does that sound right?
that's correct.
And when you went back and looked at the video, was that what you observed as well?
Yeah, I had a story mode with a bunch of pictures, and I had multiple guns, not the 2 guns he showed. I had a lot of guns on the table that I was using.
So my question though was that the video was shot on October 19th, correct?
Yes, it was.
You said you were here on business, correct?
Yes,
October 19th.
Do you remember what day you flew in?
the 16th.
So October 16th, 2021?
Yes.
And after the video was shot, did you leave Los Angeles prior to this incident that we've been talking about in November?
Say that again, please?
Yes. So you fly in on October 16th.
Yeah,
The video was shot October 19th. When did you next leave Los Angeles?
the 20th.
Of October?
Yes.
Okay. And when you flew out of Los Angeles, was that also, where did you fly to, do you know?
I flew to New York, and then a few days later I went to North Carolina.
Oh, this Law and Crime stream froze because their banner's still going. Not when it's crazy. This is crazy. So he was at the shooting range 2 to 3
A
weeks
commercial flight?
before.
It was.
Okay. You were asked questions on cross-examination about what was contained in certain police reports. Do you know what's contained in the police reports?
No.
Have you read the police reports?
No.
Did you have any control over what the police wrote in the report? And if I may just clarify before you answer that, for instance, did the police officers read back to you, here's what I'm going to put in the report before they wrote their reports?
No.
Do you know what is captured in all of the surveillance video that was collected in this case?
No.
Have you had an opportunity to watch all of the video, or have you only been shown snippets or short clips from the videos?
I was shown short clips and very few. I didn't see much.
Okay. Your Honor, I have my next exhibit, a DVD with a transcript.
It's a transcript?
It's a DVD with a transcript.
All right, the DVD will be 24. The transcript will be 25. And Alex?
Yes, sir.
Make sure everybody gets one. Yes, sir.
Look at Tacopina's suit. My gosh.
Your Honor.
They don't? Or?
Oh, they do. I said you do not.
Right, I don't.
I will give you Let me see how that is. 1 second. Copies. The video is the only file contained on this marked equals 24, and I have it up there. It is, I believe that says 12 minutes and 56 seconds, Your Honor. I'm just going to play the video all the way.
Do you want to, you should ask him if he knows what it is.
I was going to do that afterwards, but I have it paused here at the very beginning, Mr. Ephron. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah, I'm looking at a video.
Are you depicted in that video?
Yeah.
Which one are you? You could point it out for us.
Which one?
Okay. I think he indicated the only person in the video wearing a hat specifically has, it looks like a red brim.
Yes.
And if the date stamp at the bottom here says December 17th, 2021, I know dates are hard for you to recall, but does sound about right on when you first watched surveillance video in this case?
I guess so, yes.
All right, would you trust the date stamp over your own memory?
Yeah.
And the two people that we see at the bottom of the screen, do you know what either of their role is in this case?
I think they're just detectives, Medifine and Flores.
Oh, you remember their names too? Okay. So would Flores be the one more towards the center of the screen and Menifee be the one in the far bottom right-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Aaron, I'm going to play the video.
Seems to take place. It's going to be pretty real because this is a 4 lens camera. This is the only thing we have in that location. That's see, this is the stop sign, the intersection. Oh, so the street up. Okay, the red line is where you guys be walking from. Okay. So right now it's 22. Oh yeah, you guys get everything. 22, 12. So as you're walking, can you describe who's walking ahead or
Rocky's the first one ahead. Explained me, and it was on the side of me telling me, like, because they're listening to what I'm saying. Like, we're talk, like, I'm literally letting them have it.
Right, you're venting.
Yeah. So then, I think told me to get a little bit more closer to him before he shoots. But when he shoots, the shit ricocheted and hit me. And then once it ricocheted, that's when he shot down every time, too. He shot down. So then the second time, but then he was not trying to shoot down the second time, because when I had the ills like this, he was running close and trying to shoot around the ills.
Alright, so we're down to that point to see what kind of occurs. It's not that it's a great picture, but let's see what you can kind of best get out to you. Looks like the figures come in at 2216.51.
Someone behind him looks like he's wearing a leg. And then there's two individuals.
The person in white is the red jacket.
That's 12 runs.
That's 12.
He's still trying to shoot me. Who's that? Oh, I know who it is. It's Rocky Runs.
That's Rocky Runs.
Yeah, it's Rocky Runs. And that's 12. And that's me. It was arguing.
You're arguing, you're pointing to one side of the screen, closer to the intersection where you guys came through.
Is that his looking at?
You take off that.
Yeah, I went see when I went. Because me and Amos had words. After that, he had mad snot and crying from his eyes. And he said, "Everyone was about to be killed." And I said, "Oh, nigga, I don't know this fucking guy. What the fuck are you talking about?"
I mean, that would make sense. I mean, I'm sure you'd be emotional too after that.
Yeah.
Alright. So, you good with that clip?
Play over time. So Rocky.
I still can't make out the activity because it's so crazy, but it's.
Right.
But the way I can see.
The reason you're grabbing and you're showing the hills is
I'm dead because he's shooting at me. He shot me the first time.
So when you say at the stop sign, was that at the
That's
first
yeah.
shot?
When I turn, when the moon turns, Rocky turns around.
Okay, at the stop sign.
Damn, it's so hard. That's so fast right there.
From around 22:17.
Yeah, she's like,
You see three people roughly scrambling around.
So she's at the stop sign, right? First time.
just yes, that's it. I mean, so I'm literally grabbing. It was every which way. You can see the back of my hoodie. That's why it was so mad because I'm literally tossing every which way. Rocky's trying to run from me. You can see the back of my hoodie. I'm everywhere. I'm like in the back of the street, around the street.
Okay. Go to the next clip. And that's going to be up for Mr. Lamar.
I'm going to pause it there, Mr. Ephron.
Now, real quick before the prosecutor asks his questions, if you can't see in the text at the bottom, this is, it looks like December 17th, 2021, and it says 10:03. I'm assuming that would be 10 in the morning. But what I think is interesting is he just had this aha moment while watching this video about a detail he clearly didn't remember until he came up with it, seeing it in the video. This isn't that far removed from the point in time that the incident actually occurred. So either that or maybe, I don't know if that's 12:17 p.m. because there's a colon. I'm not really sure. I think this is December 17th.
That's at 6 minutes and 3 seconds on the video player. Up to that point, the video that you were shown, is that the video from a distance that shows the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar that's blurry?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to keep playing.
It's channel 5 of this billboard. So it's going to be same location, different angle of the camera. This is going to be positioned a little bit on the other side of the building. So this is kind of faces as the street kind of curves around, it still faces the street. So when I see the people run away, we identify
louder. We're like a minute offset, but this is live. Prosecutor doing this? And do you think he wore COVID masks all the time, or only because he was speaking to the police?
So, no doubt who this person is, obviously you encountered, when you see him in these video clips, we're talking about the same person.
And then still getting pulled to after that.
Right, it looks like he comes through maybe a couple minutes later, he's walking through the cameras. So I think that's having to do with me.
Yeah.
All right. That's the end of the video. Mr. Ephron, does that video accurately reflect the
Okay,
very
wait.
first time
Sorry,
you
I can
watched
turn this part up.
Mr. Ephron? All right. That's the end of the video. Mr. Ephron, does that video accurately reflect the very first time that you watched the surveillance video in this case?
Yes.
Mr. Tacopina asked you a lot of questions about specific times that certain events happened. Do you remember specific times that you sent text messages 3 years ago?
I don't even know. That's probably like a week ago.
Do you remember specific dates that you took photographs?
Not 3 years ago.
Do you remember specific dates and times that you posted pictures to Instagram?
Not 3 years ago.
Are there many details that you have a clear memory of in this case, but you can't say exactly what time things occurred, or even necessarily exactly what order things happened? Is that a correct statement?
I mean, if I was prepared and understood, yeah, I'd be able to answer instead of not knowing.
Well, as this incident was happening, was this a traumatic incident to you?
It was.
Were there things about this incident that you were focusing on and things that you were not focusing on?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. Were you, when the defendant pulled the gun out on you, were you focused on the gun?
Yeah.
In that moment, were you focused on what 12 was doing?
I mean, I got a little glimpse, but I was mostly focused on Rocky.
Okay. Mr. Tacopina asked you about this photograph, April 17th.
Well, the injuries
And I
again,
believe in
Chad.
his questioning of you,
You can't even tell.
he asked you questions about either when the photograph was taken or when the injuries that you received in that photograph were from. I just want to clarify, do you remember the exact date that that picture was taken?
I do not. He didn't show me no time nor date.
Do you know if it was within a day or a couple days of the shooting in this case?
I know it was after the shooting because my hand. I just wasn't able to see at the time.
The injuries in that photograph, were those the injuries you sustained at the time of the shooting?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When he asked you questions about those injuries, either he asked you or you mentioned something from the ground. What were you talking about related to the ground when it came to those injuries?
Like a ricochet or something.
Like something bounced off the ground and hit your hand?
Yeah, I wasn't able to tell, but I know instantly my hand was hot. Like after the first shot.
At the moment you're saying that you felt your hand was hot, where was your hand in relation to the ground?
On my side.
So it wasn't on the ground.
No, it wasn't on the ground.
Was it in the air?
Yeah, my hand was by my side.
Did you physically punch or strike Ills that night?
No.
Other than grabbing Ills by the sweatshirt, did you do anything else physical to Ills?
Nah, he was protecting me. Why would I, regardless of what I said to him, we could look at the film, he was literally protecting me.
So why did you say he was petrified? He was protecting you, but he was petrified when you were grabbing him and the others were already further down the street. This makes no sense.
Which is your dominant hand, your right or your left hand?
All right.
And which hand was injured?
My left.
Okay.
Sorry to pause you, McPosition. Have you guys ever seen a prosecutor have to clean up their witness on redirect about which is their dominant hand? I never in my life.
If you need me to pull up the surveillance video again, I will. But Mr. Ephron, at the moment the gun was fired, to your recollection of being there that night, was there anyone between the four of you who was acting like that gun was a fake gun?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain to the jury what you were doing with Ills in that moment that the gun was first pulled at the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
When it first got pulled,
Yes.
I was just shocked that he pulled the gun, and it was so close to me after the first shot. I just instantly ran and grabbed it.
Did you?
I didn't know what he. No, it wasn't behind him. He was off to the side of me, so it was easier to grab.
And what did you do?
I used him as a shield, a human shield.
How so?
Grabbed him up, put him in front of Rocky, every which way.
Between the two of you.
Yeah.
Mr. Tacopina has alleged that not only was that a prop gun that the defendant had that night, but that you knew that was a prop gun.
Stand.
Have you heard that there's an allegation that the gun used that night was a prop gun?
Objection.
Can you say that again,
Get the
please?
grounds for any objection, please.
I did the phone question. Have you heard?
Excuse me.
So I'll ask the question again. Have you heard that there's an allegation that the defendant used a prop gun that night?
No, I never heard of a prop gun ever before in my life.
Never before.
Never before, ever.
Well, you were asked questions on direct examination about a prop gun, correct?
From Tacopina, Mr. Tacopina?
No, when I asked you questions.
Oh, okay.
So are you aware that there's an allegation in this case that the gun that the defendant had was a prop gun?
Objection. I thought you sustained that question.
Oh, wait, can you?
Hold on.
I didn't understand the question.
The objection was overruled, but still is overruled.
No, the first one. Allegation.
Oh, yeah, just state as the form of the question. Just ask the question without editorializing.
Sure. Are you aware that it is claimed the defendant had a prop gun that night?
No, I'm not aware. I didn't know if he had a prop gun.
Did you believe that night that he had a prop gun?
Of course not.
At any point that night, did you accuse the defendant of shooting at you with a real gun?
Yes, I told him that in my text.
What text are you referring to that you sent to him?
And when I sent him, probably like within 30 or an hour after, when I went back and found the bullets, I texted him trying to kill me. Trying to take me away from my daughter.
Okay. Are you referring to, and I can zoom in on People's 21, page 3, you tried killing me?
Yeah, he tried killing me.
All right. And then on page 7, was this the text you were referring to about taking you away from your daughter?
Yeah, that word shut me up, trying to take me from my daughter.
Okay. At any point did he respond to your text messages to tell you that it was a fake gun?
No, never. He only responded after I hit his manager, John.
Okay, Dan, everything after no is stricken. Just, if you're asking a yes or no question, just please say answer yes or no.
At any point in time after this incident, did you send a text message to 12B indicating that the defendant shot at you with a real gun?
Yes.
Now, mark my next exhibit.
26. How many pages?
It is 5 pages. 3-page document with text messages between Mr. Ephron and Hills.
Oops, 26.
26 was the text messages to 12. Okay.
Peter, I
So,
agree.
Mr. Ephron, I'm going to show you the top of people's 26. Do you recognize this to be your text thread between you and 12E?
Yes.
I know the numbers are blocked out, but you have them saved in your name as 12, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And that would be the same 12E that we've been talking about, who was present that night.
Yes.
Okay. I want to go to page 2. In the middle of the page, there's a text message that you sent from Terell to 12E that said, "You good," and the time is at 9:44 p.m. on November 6th, correct?
Correct.
That would have been the last text message you sent him immediately before this incident. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. The very next text message, bottom of page 3, is a text message from you to 12E that says, "Y'all set me up, no words," with an emoji. And that's November 8th, 2021 at 6:57 a.m., correct?
So, what time was he messaging Rocky and the manager and all these people? That was at like midnight 1 in the morning. So you mean to tell me he waits till 6:57 a.m. to now text 12E that all of them, you guys, set me up. If you thought this, why wouldn't you have messaged 12E in the midst of you trying to send bullet casing pictures, shell casing pictures, to Rocky and to the manager? And to whoever else you were texting about money. This is sus. The timestamp is sus.
Correct.
So that would be your next message to 12E after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And if you need, I will approach and you can look through it, but did 12E ever respond to that text message to you?
Never.
You know that
I know that because
without even looking at it?
yeah, the only person who responded to me was Hills.
Okay. But 12E never responded back to you to tell you that it was a fake gun, did he?
Never.
Last equals 27. Okay. This one's going to be a little more tricky, Mr. Ephron. Equals 27. If you can, look at the front page. I have the numbers blacked out. And you didn't have this number saved in your phone. Would you agree? There's no nickname underneath it?
Okay, yes.
Can you tell, though, from the content that this is your text thread with Ills or Elijah? If you need to go through, let me know.
I can't see what it said though.
So, you receive a message,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you respond, you responded, and then you receive the message.
Yeah, this is Hills.
Okay.
This is Hills for Elijah.
You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So let's go to page 3. The middle text message on that page, November 6th at 10:07. You texted Elijah out front, correct?
Correct.
And that is, would you agree that's the last message you sent to Elijah or Ills prior to this shooting, correct?
Yeah, prior to Lincoln.
And then the last text at the bottom, that would be a text you sent to Ills on November 8th, 2021 at 6:56 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And it says, "Y'all set me up with a heart emoji," correct?
Yes.
Did Elijah ever respond to that text message?
Yeah, I think so. Me and Elijah was talking.
What did Elijah say in response?
Objection.
Grounds for
Hearsay.
At any point did Elijah respond to say that it was a fake gun that night?
Objection.
Your Honor, may I offer an offer of proof on that? It's being offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
Okay, I see. All right. I understand. All right, the objection's over.
Did Elijah ever respond that night to say that it was a prop gun in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear about a prop gun or a starter pistol or a fake gun related to this case before January 21st, 2025, the day that jury selection started for this case?
That was the first time I ever heard about it.
If you had known or believed that the defendant had a prop gun, would you have to use ills as a human shield?
None of that would happen. I don't even see the... No.
You described before that after you used ills as a human shield, the defendant was trying to move around hills. Is that your prior testimony?
That's correct.
Can you explain if he was using a prop gun and you knew it was a prop gun, and the defendant knew that you knew it was a prop gun, why he would have to move his body around hills like that?
Objection. Former question, I'll start with that one.
Speculation.
Speculation, former question.
Sustained.
You were there that night, Mr. Ephron, correct?
What night?
November 6, 2021, the night you're talking about.
Yes.
Are you aware of any reason why the defendant would have needed to move around hills like that if he was using a prop gun?
Objection. Speculation.
Yes or no?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. Are you aware of any reason why the defendant would need to move around hills like that if he was using a prop gun?
No.
To your memory, based on being there that night, did 12 behave in a way that indicated that he knew it was a prop gun?
Objection.
Speculation.
That's not a legal objection, so that's speculation. Can counsel make his own objections?
He's hit the speak anytime he wants. All everyone.
Wow.
I'll ask you to
Stop, both of you. The objection sustained.
If you guys didn't hear it, Tacopina objected to that. You heard me say speculation. Tacopina gave maybe form of question. He gave a different basis for the objection. The judge, on his own, said, well, speculation, sustained. And the prosecutor is like, Your Honor, can the attorney make his own objections? Excuse me, the judge has helped you multiple times when you were rambling on making commentary and couldn't state the basis for your objection. The balls of this prosecution team, the whiny balls.
You saw how 12 behaved that night, correct?
Correct.
You also saw how 12 behaved from the surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, is that in any way consistent with a prop gun being used?
No.
How did he behave? How do you remember it?
He ran behind the wall.
Away from the defendant?
Yeah, he just was gone.
The witness took his hand, moved across his body as if demonstrating movement away from him, Your Honor. Yeah.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, how many shots did you believe the defendant fired at you to the best of your knowledge?
As I said to you before, I believe it was 3 or 4.
Have you consistently stated from your memory that the defendant fired 3 or 4 shots at you?
Yes, that was in all of my statements.
When you were interviewed by the police officer at the Hollywood station on November 8th, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at?
3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by a detective from the Hollywood station over the phone on November 9th, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at you?
I always kept it 3 or 4 because that's what I thought. The sound and I just thought it was 3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by the 3 detectives, Menifee, Flores, and Camacho over the phone on November 9th, how many shots did you tell them that you believe the defendant fired at you?
I always stuck with 3 or 4. That's what I thought it was.
And when you testified at the preliminary hearing on November 8th, 2023, you were asked how many times did the defendant fire the gun, what was your answer?
3 or 4.
When you went to the scene that night, how many expended cartridge casings did you find?
I found 2.
When you went to the police station, even though you only had 2 fired cartridge casings, did you still tell them that you thought it was 3 or 4 gunshots?
I did, because that's what I thought.
Are you aware that you've been accused by the defense of having planted those 2 cartridge casings at the scene?
I am.
Was there anything preventing you, if you planted those casings, from bringing the same amount of casings, 3 or 4, that you reported to the police?
Because it looks
Again,
sus.
please.
Yeah. Was there anything preventing you? If you actually did plant those cartridge casings, was there anything preventing you from planting 3 or 4 at the scene that night, like you later told the police?
Because it would look sus.
Yeah, if I planned that, would have brought exactly what I said.
But you didn't plant them, correct?
No, I never planned nothing.
You brought in the 2 casings because that's what you found.
That's exactly what I found.
Just the leading.
Leading.
Was it much later in this case, after you heard audio from the video, that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired?
Was it much later in this case after you heard...
Start again.
Was it much later in this case after you heard audio from the video that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired at you?
Yes, after I heard the audio, I realized it was 2 shots.
Had you heard the audio recording before you gave any of the statements to police or the prior DA, Fred Engel?
I only heard the audio and the preliminary hearing, which was like almost 2 years later.
And that happened after all those statements to the police that we just went over?
Correct.
And the statement that you gave to the prior DA, Mr. Engel, correct?
Correct.
Did you even know that that video existed before it was played at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023?
What video?
The one that has audio, the 2 gunshots.
No, I didn't know I didn't know a lot of evidence.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Recross.
Speaking of saying, you always said 3 or 4 shots. You talked about Wally Sajimi the other day. Remember Wally?
I don't remember. I mean,
You know who Wally is? Sorry?
let's go, Mr. Tacopina, let's go.
Well, we're gonna go when you answer my question. Do you know who Wally is?
I do.
Okay. In fact, you told Wally he shot you 5 times, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say it?
No, I didn't.
And by the way, speaking of Wally, last Thursday was my first day of cross-examination of you, and I asked you about a statement you made to Wally that morning.
The question being in terms of that morning, status of you mean the morning?
The morning of the examination, yes, sir. The morning of the examination last Thursday, I asked you questions about Wally, and statements you may have made to Wally, which you denied. At the lunch break, Mr. Ephron, you called Wally, correct?
I called him after everything because, I mean, you guys y'all whipping up lies over here. None of it, you have no evidence to back that up.
You're not answering this question. He's talking about the lunch break. Ask it again.
And I'm not, and I'm
Stefan, wait, ask the question again.
While his name was brought up on cross-examination by me, the statements you made on the recordings that you say were fake, you called Wally.
That's a compound question.
It is.
3 questions.
All right. You were inquiring about whether he made a phone call at the lunch, on the lunch break following your, beginning your cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the question? All right. Did you call Wally during the lunch break?
No. Did you call him after court?
Yes, I did.
No. And why did you call Wally?
Because, I mean, you guys is just lying, lies after lies, and you can't back it up. These guys, we
can't back it up.
I mean, you can't.
Why would you? You said it was a fake recording.
All right. Stop. Ask another question.
I guess we'll see about that, right?
Your Honor,
Sustain.
can the court instructed previously, and this is editorializing, Mr. Kozlenick is not doing that in his arrest.
Right.
He's right.
But I know
Like,
you wouldn't say saying I don't
Don't editorialize.
And you should strike his answers, Mark.
They are not responsive.
They are not responsible. Anyway, so you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you?
Yes or no?
I don't know, man. Just,
Why did you call him?
because you guys just keep playing fake audio to him, like fake stuff. I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit.
If Wally's lying, how is the audio fake? Like, you can't clean up both.
With this case, you're trying to slip it in.
Okay, stop. All right, we answer the question.
So that's why you called Wally.
I mean, you guys are saying I'm cool with him and I got his number and he's making up fake lies. That's like, he didn't even answer, so I don't even know what are we talking about. He did not answer. What are you going to say? He answered and make up another spoof call?
You're done.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's moved to strike his own testimony, okay.
Yeah, the entire answer is
Your
non-responsive.
Honor, counsel is editorializing, indicating what I'm moving to strike. I'm following the evidence code of the state of California. I suggest that counsel follow it as well, and not editorialize as to why I'm asking things to be stricken. It's improper.
Just stop squabbling. Just stop it.
I'm not squabbling.
No, this is a no squabble zone. Stop it. All right.
Okay. You asked about text to Rocky and to his manager John after the incident, April 21. Remember being asked that by Mr. Crislone a few minutes ago? Text after the incident saying, you tried to kill me.
Again, I don't get what you're saying.
You asked about text messages by Mr. Crislone right here, just a few minutes ago. After the incident, where you text Rocky and his manager John saying you tried to kill me. You remember being asked those questions by Mr. Crislone?
I'm sorry, I don't get what you're saying. It's not clear. It's double negative. I don't get what you're saying right now.
It's a double negative?
It's not really clear. You're not making no sense. I'm not going to answer something I don't understand anymore.
Do you remember, I'm going to break the slope. Do you remember?
We got all day.
Do you remember being asked by Mr. Crislone a few minutes ago today about text messages you sent?
Okay.
With me so far? Are you with me so far?
Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on.
Are you with me?
We didn't even get to the case. What are we doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No. You got to answer the questions. He asks the questions. He's beginning to ask you a question. He just wants to know if you're keeping up with him. Just ask the whole question.
Sure. You recall being asked by Mr. Crislone a few minutes ago about text messages you sent to Rocky and his manager after the incident saying you tried to kill me.
Yes.
Oh. And you were also saying you tried to kill me. During that same time, you were sending messages saying, I'm going to get that man's money, right?
Bro, what are we talking about? Are we talking about assault or lawsuit? Like, you keep trying to bring
He's
the
asking,
laws.
he's asking you a yes or no question. Listen to the question and
I don't
he's, yes,
understand
no,
these
I don't know, or I
questions.
don't recall. Go ahead.
At the same time you were saying that, you were also sending text messages saying, I'm going to get that ends
I
money.
don't recall.
You don't recall? You don't recall seeing those messages up here?
Seeing what messages? Do you not, like,
You have that message.
This is just bad.
You know, I previously advised the court that I had a leave.
You need to go?
Yeah, the court just advised the jury that my meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Lewin has to leave, he's got an unavoidable commitment. He tried to postpone it, he couldn't, so he's gonna leave now. He'll be back at 1:30, right?
Yes, I will, probably. Yes, I'll be back. Thank you.
He's running away. He's running away. He said, I'm out.
He's right.
Look at John Lewin leave.
Put up. Okay.
why is y'all guys' text messages different from what I'm seeing all the time? I just don't get this.
Stop.
It's two different, like,
Is this already exhibit?
yes,
Which exhibit is it?
What?
I can't see nothing, I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's not on the screen in front of you? Is it on the screen?
Yeah, I see this, but I don't know.
You see the words?
Yeah.
That's what Mr. Tacopina is inquiring.
So on
Words.
the next morning, November 7th, 6:40 a.m., you sent a message saying to John.
No, that's not John. That's not John.
Who's that?
That's my business partner.
Well,
So
that's
you're lying.
Justin.
You're lying.
That's Justin.
You know that's Justin. You're not even putting names next to it.
So what you said to him, that same
But
time.
you just lied.
Stop it! Stop it!
Like, what am I
Okay,
having? What am I
who's this
talking
text
to
going
him
to?
for?
Who is this text being sent
I
to?
do not want to stay here. He put me on, I'm not on trial. I've been here for 5 days dealing with this man. He just said it was a manager. This is not the manager.
Chill!
Like, I'm ready to fucking go.
Was this
But that's a way to admit you said it. This is insane.
text to John or is this to your manager?
This is to my heart. This is my business partner.
Okay, this is hard.
So you sent to your business partner at 6:40 a.m. that same morning that you're sending Rocky a message saying you try to kill me, a message saying, I want to get this ends money.
Yeah, that's my business partner. He shot me. I have no career.
You were asked by Mr. First Longman, you saw that videotape of you sitting with Detective Flores and Manfrey. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked on page 3 of the transcript, Your Honor, I'm not going to replay it, but we can just go to page 3 of that transcript. Please, please.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
No, you're trying to trip me up.
Just take a swear.
Got me looking stupid for 5 days.
Stop.
Like I'm on trial.
Stop. Don't say it.
Fuck is this?
On page 3,
Oh my god.
lines 14, 15, and 16, if you look at that, you see that.
On this?
Yes, on the transcript.
What am I looking at?
Lines 14, 15, and 16. Page 4. So, sir, while you were watching the video with Detective Flores and Detective Manfrey, you said to them, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. So it's your testimony that as you watched that video, you saw your girl living apartment with you.
Objection, this is
Sister.
But what did you mean by that? When you
I
said
don't
that?
recall. It was a long time ago. Next.
I know. Next.
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you asked a bunch of questions about the strength.
I just said I don't recall. It has nothing to do with nothing.
Let me see if everybody decided.
Let's keep it going.
Wow. Wow. So,
No, because I watched him. So
Okay, they muted it. So Law and Crime gets to stay on the seal. They don't have to cut to their like little screen. But Relli just said keep it going when the judge said let's get everyone a sidebar because of how Relli is acting. We are only 11 minutes into Recross. And this is where we are. Oh, holy moly, you guys. All caps session in the chat. Like, this is a time I did not expect. Oh my god. Yeah, everyone's saying, do something, Judge. This is a hot mess. Oh my goodness. Shakur SP, thank you for the super, says, I can't understand how the judge hasn't thrown this case out. Relli is disrespectful and crashing out. Now, word is from, you know, Linda Kenny Baden, Justice Served podcast, that the judge actually asked a question of the prosecutor to the effect of, you know, do you really think it's ethical to keep this case going? But here we are. Prosecution rolled into the rest of their redirect today by letting Relli correct himself on a very important detail that he tried to wipe away. He was trying to say he didn't know what state it was in. The prosecution backed him up. Your Honor, we don't even know if this was taken in California. Turns out it actually was a video from a shooting range in Los Angeles or the Los Angeles area on October 16th, 2021, 2.5 weeks before the November 6th alleged shooting. So that was how they opened up their redirect today. And as soon as they passed the witness over for Recross, I mean, you guys hear me talk about contrast. This contrast is like, I don't know. Who in their right mind could say that this witness is not switching up from one extreme to another, depending on who's questioning? So thank you again, Shakur. The judge yelling at Relli.
Do not make any comments to him. No derogatory, nothing insulting.
Mr. Ephron, I just want to talk about one more thing. You asked about this clarification that you made over the weekend regarding you recalling that shooting was in Los Angeles. You testified on redirect to Mr. Preslomik that you didn't understand my question. Last Friday, I asked you, a few weeks before you claimed you found 2 9mm shell casings at the scene on November 6, 2021. I asked you if you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, and you said, definitely not. I then asked you, definitely not. And you said, you heard me, definitely not. Watch this clip.
It was 3 years and 3 months ago. You expect me to...
Just a minute. This is,
This probably.
I assume this is foundation.
Yes.
November 6, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me, definitely not.
Okay. And you only said 9mm, there was multiple guns, you only showed 2 guns. Oh, sorry.
Then I showed you a video of you at a shooting range on October 19, 2021 after that answer. And I asked you about your testimony that you didn't fire any guns before November 6, 2021. And then you told this jury, I said unless I was at a shooting range. After saying definitely not. Play that, please.
They're all closed. Mr. Ephron, what you just told this jury, I don't know what I'm doing 365 days out of the year. Hold on for a second. You talking about, hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you
matter of fact, we were talking about that shooting range, trying to find out where it was.
And I said Jersey.
I know you said
I said Jersey, but like what I said,
There's no question being asked of you right now. Just stop. Wait till you get the question.
You heard Mr. Lewin and the prosecution ask for a stipulation that that was outside of California. Watch this though.
The date, the rest of the date, here's the stipulation on the date.
Yes, what's the date again?
We have stipulation.
October 19th, 2020. And where is this video taken? It was obtained from this phone. Right, so we have a stipulation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California.
I don't know where it was at.
So Mr. Lewin asked for a stipulation that that was taken outside of California. I said, I don't know where it was taken. I asked you, because you took the video. I said, where was it taken? And that's when you said you don't know, maybe New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
But you also said maybe New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
Okay, I did my homework, and it was.
Okay, watch
It
this.
was.
That was taken, sir. Is this the picture where you, I mean, if you have it on my phone, it should say. I don't know this.
You don't remember where you
I
were?
mean, I should have that, it's timestamp.
It is not, we have the time.
Timestamp, it should show it.
When they're asking you this.
No, I don't know.
Where is the red?
No.
You know, where the red?
It's like probably in Jersey or something like that, or like, I'm sorry, yes, it's not LA though.
Maybe New Jersey.
Not LA though.
Of course, I mean, like what I said,
There's no question pending.
you asked me this, and you
Just
expect.
wait. The question was not LA. Well, it's.
You said to this.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
As phrased, not LA is vague. So flesh out the question.
One thing he was certain about, although he didn't know where it was, he said maybe New Jersey. One thing he was certain about when he testified to the jury was it was not LA. That's what he just said.
I mean, I was just trying to get you.
Is that yes or no?
Yes, whatever.
Then yesterday, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
Friday.
no sir, yesterday,
Sunday?
yes sir.
Okay.
Here we go.
Then yesterday, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, well, before 2:50 in the afternoon, that 50-minute window, you called Mr. Bresloman, telling him you wanted to clarify some information from your testimony last week.
He initiated it.
Correct?
Oh yeah, I had to go back and do my homework. You asked me questions.
Is the answer yes, that you did?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And specifically, you advised Mr. Bresloman that you could recall where the video from the shooting range was finally recorded. Correct?
Yes, it says Los Angeles on my timestamp on my phone, which you wouldn't allow me to see.
And you, I wouldn't allow you to
I mean, you knew it said Los Angeles, one video
There's
over.
no question pending.
Don't debate with Mr. Tacopina. Wait for another question.
You told Mr. Bresloman that you had gone back and reviewed your Instagram, and that you now recall that the video was recorded in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Ephron, there is nothing in your Instagram that shows you in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Is there?
Yes, it is.
Really? I'm going to give you a live phone. You show me on your Instagram. Show me on your Instagram where it shows that you're in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021.
What do you mean a live phone?
A phone with your Instagram. I'm going to go to your Instagram.
No, we would have to go, see, now you think you slick. We would have to go to my phone, my actual phone, and go to my archive. You're not going to show me something of my highlights, which is not there. You think you slick.
Stop,
And I'm going to you.
stop. This is,
You're not going to keep tripping me up. I'm on
Mr. Ephron! Stop! Just stop talking! It's,
We have a letter from the DA, and the letter says that Mr. Ephron informed them that he went on his Instagram.
Yes, my Instagram.
all right.
Your Instagram, as in Relli Boss.
You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate where I can go to my archive.
He
You're
doesn't,
not
all right,
slick.
stop it. He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
Do you have your phone with you?
And you know I don't got it. It's over there. We can get it, though. I can show you. We can go here right now.
So your
Clear this
incident
up.
is what caused you to go back.
No, you did because you're sneaky.
Don't be insulting. Stop it.
I'm feeling.
He is not insulting you. Don't insult him. Don't insult any lawyer that's asking you questions. You're not doing yourself any good by doing that.
I mean, I'm getting screwed. I mean, this is not what I.
How much longer do you have?
2 minutes, sir.
What is it, 2 minutes?
Well, depends. Answer the question
It's
for
12 o'clock. I would like to get finished with
Yeah, we will.
Mr. Ephron before we take the break.
So anyway, what was it that caused you to remember this? What did you see?
Yeah, your question asking, not giving me time, tripping me up. So I went back and I analyzed my whole Instagram, analyzed everything you said, and I started realizing what you was doing. So then I went to my archive. You just tried to show me something off a story that you can't get in your archive. So you're already like lying to people or lying about the situation because you know I cannot see it through that way. I would look at my phone.
You cannot accuse anybody of lying. Do not do that.
Nobody
I told you, nothing derogatory.
But nobody told me this.
I'm telling you, and I've been telling you, do not be derogatory toward anyone in this courtroom. Go ahead.
Mr. Ephron, in fact, what happened yesterday was at 2 o'clock and at 2:11, somebody called with the handling of Don't F with Justice, posted 2 photos on Twitter of you at the shooting range and the Los Angeles Gun Club at the shooting.
I don't know about none of this.
Hold on. What's the objection? What's the objection? Sustain.
I'm asking the question whether these are.
Holy crap, Peter.
Call for hearsay to be relevant.
No,
No, if it doesn't call for hearsay, the question calls for yes or no. Go ahead and show it. Don't have me look at it first before it's shown in.
Did you see, here's my question before I show it to you. Did you see the Twitter post yesterday at 2 o'clock and another at 2:11 showing a picture of you at the shooting range that was displayed in court and another side-by-side of the Los Angeles Gun Club shooting range, which is identical to the one of you in court?
Yes
Did
or
you
no?
see that?
Yes or no?
I don't get the question. You gotta say it again, please.
Sure.
Peter Ortiz
That was
is
sent to
raining
me
party
this morning
favors on the
from a
chat.
friend.
He said, wrap
Never
this
seen
up.
that.
Oh, so you did see that?
Yeah, that was sent through this morning. Somebody sent it to me.
All right, so whatever Mr. Tacopina just showed you, when was the first time he saw what he just showed you?
This morning in a text message. Somebody sent this to me.
What time
I
did you
don't
see?
know.
About.
She hit me last night, the girl who sent this to me, and then I seen it this morning. But this is the first time I
All
saw
right,
it
this morning is the first time you've seen it.
And what that is a picture of you from the video in court last week at the gun club, that you didn't know where it was, made in New Jersey, but not Los Angeles.
I mean,
And Los Angeles, let me finish my question.
An objection
And
to
we-
the argument, Your Honor.
It is. Sustain the part of the question.
What is that a picture of, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
it's a recreational shooting range, sir.
And what's the other picture?
It's a shooting range.
Yeah, the one on the left. What's the one on the left there?
That's me at the shooting range.
Oh, I did that. Yes, the one with you with the shooting, right?
Okay.
Okay. And the recreational shooting range is the Los Angeles Gun Club, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that was posted at 2 o'clock yesterday, as it says on the post. And coincidentally, right after 2 o'clock, you called Mr. Zolman to say, I remembered
I did not see this, and I put down
Let
the
him finish the
sacrifice.
question.
I did not see this, and I don't need to see this. I told you I went through
Mr.
my.
Ephron, let him finish the question.
So it's your testimony, sir, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after, let me finish my question. It's your testimony, Mr. Ephron, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after these pictures were posted on the internet by somebody entitled, named Don't F with Justice, pictures posted showing you at the Los Angeles Gun Club on October 19, 2021. It's a mere coincidence that you then have to call the DA within minutes of that post to say you went back and looked at your Instagram and somehow you refresh your recollection that you were in Los Angeles on that day.
I mean, you just listen to yourself. It took me all day. It took me from Friday.
You're a lot. I had to figure it out. It wasn't easy.
What was that? What did you call him?
I said he's a lot to deal with, so I had to
Oh,
figure it
wow.
out.
All right.
I had to figure it out.
I thought you said
And I cannot figure it out on Sunday. I had to keep looking and finding it because, like what I said, it wasn't easy.
All right.
Let me wrap this up with this. Mr. Ephron, you saw the video of your trial testimony on this topic, correct? Just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I did. Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said, definitely not?
I'm gonna be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you. I thought it was over.
So you just made an answer.
It's not an answer. I just
Just
didn't understand. I needed time. Obviously, something like that, you need time. A lot of your questions, you need time. You don't show me no dates, no nothing. Just like how you said, John.
Nothing pending. Stop.
This is crazy. It's like not getting any better. I'm done.
All right. Yes, Mr. Ephron, you are excused.
Look at his face.
We'll go
Oh my
back.
god, I'm blocking him.
Hold
Hold on. I'm blocking his face. My bad. Let me move. I swear he just smirked that he's finally done. Imagine the relief.
Say it again?
I'm done.
Good.
All right. Yes, Mr. Ephron, you are excused. We'll go back. Do you need 135 or 130? Mr. Sullivan? You want 145? Would that be better?
Any more time I get, the better.
All right, folks, we'll be back in session at 1:45. Mr. Sullivan has some work to do, electronic work. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please don't review anything in print media or electronic media. Please remember, see what we're talking about.
Holy moly. I don't even know if I have words, you guys. Like, last week I thought it couldn't get any worse. Then we have redirect. It doesn't really help. Like, certain things I see what the prosecutor was trying to do, but Relli lost the plot even when the questions and strategy of the prosecution for rehabilitation were pretty obvious and made things worse. And then, holy moly, like, we have the judge screaming at the witness. The witness is screaming back at the judge multiple times. Like, that's just not a good look. Don't disrespect the judge. I mean, if you were sitting on the jury pool, how would that look to you? How would that look to you? And I think that's part of why Tacopina is just like, you know what, I'm going to let it end on this angry note. I'm just going to let it fly. And I think that's extremely effective. I really don't. I have to get my thoughts together. Like, you clearly had access to shell casings less than 30 days before this happened. The shell casings would have already been in that state. Your most redeeming point is just that you only found 2 casings and not 3 to 4. But, you know, if it was me, and maybe I think things through a bit more than Terell Ephron does, but one might say, look, I'm only going to find 2 casings because it's more believable than finding all 4 or 5 because you were telling other people that you were shot at 5 times. There's so much here. Like, I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. Should we just do like 5 minutes of all caps? Respectfully to the mods. No squabble zone. Because there's just a lot. There's... Oh my goodness. Let me get this timestamp in. And I mean, it's clear he was on social media. It's clear he was trying to say that he was like just trying to be honest, but at the same time, he wanted to correct his testimony when it was the prosecution doing redirect still. But then he worded it, I think he said it plain as day. He said, I was trying to get my story straight. So he was going back through his Instagram trying to get his story straight. Does that sound like someone that's trying to get the correct and true memory of what happened? Or does that sound like someone who's trying to make it believable? So when he said those words, and he said them loud and clear because he was like amped up, he said, I was going back through because I was trying to get my story straight. I'm sure the jury heard that. Like, I officially think this is the worst witness I've seen in, like, a trial of this magnitude. I don't even know. Yeah, we've got this dude is a wacko. Yeah, another prime example of the buffoonery that goes on in our justice system. It's embarrassing that, I get that this goes on, but it's embarrassing that the prosecution, and I fully 100% believe that I don't doubt Linda and Justice Serve podcast anyway. I have a huge level of respect for them and everything that they do. But sometimes sources that could be reliable might not actually know. I 100% believe without a doubt this judge looked at the prosecutor either this morning or this weekend and said, you know, should you really be bringing this case forward? Where was... Let's get the exact wording. Alright, so here's the link to it. They said, multiple sources have confirmed to Justice Serve TV that during the devastating cross-examination of ASAP Relli, the devastating cross-examination, so this is before the completely devastating, apocalyptic, nothing left recross-examination of ASAP Relli by Joe Tacopina. The judge in the ASAP Rocky trial asked the prosecution, John Lewin, who ran up out of that courtroom, whether the state can ethically continue to prosecute the case. This is not just a small comment to make. And make sure you're following. The first is Justice Served TV. Let me give you the link to follow Linda. Linda is awesome. And they're streaming right now too. Let me get their YouTube link. Is this... That doesn't take me to YouTube. So there's that there. Follow them everywhere. Really, really awesome stuff to hang out with. Yeah, Ashley says, out of all the trials I've watched, I've never seen a mess like this with the judge, the witness, all of it. And this is day 6. The state, I'm assuming we still got to get a witness that's going to come in and talk about the search at ASAP Rocky's home in April of 2022. We still got to have someone come in and talk about this ballistics report. But as far as other witnesses, I'm not really sure who else the state would call. And I think the most they can move the needle with this search is they're going to say they found a magazine that had 9mm rounds in it. We already heard Joe Tacopina say in opening statements that, look at these casings, look at these bullets. I don't think it was casings, I think it was bullets. They were different brands, different makes, different whatever. They look different. And Tacopina, which I think was really effective, made someone else read out what was said on the back of one of the cartridges to make it stand out more. And then as far as the ballistics, what the ballistics is going to suggest is that the shell casings recovered, the ones turned over by Relli, there's a likelihood that they were fired by a Glock 43, 9mm, right? So we have a 9mm magazine with ammunition, loaded with some ammunition that's different than the brand that was found that day. And the ballistics report is only going to tell us at best that a Glock 43 9mm could have expelled these casings. It's not saying we recovered a gun and we did testing to suggest that this gun could have fired these shells. So I don't really know how this is going to get any better for the state. Again, except for some people you really need to, and I used to be that person. I'm so thankful for you guys in the chat that talk about these things. And other content creators, especially Runkle of the Bailey, Ian Runkle. He goes off on great tangents when it comes to ballistics and all of that stuff. But a while ago I would have heard, oh, they have a ballistics report on the casings. It's in evidence. They've got a match. That's really not what it means most of the time. So, oh boy. Stephanie also says, I wonder what Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez are thinking seeing their client have a temper tantrum. I don't know, you guys. I also want to give a huge, incredible shout out here. Peter Ortiz. I really hate trying to blurt things out during the stream. I didn't want to pause either, so I chose the route of just like screaming Peter into the microphone and typing in the chat. If this wasn't the crazy testimony that it's been, I really would have stopped the stream to say thank you to Peter Ortiz. Peter Ortiz came in here and he's always supporting me. He's so kind to everybody in the chat. He supports so many others. Survivor Speaks is one. He really made all weekend a great time over in Survivor Speaks channel. But he really came in and did it big. He dropped 50 gifted memberships and then back to back another 20. So that's 70 gifted memberships. And I know, you might not know who gifted you a membership on all days, but today it was either from Idiot Wind or from Peter Ortiz. I think Survivor Speaks gifted one out. So chances are, if you come back and look at your screen and you see that you're green, you owe Peter a thank you. So make sure you're saying thank you in the chat. This is just incredibly generous. And you guys know I love the gifted subs. You guys can use channel emojis. Make it some fun in the chat. And thank you guys for all the booms in the chat. The boom, 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 whatevers for Peter Ortiz. Definitely love to see it. Peter also had some commentary, and now we get to read it because we've got nothing going on in court. But these injuries, during redirect, the prosecution brought the picture of the knuckle scrapes, the superficial wounds, back up on the screen. And it's one of those things where the prosecution wants to hone in that there was an injury and that Relli's statements that his hand felt hot is consistent testimony, right? The prosecution's just working with what they have to show that their witness was consistent. And that is a detail that Relli has been consistent with. I felt hot on my hand. I felt the heat on my hand when it grazed me. So even if it might not be credible, it's at least consistent. So prosecution's got to work with it. Peter says those injuries are the same type as falling off a bicycle or a motorcycle crash, road rash, right? And I bookmarked this. Casey Jordan said, on the scrapes look exactly like an injury that I got from a friend's jacker zipper when pulling him towards me, right? And this would be interesting. So imagine a Casey on the jury pool. Imagine a Peter back in the deliberations room. And they're back there deliberating and it's time to look at this picture of the knuckles. What do you think's going to go on in that deliberation room? Because I can tell you, I tried to line up my hand in a way. It just doesn't make sense that these three would have the markings that they did and not the pinky. It just didn't logically make sense. It looks like something would have had to have curved to make it happen. I think Chloe earlier in the chat, I think I bookmarked it. Chloe, I think you noticed this because, again, the prosecution's putting it back on the screen yet another time. We get to look at it more. Did I just see hair growing through the wounds? Now, I didn't pay attention till you said it, but if you see hair growing through something and it's supposed to be a fresh wound, but the story is that it was singed from the heat of a bullet grazing past, should there be hair if you were singed? So all of these different things are all just like, it doesn't quite add up. It quite a bit does not add up. So, I don't know. It doesn't even seem believable on the face anymore. No, it's not over for today. I think it keeps us, I think it keeps us relaxed. We'll keep this window up. That way, if they do come back, you guys, sorry and thank you for earlier when you guys are like, refresh the window, the stream is live. Thank you guys. But yeah, we'll keep this up just so we know that we're not missing anything and that we're still coming back. So, Hey, and Charlotte says, Peter, thank you so much for your kind gift. I've only been watching a cat for a few days and it's great here, so thank you. Well, we are glad you're here and glad you got gifted. And thank you for saying thank you back to Peter. Yeah, so Amber Dawn says defense attorneys would never leave the colleagues like the state does. How they left Abate, that was funny too, leaving Abate alone at the state's table was how Whitaker worded it. Very interesting timing for John Lewin to get up out of there. But for what it's worth, I think John Lewin actually wants to be there. I don't think he'll let this case go, no matter what else it looks like. We were looking through the tweets of ASAP Relli earlier. Chloe, I missed this while we were doing that, but are you in software engineering at all? These are the unraveling tweets of the Chaos Monkeys, and now with like Silicon Valley tech, you know, there's a theory, and there's actually something that I think AWS, Amazon Web Services, and like Netflix use. When they have system failures, there's chaos engineering that's built in to, you know, kind of mitigate some of the errors and the failures. So if this is the case, this is a really sophisticated reference to this big $30 million lawsuit scheme falling apart. And now how would Ben and Camille, for the civil suits, do some chaos engineering to put this back together? Or the prosecutor, John Lewin, and Mr. P. I can't say his name. I know they've said it. How do they put this back together? So I feel like you might be aware of like Amazon Web Services and Netflix and chaos engineering just because you're so witty with some of the stuff that you say. But yeah, there's no fixing these errors, I don't think. And Chloe also says, how does Dr. Dre for his wound... He has Dr. Dre for his wound care, so I can't imagine what bank he uses. He's not going to remember what bank he uses. Guys, if you tuned in late today, if you missed Redirect, it was pretty entertaining, so it might be worth a rewind. The prosecution had to rehabilitate their witness on which hand was their dominant hand. Like, why do you need to... What a weird thing to have to go back and ask your witness about. And now he's definitely a righty. So Mai is asking, can we see the picture? Let me see if I can go through the timeline and find it. It's like right here. Let me lower the volume a little bit in case there's like something weird and loud. Okay, wait. I just saw it. Okay.
Photograph equals 17. And I believe in his questioning of photograph equals 17. And I believe in his questioning of you, he asked you...
Oh, I don't know.
Questions about either when the photograph was taken or when the injuries that you received in that photograph were from. I just want to clarify, do you remember the exact date that that picture was taken?
I do not. He didn't show me no time nor date.
Do you know if it was within a day or a couple days of the shooting in this case?
I know it was after.
He asked.
I think this is the frame where it's the most clear. And I believe there was a second picture too that they used. I'm not exactly sure. This one we've seen several times. But I think this is probably the clearest frame that we have for the day. So there's that for you guys to look at and analyze. And, you know, Devious, I'm not sure if you're saying really about this photo, but I feel like really applies to this photo, so I think you are. Yeah, Belmonte's Kitchen says at this point it's looking like Relli had no idea how this process would go. And don't forget, he was speeding, trying to get the civil case to play out, get to a judgment in the civil case before the criminal trial started, which is, you know, a bit unusual. Typically you hear a criminal trial, verdict is reached, somebody's convicted of something consistent with like an assault or some type of battery, and then civil charges a civil suit is brought for damages, for monetary damages by the party, right? So, yeah, Taco Tuesday's doing the math here, the stream math. Taco Tuesday says 10 million per digit. Oh my gosh. Thank you again, Chloe. Black Butterfly says, blah, blah, blah. Boy, stop whining all your life. And it's crazy because I think you also sent this while we were reading the tweets, but it applies to his live testimony. And seriously, we joked on Friday. It was like, you know, he had to come back to testify today, so he's probably staying in LA. And it was like, you know, what do you think he's going to be doing with his time all weekend? And he was just going back trying to, I guess, cross the T's, dot the I's, make the story line up all weekend. So got right back in, was whining about it again. Thank you for the super Black Butterfly. You did, it came through twice, just so you know. So thank you. I just want to let you know, it did come through twice on my end. I don't always know if YouTube will charge something like this twice. But I wanted to let you know, like, I appreciate the super chat, but just so you know, if you think it didn't go next time, maybe your phone's just like being funky. So just be careful instead of getting double charged. Chloe says, judging by the way he always looks on the stand, I guess when court is out, they take him to the nearest high school and stuff him inside a locker. They do the swirly in the toilet, the old school swirly. Maybe that's why he said he hates the 2000s. He doesn't want to take it back to the classic schoolhouse bully days. Oh my goodness. Leo Senpei, good to see you. Says, good afternoon, KNW gang. Getting my daily cat dose. We are here. I'm shocked that the prosecution's keeping this going. I can picture a prosecutor keeping this going when shut courtroom, no cameras. But there's all this spotlight and the eyes on this, and you're still choosing to keep it going. And the cameras aren't a good reason for a prosecutor to decide, you know, this is unethical, and I'm only going to hit pause because people are seeing me do something kind of unethical. That's not a moral reason to choose to do so. But I'm still saying, with the publicity on it, you'd think that they would err on the side of caution a little bit more. So, and again, Rocky's not currently in custody, but I mean, he's had multiple lawyers helping him with this case. I think his bond was $500,000. Like, he's out, but someone else in this situation could be in custody this entire time, right? Like, oh my goodness. Miss Kim says, hi, Cat and Chat. This trial might be remembered for the most unreliable star witness. I hope the prosecution reconsiders its case. So glad you're back. It's great to see you, Miss Kim. It's good to see you come in. And that's the thing, you know, the redirect, and honestly, a bit of direct. It seemed like the prosecutor was playing the role of a defense attorney as if Relli was the one accused. And it's funny hearing Relli snap on Recross that he feels like he's on trial. I mean, sometimes for a criminal defense attorney to do what they need to do, they do need to poke and prod and kind of go through some things that could seem like a little too much with a victim as a witness. That's true in and of itself, like in general. That can be true. But with Relli, it just, the point doesn't land with Relli as the example. So, yeah, I hope the prosecution reconsiders the case. Maybe Lewin was running out to write a plea deal. I don't think so, and I don't think that Rocky would take it. Peter Ortiz also says, hello, Cat and fellow green amphibious emojis. Good recall there from the YSL gang days. We're temporarily a collective, the Cat Collective. Chloe says, Relli, Rocky's lying, Tacopina's lying, the cops are lying, the videos are lying, the Terminators are lying, all on me. What did you guys think about that moment where he got called out for running to call Wally or Wale during this break on, I guess, Friday's lunch break? Like, that's kind of bold to do. I mean, I don't know if he, like, went outside of the courtroom to make the call, the courthouse to make the call. know. It just seems very reactive. And almost, I don't know if he's on the witness list, Wally. But should you be calling other possible witnesses? I feel like he might be on the witness list. Should you be speaking to a witness while you're currently on the stand in the middle of testimony? And I would imagine, I don't think this is supposed to be proper, but I would imagine, maybe the defense strategically isn't making such a fuss about it because being able to point it out is probably more helpful towards getting an acquittal for their client. I mean, I would think strategically, I would expect the jury would hear that and look disfavorably at Relli for doing something like that. So, yeah, and that's too, the confusing role of Wally. Is he just somebody you ask to help you get verified on Instagram once? Is he your friend? Is he AI? And I really loved these. I mean, this is a 6-day trial in a courtroom we had a half day. We had like a 2.5-hour day. And these court days are running shorter than what we're used to from things like the YSL trial where Whitaker wanted to go all day. And we're only on day 6. So we haven't had that much time in the courtroom. And somehow we're getting these like replays, several replays coming through from Joe Tacopina. And he referenced testimony during cross as well. It's not a great look when we have to keep revisiting things that you just said yesterday or the day before that. But we've had to do it multiple times. And cumulatively, how can you say somebody's credible when there are multiple examples of them saying one thing yesterday and a different thing today, or a different thing an hour later? It's not just, hey, this was a really hard thing to remember because it was so long ago and I don't remember exactly where I was. I go to shooting ranges all the time, right? There's 2 scenarios. You either don't know much about guns, you don't shoot often, and you should remember your one-off experience at a shooting range. I've been to a shooting range like maybe more than 5 times, but less than 10. And I remember each of those trips because they're all unique to me. If you don't ever go to the shooting range, you don't know anything about guns. Oh, this is the one time I went. Wouldn't you remember where you were? So what's the other thing? You're either lying, right? That's one option. Or you go to shooting ranges much more often than you just testified to, which means you're also lying. You're being disingenuous at best. So, let's see if we get any updates here on X real quick. I don't think I see updates from like Law and Crime or You've Got Mail. Okay, maybe I do. Maybe there's just some commentary. We can go through it to make sure we're not missing anything. Also, what do you guys think of the Luca news? The Luca trade? But Kathy Roussan is quoting Relli, "I've spent 5 days dealing with this man," talking about Joe Tacopina. "Judge, let me see everybody at sidebar," and Relli says, "Keep it going." Let me retweet that because that was a clip. Kathy says, I know Lewin got permission to do this before trial, but it's unusual to allow any attorney at the table to make objections if it's not their witness. There you go. So Lewin made sure in advance he had permission to do this weird whining thing, even though it's not his witness. He knew in advance that he was going to be... Lewin has been objecting and commenting throughout Relli's testimony, but he is not the prosecutor questioning. It's also unusual for a lengthy recross, if any. Maybe it's an LA thing. Relli is going to catch a contempt charge if he doesn't tone it down. And this was the clip we just ended with, the "I'm done with him," and then they took the lunch recess. So. And she highlights the mean mug over at the defense, maybe specifically at Rocky. So, a hot mess of a trial all around. I too, like, and I've known Kathy on Twitter. Like, I've seen her posts. I've, followed her for updates on certain trials. And I don't know if I'm just getting more of her posts because I'm watching the same, like, keyworded topics and Twitter's feeding it to me. Or if she's just, like, gotten into her groove with X. But I really like how she interacts with everybody else that's on X, asking her about the trials that Law and Crime is covering. She really does take the time to, hey, we're going to be covering this, or this is when everything's going to start for the day. And I really do appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, happy Annie. Good to see you. Relli's making himself look really bad. And I really think the judge kept trying to tell him, it's a yes or no question. Just answer yes or no. If he took that advice, I'm not saying he'd look good. I'm not saying he'd be in the green. But he wouldn't look as far down bad. But all these run-on answers just make him look emotional, hot-headed. To even hear the story that he ran out on a lunch break to press somebody for what seems like snitching on him, right? He tried to say up on the stand it was AI or fake or private conversations. You were mad that that person told on you, not that they were lying. So all this stuff, he just makes himself look worse. And that's pretty scary, right? Because if this person, if this witness was coming off more credibly, it could still be a staged situation. It could still be a frame job. It could still be a setup. But it could be dangerously believable with, someone that could keep their composure on the stand. And not for nothing, but I also think, I don't know. Honestly, I think if this was like a white girl up on the stand, stereotypically, I think easier for a jury to believe and sympathize in comparison. Yeah, Mixed Chick said Relli just showed the jury he's an ish starter. Derek says so much reasonable doubt now in the case. And that's the thing, the best we're gonna get to tie Rocky to having a real gun is a 9mm that another witness is going to say belonged to them. We're not going to have a gun that matches. We're also going to have a ballistics report that says a Glock 43 could have fired or could have expelled these casings. In general, that type of gun could have expelled this type of casing. Not, we found a specific gun and that specific gun could have expelled these specific casings. We're not getting that. Oh, man. Just crazy. Oh, yeah, I forgot I had this up on the screen. I was like, let me just go back over to let me get to the live part in case anything happens. Who knows? I don't think anything will because the court reporter, for example, in the YSL trial, sometimes we'd come back early from break because the attorneys had matters that they needed to work out before the jury came back in. But the court reporter needs to be there for stuff like that. And these lunch breaks in LA in this courthouse, they're unionized. So I don't think a court reporter could come back in. And that means they can't do anything that would require being on the record. So I don't think we'll come back, but just in case. Let's see. Yeah, Alyssa says Relli's a problem. Relli was the aggressor. Relli needs to go home. And this is the thing, like, at the beginning, let me pull up that tweet that Relli responded to. And if you want to go look at his tweets, he's got new followers today. He's gotten like 3 new followers. Who's here following this man? Who's doing it? But he had responded over the weekend. This case is about, did ASAP Rocky fire a weapon? That's what the case is about. That's not what the case is about. The case is specifically about what the prosecution bears the burden to prove. They're charging ASAP Rocky, Rakeem Myers, with first-degree assault, aggravated assault, with a semi-automatic firearm. So there's elements there that need to be met. It's not the same as just like firing a shot, although that can be considered an act of assault under the elements. And it's not specifically any weapon, because California has a different statute, 244-5. He's charged under 245 Section B. And of the lesser includeds that you can include for 245B, like assault, just regular assault, you can't make 244.5 a lesser included offense of 245. 244.5 is assault with a stun gun or less than lethal weapon. And a less than lethal weapon, California has delineated something like a starter gun as a less than lethal weapon, meaning it's not inherently deadly. And Rocky's not charged with using a weapon that's not inherently deadly in a lethal way. He's charged specifically with an aggravated assault that wouldn't rise to that level without this firearm being attached to it. And in the pleading, the accusatory pleading, the prosecution specified it was a semi-automatic firearm. And defense kept this in their pocket until trial started, until jury selection. So prosecution was stuck. They can't just go change their charges now. Too late. So sad. And I really think if this goes through to the end and prosecution keeps this going, jury instructions, I hope they can stream it. Jury instructions will be the most interesting thing about this trial, because John Lewin is going to whine that despite bench notes for the model jury instructions for the relevant charges here, despite the case law, I guarantee you he's going to cry to this judge that he should be able to include lesser includeds that he's not supposed to include for the charge he charged Rocky with anyway, just to hold on to winning some type of compromise verdict from the jury. Again, even with a lesser included of assault, but without using a weapon, the jury should still, there's enough evidence on the record, even without the defense presenting their case in chief, there's sufficient evidence on the record from Relli's own testimony that any assault, just the fight, nothing with a firearm, an assault itself, could have been justified in self-defense or defense of others. So, oh man, the whole thing is ridiculous, you guys. The whole thing is ridiculous. So, and I don't know, Mel Graham, so I think people are being misleading that there's like video footage of the altercation, and they're misleading people that aren't paying attention to the trial, making it seem like, you know, Rocky is caught in broad daylight lifting a gun and firing 2 shots clearly at Relli, and I don't know, that doesn't exist to me if you ask me, but it's a talking point that's been going around. And originally, the information that it was all caught on surveillance video came from a statement Relli made to his attorneys that they handed over to Rolling Stone back in 2022. So that's where I first can trace back it's all caught on video. Rocky shot that man. Traces right back to Relli. So do with that as you will. I love you, Sheriff Chuck. If the defense would have let Relli just explain his answers, he could have cleared it all up. It's so unfair to Relli. Heck yeah, man, they're doing him dirty. Doing him dirty by not letting him speak. Mixed Chick, in simple terms here, says Relli put himself in that seat. Emotional dingbat. Yeah, you know, he's going off on these tirades about, like, you've had me here 5 days. Like, first of all, a day and a half of that was the prosecutor questioning you, right? So don't put all 5 days on Joe questioning you. Secondly, the prosecution called you in the first place. They need you. They need you. And while I guess you could argue, I guess it could be argued that, like, maybe the defense would call Relli because some of the stuff he said is very helpful for their case. It gives them an opportunity to suggest that things were framed. But I think without Relli, they couldn't get the casings in. So this is a scenario where the state had to call him. Because how else would they get those casings in? He was the chain of custody for those casings. So there's really no way around it for the state. Yeah, and he pressed the charges because the state LAPD didn't know who to look at for whatever incident happened that night. They had no idea. So, it's all just a hot mess. Peter Ortiz says, family, come on and hit that thumbs up for our OG. Heck yeah, hit that like button. We've got plenty of time. We've got like 40 minutes before they come back from break. If you guys are out there eating your lunch, let us know what you're having. When we get back into court, I'll go grab my stream soda. Maybe a stream snack. Amber Dawn says, oh, and by the way, happy birthday. Thank you, chat, for wishing Amber Dawn them Johnsons a happy birthday in the chat earlier. Amber says, y'all, how TLC knew Rocky back in the day. Why they've been hiding their mascot for no scrubs. They should have told us all this dang time. Shaking my head. And it's weird, like, looking at those past tweets from Relli. I know some people like to put quotables to give off a perception of a personality on X, but a lot of the things weren't really giving off the impression of a favorable personality. He had these weird tweets that were like, a chick should be holding me down, but then it would be like, I don't care about chicks, I care about money. Like, it was giving Scrubs a little bit. Yeah. Just a mess. I think Peter Ortiz was just trying to see the future here. Peter says, Kat, give us a deep sigh. You sent this, what, like 25 minutes ago? I think you've probably gotten like a dozen in that time. So, oh boy. Oh boy. I'm trying not to do a deep sigh right now, but one will come out, I'm sure. Happy Annie says, once the prosecutor started disrespecting the judge, it was only going down from there. Yeah, what audacity to, take issue every time. And there's been one or two moments, it wasn't a lot, but there was at least one moment where Tacopina was trying to say the basis of his objection. And he couldn't because John Lewin was already, like, cry emoji to the judge. You're stomping all over, do you want the judge to know the basis and not allow any commentary? Do you want the attorneys to be able to state their basis? Or is it really just that you don't want anything to look bad for your case? Because I'm going to go with the latter. And all his whining, I really think that Joe Tacopina, there's a risk that he could have came off. He could have rubbed some of the jurors the wrong way. But I do wonder if a juror was like, oh, that lawyer's rocking a lot. It's kind of weird. And then you forget all about it because the prosecutor's sitting there whining his butt off. So sometimes you got to be aware of how things will come off, even if maybe it shouldn't matter. Body language, tone of voice, incessant whining. Peter Ortiz says, where is Judge Whitaker when you need her? Man, I think she would have walked out. I don't know how she would be dealing with this. This is not fun to deal with. Although, I don't know. Maybe Relli would have responded differently in some of these moments if it was a female judge on the stand. Maybe not, though, because he doesn't seem to speak very highly of women, like, as a gut response. I'm still stuck on that. For millions, I could disappear on an island. The prosecution won't have a case, just like DV cases where you hit your B and she doesn't want to testify, so they have no case. That's just like such a weird thing for someone to come up and spit out to somebody, saying that he'll imitate that same thing for a bunch of millions. Just gross. Nancy New One Too says he also rang Wally Wall as sworn witness. I don't know, it's like he spends all of his time looking up his name, looking up his case, trying to see how he can get his story straight, what people are saying about him. You would think he should be aware of this, that he shouldn't be running around talking to people about the case, specifically evidence in the case, while you're on the stand with someone who apparently already told on you. Because common sense would tell you that Wally has been cooperative with at least the defense team. So if that's the case, how stupid, that's why I think he ran out of there, on pure emotion and just had to call Wally up. Because if you had a moment to just think about it, use some critical thinking, hit the brakes, why would you run and call somebody who's clearly already talked about you, because they probably don't believe what you're trying to pull, to the defense team? Because what are they going to do the second they get off the phone with you? We saw. They run back and they tell the defense about it. Just stupid moves. Not smart. And you know what? There's a tweet from it's my favorite one. There's a tweet that's very relevant to that point I just made. Oh man, where were we? Only the smart survives, guys. So, quote of the day, only the smart survives. Oh my goodness. And shout out, good to see you, Nancy, new one too. Nicole Blevin says, is there punishment for lying this much under oath? Now, the tricky part is, for something like perjury, John Lewin would be the one making the decision to say, really the district attorney's office, but the prosecution, the people, they'd be the ones to make the decision to charge Relli with perjury. So there's an option for punishment for lying under oath. But the mechanism, the means to the end there would be the prosecution deciding to bring those charges forward. So technically, yes. Realistically, I don't know. But what's crazy is just based on what Joe is trying to get into the record, right? And there are some capabilities that I think the state would have a little bit more access to things. Imagine if what we're able to see from Joe is 75% of the full picture. There's 25% of things that either his team couldn't get to or couldn't introduce so that we're aware of it. The jury, the courtroom, the record. I still think there's enough evidence there to maybe bring extortion charges. But again, it'd be the prosecution making that decision. So I guess technically maybe civil, but with civil, I think certain things would be protected, like litigation privilege. So I'm not really sure if Rocky would or could, how much he could actually bring forward a cause of action against. So Miranda said he better pick out his casket. It's over. Over. Casey Jordan, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate the support, and you look good in green. XTDGs says, Classy sent me here. Hey, Meg, and you know what? Hold on now. Because today is Monday, right? Today is Monday. Guess what day it is, guys? Guess what's happening tonight? Let's see if the chat can fill in the blanks on the very difficult question here. When I mention the word Monday and Classy Beats in the same sentence. Let's see. Aha, it's already scheduled. There you go, chat. Club Classy, Blub Lassie, also Blub Lassie. And I'm noticing here, it's actually starting, it's for me 9 p.m. Eastern, so an hour later than I remember, typically. So just a heads up on that there. he's making more time for us to get to the door. Make sure we can all get in on time. So thanks for joining us over here, XTDGs. Good to have you over here. Love Classy Beats. We'll be over there tonight after this heck of a day. But you know what? Maybe he's pushing it back because this court in LA, since it's Pacific time, it's been running up to 7:30, 8 o'clock. So maybe he's watching it and needs the time. So good to have you here. Also, Hey Cat Classy sent me, do you think Rocky will take the stand? I think it would be pretty stupid for Rocky to take the stand just because, you know, things could go so far left. Prosecutor will try to bring in any dirt that they can, whether they should be allowed to or not. And this prosecutor has no issue, John Lewin specifically, has no issue, to me it seems like, saying things out loud and waiting for the judge to stop him that are inappropriate, making comments about things that wouldn't be admissible anyway. So that's a risk that you would run. I don't think they need Rocky for sufficiency of the evidence because we have testimony. So if for jury instructions, the defense wants to be able to argue, look, there's sufficient evidence on the record to justify you, judge, giving the jury an instruction on self-defense and defense of others. I mean, we have Relli saying he's the one that ran 3 skips and yoked up Ills, and Ills was petrified. He looked scared for his life. There's enough evidence from the videos, too, that as a matter of fact, the issue would be up for the jury to decide, could self-defense have been a justification here? So I would think it'd be really ridiculous if we get to deliberations and the judge says, oh, no justification charge. We're not going to tell the jury that they can decide anything was justified in self-defense or defense of others. I can't imagine a pathway where this judge, I've liked what he's ruling on so far. I can't imagine him saying that there's nothing on the record to justify a defense instruction. And because it's on the record, you don't really need to put Rocky up there to establish testimony. You don't need him saying he was in fear of his life because there's other evidence that shows Relli could have been the aggressor. There's other evidence that shows a third party, Ills, could have been afraid of his life and that Rocky could have been protecting him. So there's no necessity there to call Rocky. So I guess they could, but I don't think it would be a wise decision. It would be unnecessary. It would just open the door for the prosecution to try to bring in bad character evidence and whatever else. Let's see. I want to make sure I'm getting everything. There we go. I was like, I know there was a birthday. I had to scroll back in the regular thing because I think I unbookmarked it. Sometimes when you click things, StreamYard throws it away. But Amber Dawn, I was like, where's her birthday post? Amber Dawn Them Johnson says, ain't nothing I'd rather be doing on my birthday than sliming with Cat and the most fire chat in these YouTube streets. Hashtag slat, hashtag no slime left behind. Now, I love that you spelled fire that way because my favorite DJ I worked with for a long time, if you guys ever, he does some shows now in like West Palm. He comes down to Florida once in a while. Does a lot of college visits too, but he's still based out of Rochester. But DJ Fire Kid, spelled just like that. Any party his name is on, it's always a good time. So if you see him on an event flyer, go, 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 go. Great DJ, great events all around. Happy birthday to Amber Dawn. I wish we could have a DJ Fire Kid party for you. And we'll celebrate your birthday all week too. You and Chloe all week long. Club Classy tonight. Let's see. Yeah, Good Vibes is saying he scraped his knuckles, talking about he got shot. And I mean, do you think 1 out of 12 of these jurors might have it in their head that that doesn't look like it's from a bullet? I think it'd be really, really crazy. And one is a firearms instructor. They teach courses on, like, I don't know, maybe like safety, concealed carry. I don't know exactly what types of courses. But I wonder what they're making of all of this testimony and the idea of the shell casings and the idea of Relli now saying he was in a Los Angeles shooting range on October 16th. You know, I would imagine as a firearms instructor, there's certain things that you'd be more in tune to. And I don't think in a favorable way for the state. It's crazy, crazy. Let's see. Oh, I heard Jazzy, are you out shopping? Are you buying things for Peter? For the chat? That girl Mia, good to see you. Wishing Chloe Alberservent a happy birthday. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of... I'm scared that I'm missing it. Just because there's a lot of activity and conversation on X right now, but I don't see any updates from Kathy Roussan or You've Got Mel. I'm not a lawyer, Mel. Do you guys want to go and continue reading these inspirational tweets from ASAP Relli? Let me know in the chat. We can continue reading. I think we left off in December of 2021 when court came back. So we've got like 19 minutes. Let's see. Ah, his follower count's going up. He's at 153. 153. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't know it was TLA's birthday yesterday. Man, shout out to TLA. Shout out to TLA. I didn't even... he should have done his stream and put that it was his birthday in his stream. He should have told us. I've got to go over there and give a belated. Let's see. Lauren, I'm not sure if they're going to stream the forfeiture motion. I do think it's high profile enough that they'll probably get someone in there. If not, I'm sure Sylvia might go down for something like that, although I know she's been covering the Jackie Johnson trial as well. AJC will have updates, I'm sure, so like live tweeting if we don't have a camera in the courtroom. But 11 Alive, don't forget, like 11 Alive, they're a local station, and Fox 5 Atlanta, they're both local stations, and they were streaming a lot of, like every day of the YSL trial. So some of the local outlets might be in there too. So I expect that's a pretty big deal, and I feel like unless it's just procedural, they're going to like set a date and come back another day. I think they're supposed to be going into motions arguments for, I think it's February 21st. I think they're supposed to have motions arguments. So it'll be a more like substantive hearing day. I feel like at least those local outlets will be in there. So, and if we get a stream, we'll live, we'll react it. And let's see. December. Okay, so we were like here somewhere. I think we were right here. We've got more money, more problems, probably the realist statement. I look at everything as a lesson. I learn from it and move it on. December 8th, I got rich word I can't say problems. The almighty dollar with a money emoji. If it ain't about the paper, I've been staying away. All love though, with the fingers crossed. This is all December 8th. Now we're moving to December 9th. Biggest lesson of life is learned when you are at your worst. Again, December 9th, you gotta rock with someone who got plans for both of y'all, not just them. A solid female is a blessing. Both of those had handshakes. You can't grow with people who don't like how growth looks on you. Well, how does a $30 million lawsuit look on you? Your life won't change unless you do. That's December 11th. My next level up is going to hurt some feelings. Take a personal. I don't want a normal life, sorry. Word I won't say, put them perks down. Didn't you have a tweet earlier that said, do drugs, F it? But now you're saying put the perks down? I wonder if this was like, somebody was like pressing him like, man, what you're saying doesn't add up. And he was like, you got to put the perks down. I'm not the liar. December 12th. Family isn't always blood. It's the people in your life who want you in theirs. The one who accept you for who you are. The one who would do anything to see you smile. And who love you no matter what. December 17th. Your taste in people will change as you learn to love yourself more with a green heart. Oh no, green heart, you guys. Green heart. Beefing is a broke person's sport. With a pointy person emoji. I don't know, is there a name for this one? Oh. Apparently this emoji is for deaf man, is the alt text for it. I don't think I would say that that's what the emoji portrays. Oh, maybe it's doing sign language. Whatever, that's the emoji. Privacy is power. People can't ruin what they don't know. Yeah, that might be why you're running out of the courtroom. To call someone for letting someone know what you told them. He retweeted something about cancers won't beg you for things. Oh my god. And this is the type of thing, so December 18th, if you bawling, buy your bee something. Well, this just makes it seem like you would use that same language that Joe Tacopina recited you using when you were telling someone about treating it like a DV case, making it weak by not showing up to testify. December 18th, groupie hoes get 0 play. December 18th, my life is great with the exclamation emoji. Just to let us know it's really, really great. Even if I trust you, I can't tell you everything. And then we go from December 18th to April 6th, 2022. Now remember, I don't know the exact date, but April is when they finally search Rocky's home. He says, one thing I never been is a follower. There are a lot of replies to this one. Oh my god, no mercy in the replies. The first one says, you've been a bee though. Oh my gosh. They are on him. They are on him. Then it goes to August 11th, 2022. Now, August is when we get this personal injury lawsuit filed and the statement to Rolling Stone. I don't care about losing people who ain't 100. You did me a favor. We get the only the smart survive. What ain't real won't last. So I let everything play out. Well, this is aging very, very well. What ain't real won't last. So I let everything play out. Can't handle a week on the stand. August 15th. Loyalty just ain't in some people. I be having to remind myself everyone ain't me. Oh my god. On August 15th, shout out whoever taking care of my name when I'm not in the room. Everybody switched at the right time. August 24th, 2022. Every day I see why I stay to myself and limit who I F with. November 15th, 2023. So this was right after his preliminary hearing testimony, because I think that was November 8th or 9th. He testified at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023. So this is a few days after that. The way the world is now, an MF can have more than you and still be a hater. Brittany says, thank God everyone ain't him. Oh my god. Everybody in the chat come up with inspirational quotes. Nem says, what is dead may never die. Oh my god. Crazy. Crazy. And then these he retweeted this weekend. So these three, he retweets this person. What? Who is this person? Does anyone know who Y is? Because a few people follow them. They do have a following. But he retweeted 3 tweets this weekend that said, stay thankful, stay grateful, stay blessed. What goes around comes around. Keep your circle positive. Pure hearts always win in the end. And then he reacted to somebody this weekend. This was the engagement where he was on social media looking at his name, his case. So. Oh, gosh. And Michael, don't forget that these breaks are, like, they have to take these breaks. It's not the judge. The judge did take some, like, 10-minute breaks to let the stuff cool down on, like, day 1 of redirect or maybe cross. But these 15-minute breaks and then the lunch breaks, those are mandated. They have to take them, so. Also, hold on. Let me scroll backwards. Because I see Flesh of the Gods in the building. Flesh of the Gods isn't coming empty-handed. He said, I'm bringing a gift. Somebody's turning green with me. I'm bringing a +1. So, W's in the chat here for Flesh of the Gods. Or, you know, there's a goat emoji, right? Right? Like a regular goat emoji. I don't have, like, a special goat emoji. But you guys can drop some goats in the chat for Flesh of the Gods. That would be awesome. And, I think pertinent, relevant, appropriate. So, Michael, they're mandated to start at 10 in the morning is the earliest and 4:30 is the latest. So, they're within those constraints. I mean, they did come in, like, I don't know, was that, like, somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes late this morning? But, yeah. Part of that could have been, remember, we heard from Kathy Roussan saying, look, they're going to let our photographer get in there and set up in time, so that way they don't start the testimony before the feed is going. So that delay could have been because today they're finally able to start the feed in time. So, this was relayed. This is something that got relayed because of Emily D. Baker. You guys know EDB. Big, I think her community is really where the phrase law nerd came from. Like, her chat is the law nerds, are the law nerds. But she, a huge YouTuber, but she used to be a prosecutor in this courthouse. So, and she's been in front of this judge and everything. But that time frame came from her. It's the court reporters, they have a union. And once we started talking about that, a few people in the chat, I wish I could remember names, mentioned things like, you know, even acquiring a court reporter, there's like a list that you have to go through. There's different procedures there. So they've unionized. Heck yeah. And let's get, if you guys don't know, one of the coolest things I watched recently with EDB, she went through the Supreme Court oral arguments about TikTok, and I thought it was really interesting to listen to with her commentary. But she also, I mean, that's like Supreme Court stuff, but she covers everything. She's doing like the Diddy cases. I don't know if she's talked about ASAP Rocky, but she did a lot of YSL stuff. Karen Reed, let me pull her up. Yeah, like Alec Baldwin, Sarah Boone, Blake Lively stuff, Koberger. Lots of stuff. Lots of Karen Reed stuff here. And, ooh, Corey Richins, you guys. Corey Richins is kind of interesting. Corey Richins is accused of poisoning her husband who died, right? So they're trying to charge her, saying she's responsible for that. But the thing is, she wrote a book on grief after he died. It was like a children's book that I think she put her 2 sons as co-authors to. So, if, like, how diabolical would that be? You poison your husband and then write a book on grieving with your kids as a children's book. So, that trial is, lots of hearings, lots of stuff going on there. I think most recently that hearing was a hearing to suppress evidence. Let me get her channel link. But a ton of stuff to keep you busy if you like trials, commentary, all of that stuff. Oh, so there was more. And I know there was like some real estate or life insurance things too, where there could have been, you know, some type of financial motive there with Corey Richins. Oh yeah, fentanyl. Fentanyl. Yeah, just crazy. That's a whole case. Yeah, boom, 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 whatever, or boom, 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 she's a nasty woman. We'll spell it out this time. Just a lot. Just a lot. Corey Richens' case already happened. I mean, this whole, like, wife killing husband in a way that isn't, like, with a firearm or knife. Like, I feel like sometimes you hear of a wife killing a husband with, like, a poisoning or, like, a more, a less violent mechanism, right? So there could be several cases that have a similar type of scenario. Recently, maybe, are you thinking of Natalie Cochran? Ponzi scheme, husband knew about it, but the theory was the husband might have wanted out, and she was worried that he might say something, so she started poisoning him, and she was just convicted. So that might be the name you're thinking of. Natalie Cochran, I think. So. Okay, and Lauren says her trial hasn't started yet. It's this spring. No, so, Sabata, hear me out. So, when we heard Wally and then we heard Wale, and it was Relli that corrected it, we kept hearing Wally again, and then apparently, it was like relayed to the chat. So I didn't see it myself, but other people are saying that it's not actually Wale. According to someone that's been in the courtroom. They're relaying the information. So I don't know, and they still keep saying Wally even today. So, and for Relli to be like, who are you talking about? I don't know if that's because of the mispronunciation or because he seems to ask that type of question to anything he's asked about. So my clip on it says Wale in the title, and I've also said Wally. I don't know. And yeah, let's call Wally to the stand to pronounce his name for the record. They call him up, they have him state his name for the record and spell it, and then they say, okay, thank you, no further questions. I love the movie Wally, the robot. I thought it was super cool that they mimicked. So the film technique of, like, unchained cameras, you know, Wally's animated, but they mimicked the same way that, like, a unchained type of camera, something that was set up to, like, pan along and film the scene, they mimicked that with how they did the animation. And I think it's become a technique that they're using more in animations to mimic how a real camera would film on set. But it was, like, kind of a revolutionary thing for Wally to do when it came out. So that was super cool. Also, if I'm not mistaken, there was, like, a Quentin Tarantino play on words. Like, Django Unchained, people might think it's just about, like, the subject matter of the film, but he also paid tribute to that style of film and the original creator, and that's why Django was wearing the like, blue satin with the ruffles. That was actually an homage to this painting. There's a movie like The Boy in Blue, and then there's a twin image, a girl in pink. And there was, like, some, like, 1908, 1918 movie, and the director of that movie is the director that came up with the unchained filming technique. So there's, like, all these little, like, Easter eggs. But Wally, as an animated movie, imitated that style of filming. Don't ask me, I'm really not a movie buff, but, like, for whatever reason, following that paper trail backwards, it interested me, and I followed it back, so... Ooh, you like my keyboard clicks. I'm glad. I actually have... This is another thing I learned, too. You can order keyboards. There's, like, a categorization where some have, like, the keys are louder, but as a matter of tactile recognition, you know if you're actually pressing it down. It's easier for you to, like, guide your hands and find the key you're looking for. So for example, with gaming, where you might need to press a specific key to aim or reload your weapon or whatever, a keyboard meant for precision is more important, but they're going to be louder because they're like firmer keys. Whereas like an office workspace keyboard might be flat and more muted and padded underneath. So technology's crazy. Yeah, I don't know the terminology. It's like brown and red is like the grading, right? I don't know. Leah's dad, it's something I know vaguely. I can't explain it. Can't explain it. I understand it because I saw someone else explain it like a 5-year-old could understand it, but I can't relay it back. Peter Ortiz says, during breaks, let's revisit some YSL best moments. And do you know anything about the teen mother murder trial? Okay, on the latter, do we have a name for that? Is that what Law and Crime is calling it? Okay, so this is the kid. Law and Crime is streaming this. This is the kid, his son was, his dad was murdered and someone was acquitted of that. Maybe he was acquitted of it. But now the mom is dead and he's accused of killing her, something like that. So I caught the top level, only that, but I haven't had time to tune in. I believe it started right around the time ASAP Rocky kicked off last week. So I've been too in the trenches with this and with work. But if that top level summary is a synopsis, can you imagine, like, you've got a jury of 12 and they hear, well, dad's gone, someone did that and you got away with that, it wasn't you. But now mom is dead. That's like so prejudicial, right? Like, you could be completely innocent, but that type of scenario is just highly prejudicial for what it is. So that would be... Oh, so it was justified. Okay, so Nem here with the context. He killed the father. It was a self-defense. They took an affirmative defense. They said, we did, but it was justified. And now, did that go to trial? Right? That was taken to trial and he got a jury verdict of an acquittal? Or did they not even take it to trial? Oh my God, you guys are going to make me like start watching this. Oh my gosh. I'm going to be dead tired tomorrow and you guys are going to be like, did you start watching another trial? Okay, so Linda says it went to trial. He got off on self-defense of the father, and then this with his mom happened. Jury can only know it was somebody and not the dad. So they're going to hear... Do you think that's for better or for worse? Because what if both of your parents are crazy? You know? Both of your parents are crazy. Your mom only got crazier after you had to do this thing to save yourself, and you're too young to get out of the house. You're still a dependent. I don't know. I feel like there's that has to be a strategy decision. That has to be a tough strategy decision to make. I mean, maybe they have evidence that makes the decision easier, but oh, wait. No charges, different state. They're reinvestigating now. Let me make sure we're talking about this son and mother trial, right? Colin Griffith? Okay, so Colin Griffith did not go to trial for his death. See, this is the thing. I don't know. I don't know this one. Dad's case has been reopened. Oof. Yeah, and this is the thing. Nosy Rosie says the dad abused the mom didn't cope well, and then behaved bad, in front of the kids, all mentally ill. And this is the thing, I think strategically, I think it could be a bit helpful if the jury could actually hear that this other figure, it might actually be more helpful than harmful in some instances for the jury to find out it was the dad and it was self-defense and the family's crazy and this kid's just a product of being stuck with where he was born. So, or it could be the other thing. Like, I don't know. I think jurors could get the idea. Your mom's crazy. Your dad's crazy. You might have the same genetics. You might be predisposed to being crazy. And we don't want you out here, right? And they could make a decision, they could have that in the back of their mind despite the evidence presented at trial. So tough call on the strategy decision there, and I think that would make it particularly interesting. So yeah, the son is nuts too, yeah. Yeah, you got the chat saying and knows he's like, you're crazy too. That's the thing, right? The chip doesn't fall off the block or whatever the saying is. I don't know. So. And let's see. All right, so they're wrapping it up in deliberations tomorrow in that case. Yeah, Peter says very interesting case. And it always is, because you know with stuff like that, there's, I don't know, to avoid certain appellate issues, I'm sure if you looked at motions to suppress, I'm sure if the kid has if the son has an attorney that has the time, right? I don't know if it's like an overworked public defender, but if they have the time, probably a ton of motions to suppress, and some of the things that might make somebody look apparently crazy could be kept out at trial, right? Bad character evidence, or, I know, the balancing test. It doesn't pass the balancing test. So. Oh, yeah, this is great. A chip off the block or the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, I don't know. My brain only caught like the beginning of one and the end half of another, and it just mushed the two together. I knew it wasn't right. Thank you. Law and Lumber? Heck yeah. So Law and Lumber does a show with Runkle most weeks. Good to see you, Biff. Let me get his channel. I think they do it on his channel. Yeah, they do the Friday Night Frenzy is what it's called. On Friday nights, it's Runkle and Rob with Law and Lumber. And it looks like they just went through the Karen Reed stuff. The Haslong is in the thumbnail, so always a good time. Oh, Law and Lumber did a video, maybe a stream with Lawyer You Know. That's weird. I've seen and I've watched stuff from Lawyer You Know. I didn't see that. Law and Lumber, you guys, was Law and Lumber. Rob, he's an attorney in Virginia. I think he moved now. He might not be in Virginia. But during the Johnny Depp trial, when Amber Heard told the story of something with the purchase of the bed and the bed splitting from Johnny Depp's boot. He was like leveraging himself with his boot on this like super expensive bed frame with a hardwood. It was made from some type of hardwood that shouldn't be easy to break and pry away at. She used the term purchase, which is a term for like getting between the splints of the wood. And there was also a pocket knife pointed out being on the bed sheet. Camille Vasquez pointed it out, but I'm pretty sure it was Law and Lumber. He was watching someone else stream the trial while in his woodworking shop. That's his hobby. And he's like, you can't do that with that type of wood. You just can't do it. And then she said the word purchase. So he got like 100K subscribers. He did one video about it. He got like 100K subscribers. And going over the testimony as part of that video, people realized there was an object on the bed that looked like a Swiss Army knife, pocket knife. So in the Debbie Heard trial, we got the question asked, even though Amber Heard denied it. And we had Camille Vasquez ask, is that a knife on the bed? Because a pointy object like that, you could purchase the wood and split it. So that's why he's, Law and Lumber is his brand name. Rob is his first name. That's how he got started on YouTube, and now he does Friday nights with Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Lawyer You Know, shout out to Lawyer You Know. I know so many of you already, fittingly, right? You guys already know Lawyer You Know. But in case you don't already, there is also a link to Lawyer You Know in the chat. It feels so weird to like link. Like, I'm sure half the chat already follows, if not like 75%. But he's gone through quite a few. Oh, there we go. There's Law and Lumber. He did a few videos on ASAP Rocky, a lot on all the Blake shenanigans, but a lot of these major trials. He did a ton on YSL. Oh, and there's ADB. So, tons of content there.
And certainly not to really...
Oof, my bad. If you guys need more content, there's plenty to go around. Oh, okay. This is cool. So Darcy says a lawyer you know it's a side podcast with folks like Rob, EDB, and so on. So there is more to come of these interviews. That's awesome. Love to hear that. And it's what I think is nice too is Emily D. Baker doesn't, you know, she streams so often, like she has a ton of content, and I think she like reproduces it as a podcast. She does all these different things. And she also, guys, in the back of my YouTube studio, she does content for YouTube creators. Like there's like a portal in the back end that gives like tips for creators and stuff. And she's popped up in there, like sharing her experience and giving tips to YouTube creators. So she is busy. She is busy. She doesn't typically do like panel style shows. So it's cool to see her do something on a panel show. Lawyer Noah is a cool co-host as well. So let's see. And again, let me get back here. Tac Clouds is out here sniping and I'm like neglecting it. Appreciate you, Tac Clouds. Good to have you hanging out with us. Let me update this banner. Whenever I do stuff like while we're on a break, I just cannot multitask. It does not work for me. I'll forget. I'll like type what I'm saying out loud when I don't mean to. Get this updated here. Get Tac Clouds up here. And I also have a question. Are you Oxford comma people? What are you, chat? Do you use an Oxford comma? Because I do. But sometimes when I add someone to the banner, I like add the name before and the comma isn't already there because there was no and then I don't add the comma and then I feel weird about it. I am an Oxford comma girly. Yeah, 100% Oxford comma. Oh. Great eye, Mrs. Hemp. There was some space at the end, but they coincidentally are not back yet. But thank you for catching that. Laugh, always have fun. Good to see you. Oh my gosh. And we've been on like a really long lunch break. If you did not, I feel like you might be hopping around, but if you missed Recross and even the redirect this morning, the very first question on redirect this morning was pretty huge. Definitely worth rewinding for. Crazy. Whew. And hold on, wait, Flesh is going back and forth. So Tat dropped in. We got the one here. We got Flesh of the Gods running it back. And then Tat with another. And then Flesh of the Gods is back for round two. Round two going on. Did you guys follow the Clarissa Shields fight? I thought that was a good time. There's been a lot of exciting things when it comes to women in boxing and women in UFC this year. This last like 12 months. So that was cool. But big thank you here to Tat Klaus, to Flesh of the Gods. Thank you for the support. And hold on, Flesh of the Gods. I shared your link. Are you doing a video on... Let me see if you have one scheduled. Because I always link to your channel and never to an actual scheduled stream. Yeah, okay, so tonight, you guys. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you have watched days of this trial more than one time. Because I've definitely been hitting the repeat. I've been going over to the Flesh of the Gods after watching and talking about the testimony all day. Going over to Flesh of the Gods and watching it again. With the same people that are in here, in this chat, watching it all over again. Yeah, everyone is like 111. We're watching it more than once. And it's crazy. You watch it back the second time, and lo and behold, there are extra things that are just kind of like... It's worse. It's worse than we imagined. There's so many ones. Yeah, the red hand emoji. Oh, I didn't customize. Oh, so what witness are we getting next? Maybe an officer to tell us about the search? Because we're going to have a new witness when we come back. There's no more Relli. And what do they got? They got about 3 hours. Can you imagine if they get through whatever other witnesses they have? Either end of day today, and then it's defense's case from here forward. Oh, boy. Yeah, we do a little recapping. Still going with the lens. Yeah, one time isn't enough. One time is not enough. And that's why I feel like I bombard with the clips sometimes. But, and this is a shorter trial, but even like, you know, say after a witness testifies when the defense calls a new witness, and we want to be able to go back and look at like redirect. I do like chunking those things out to be able to replay a certain portion. A lot of that is for down the road. With the Johnny Depp trial, the way I saw things formatted would be, you know, it'd be like witness name, direct, or witness name, full testimony, or witness name, redirect on day, whatever. And I found that to be incredibly helpful when I needed to go and look backwards, research an inconsistency, and try to piece things together. So trying to do the same thing for anyone that wants to go and, especially months down the road, look back at a specific piece of testimony. Do you think the state is going to call Lydia? I mean, maybe they feel like they have to, because the defense is going to try to call her. Yeah, allegedly maybe says, I hope it's Lydia. Yeah, and Lucinda says, I'm hoping the buffoonery will subside now. Yeah, I think the judge will like get to relax a little bit now. Nosy Rosie says, who testifies after this? What do they say? We already heard from Erica Jane Girardi's son. He didn't find anything. So we do need someone to tell us about the search on Rocky's home in April of 2022. We need someone to tell us about the ballistics report. So there are some things that the state has told us they're going to have someone talk about or show us evidence about that they need to call witnesses for. But it is when we heard the mention of Mr. Phillips, I believe that was the guy with the webcam one of those days, the defense is calling a witness that will testify that the particular gun was a starter gun of whatever type. I don't know if it's going to be someone that helped procure that starter gun for use in a music video around that same time frame. I'm not exactly sure, but we're supposed to have a witness for the starter pistol. That's the defense that seems to be calling them, because they said that they didn't want to be interviewed by the prosecutor. We've got a Levitt or Lewin. I don't know if we're going to hear from Ills and or 12E. Bari, you know. There are still people out there. Yeah, this does seem long. This is long. I mean, their breaks are usually an hour and a half, and they've gone about 20 minutes over at this point, so. Oh yeah, I forgot. Duh. Wally or Wale could be called. And that's the thing. You've got this person reporting back to the defense over the weekend. that, or even Friday, I don't know what day, but the defense found out that Relli ran out and called Wally Wale during the lunch break on Friday. I doubt Relli told the defense that himself. So it seems like Wally Wale would be cooperative. They seem, by what's available to me, it makes sense that the defense and Wally Wale are on good terms. So, yeah. Walleye, like the fish. How many more ways should we pronounce this? The new tomato. Oh, Corky. Corky says I want to hear from his first attorney, Brian Hurwitz. Right? Is that his name? Oh, that would be good. That would be good. Oh, that would be so good. And certain stuff wouldn't be protected by privilege because Relli had already told, he volunteered certain information, and it wouldn't really be about the subject matter of the conversation exactly anyway. The defense could work with the time frame. So when was the first time you met or spoke to either Relli or his business partner? And you don't need to get into the subject matter of the conversation, but you can still establish a timeline that conflicts with what Relli told police. I only went back to the scene because I called an attorney and they told me to. So... No, Tat Cloud says Uchi Wally Wally Uchi Bang Bang. Every time we say it, we gotta say the whole thing. The whole thing. Yep, get it stuck in everybody's head. So, TCC Pro Academy says, how can he sue if he said he didn't have permanent damage? Now, I think he's going to have a struggle with this because I think he's, you know, the causes of action, you know, he's got these injuries that are really just superficial scrapes. I think he put battery as one of the cause of actions. And then saying it caused him like emotional distress, emotional harm for the personal injury. He's got to substantiate those causes of action, but you can put your cause of action in a lawsuit and file it. As far as defamation, you know, defamation doesn't need to be physical injury. Of course, it's just damage to reputation. But I don't know how he's going to fight that at this point now either. Honestly, if he continues with the civil actions and that's somehow televised, can you imagine watching that go down in court? Like, that might be crazier than this. So, yeah, and I agree. ASAP Slime, he said too much already. Yeah, good luck with those civil suits, but that's exactly why he wanted to rush and get the civil suit through a judgment before the trial started. So, and I also think, you know, I think for some people it would make no difference. I think some people might look and say, you know, if Relli has money, then this can't just be a cash grab. He's rich, he's wealthy, what would he need millions for? Which I don't think is a great way to think, but I'm just saying somebody could think that way. But on the stand, even though sometimes it seemed like he wanted to flex a little bit, he had his own, he was responsible for his own success, and it all tumbled down when people started calling him a snitch, or someone made an Instagram post, or he pressed charges, or he filed a suit. There's like 10 different points in time that are the direct cause of him losing his career and projects he was working on. But I would think, like, there were other times where I was wondering if him saying he lost everything could be more hurtful. There's more of a motive to chase someone for money. I don't know. And it doesn't help that he's painted the picture of both scenarios, right? The jury could see him as someone that's portraying themselves to have money and maybe does. portraying themselves to have money and doesn't, so it's a dishonest representation. He could be someone that doesn't have a lot of, or that does have a lot of money but is portraying himself like he doesn't, to make it seem like he's actually been harmed by this, right? It's just so inconsistent. He can't pick one character and stick within the plot. So let's see. Yeah, this is getting to Glanville point here. I'm like, I want my stream soda. I want my caffeine, guys, my caffeine. And a lot of entertainment industry, extortion cases. I think to some extent when things feel uncertain, litigation goes up. So there's never a shortage of litigation when, people are worried about economic certainty. Litigation goes up. Oh, did the court report have something to do over the break? Miss Chocolate says, remember the lady had something to do over break. Brittany says maybe they're dismissing the case. And I don't know. I have not really that many updates from inside the court today. Oh, holy moly, what? This is crazy. I saw Sylvia say that she didn't make it down to the courtroom today. Shadi Abusad, he's a journalist with Atlanta Journal-Constitution, AJC. Not one scintilla of evidence. We got a directed verdict in the Jackie Johnson case again for one of the counts. Judge dismisses one count against former DA. What? And there's Brian Steele in the cut right here. So I haven't followed this case for video streams. And I feel safe now. I'm having like a little flashback to the day Sylvia was streaming, but something about the jurors was shown. And I shared the link, but had to share a different one. I think we're all in the clear. So let me get her playlist. I think all the links are good to go. But she's been streaming it. She's been going down to the courtroom every day except today, I think. Okay, so there's Sylvia's link in the chat. Am I signed in? Hold on, let me switch away in case it makes me enter a password to sign in to AJC. Alright, so not one scintilla of evidence. Judge dismisses one count against former DA. I think count 2 fails, Judge in Ahmaud Arbery case says. This picture's from January 21st. The prosecution in the criminal trial of former Glynn County District Attorney Jackie Johnson suffered a massive blow on Monday when the presiding judge dismissed one of the 2 charges in the case. Senior Judge John R. Turner dismissed count 2 of Johnson's indictment, an obstruction charge, shortly after Deputy Attorney General John Fowler rested the prosecution's case. So yeah, directed verdict. I think count 2 fails, Turner said, adding, there's not one scintilla of evidence that I've heard. Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr's office had accused the former Brunswick prosecutor of instructing police not to arrest Ahmaud Arbery's killer. But Glynn County's Assistant Police Chief Stephanie Oliver testified last week that never happened and that she never even spoke to Johnson about the case. Stephen Lowry, another Glynn County police officer whom Johnson is accused of instructing not to make an arrest, did not testify in the trial. So I believe even so, maybe this would be a separate count of obstruction. I don't know how many counts she's facing. Maybe they considered it a count each time she allegedly instructed someone. So Johnson's remaining felony charge. So the way this is worded, she's got one remaining felony charge of violating her oath of office will remain in place for now, Turner said. We think that some things have happened that will probably shorten the trial, Turner told the jury after making his decision. Johnson's attorneys had asked that he grant a motion of acquittal on both of Johnson's charges. Such a ruling, called a directed verdict, is given when a judge believes no reasonable jury could find a defendant guilty of a charge. Usually it's a sufficiency of evidence issue. Jurors heard from 14 witnesses during the prosecution's week-long case, but none of them indicated Johnson hindered the police investigation into Ahmaud Arbery's February 23, 2022 murder. Johnson's attorney, Brian Steele, is also challenging the validity of count 1 of the indictment, which is predicated on the oath of office Johnson took in 2010. Let me make sure we're not back live. Oh, we're like 20 seconds behind too. No, we're not back live. Challenging count 1, validity of count 1, which is predicated on the oath of office Johnson took in 2010 after being appointed by then Governor Sonny Perdue. Steele argued last week the indictment is deficient. He's always arguing the indictment's deficient because that oath was not in effect at the time of Arbery's murder. In fact, Johnson took 2 other oaths since then after winning re-election bids in 2012 and 2016. A side note, but how much does the sum and substance of the oath of office, how much does it change? In arguing for the dismissal of both counts Monday, Steele said he didn't believe prosecutors came close to proving the charges alleged in the indictment. On Monday, the prosecution played an interview Johnson gave a Jessup radio host in May of 2020, just after Greg and Travis McMichael were arrested by the GBI. Amid mass protests over Arbery's killing, Johnson maintained in the interview that she did nothing wrong. What is this picture, AJC? Oh my god. What was that? That was on their website. She never instructed... Everybody put the number 1 hand in the chat. She never instructed Glynn County Police not to arrest Arbery's killers, she told radio host Bob Morgan, and she didn't see the video of the Arbery's killing until it was leaked online more than 70 days later. I saw this video last week on television for the first time, Johnson said in the interview. I saw it when everybody else did. She also explained on air that she recused herself immediately after learning the case involved the elder McMichael, who had previously worked as an investigator in her office. I did not talk to Glynn County Police that day, Johnson said in the interview. I said, look, we cannot be involved in that. She called George E. Barnhill, then DA of the neighboring Waycross Judicial Circuit, and asked him to meet with police and answer their questions. By the way, this is why I love AJC. They're so, they, tie so much in to talk about what's going on. It's, much better than just, a headline in one sentence. Barnhill would later determine that Arbery's shooting was justified after meeting with police February 24th and watching the video of the chase and killing. He testified last week. So this is prosecution calling Georgie Barnhill a DA in a different circuit. In pushing for there's Steele. In pushing for a full acquittal, Steele told the judge, "There's nothing here." Oh my god, the way these pictures are jumping around is crazy. He cited several of the prosecution's witnesses who've said Johnson did nothing illegal. The McMichaels were convicted of murder in 2021, along with neighbor William Roddy Bryan, who filmed the chase and deadly shooting. Well, isn't that kind of bittersweet? You film it, and it ends up being used against you, and successfully so. All 3 men were convicted of federal hate crime charges the following year after prosecutors successfully argued they targeted Arbery because of his race. So, shout out to Shadi. Let me link to this article. But especially if you guys want to keep up with cases in Georgia, he's done a lot of in the courtroom coverage of YSL and adjacent actions. Definitely worth a follow if you use X. I'm gonna refresh it and make sure. Yeah, we're still good. They're still not back, you guys. They're still not back. So. Oh, and so Taylor was covering this. Hold on. So I also just dropped Taylor Umbridge, and a lot of you guys know Taylor, but if you don't, definitely go and subscribe. Not only has she covered, the Rocky trial, YSL trial, but now that you said it, I do remember her. She was looking at this case. I think she's been looking at the Naziah Harris, the Jarvis Butts case. So again, like a ton of great commentary, and as I always say, you'll see familiar faces over there. So if you like the community here, you'll get the same experience over there with Taylor. And let's see. I'm surprised we don't have, like, I don't know, we don't have an update. I don't know. There's no update from anyone on X on why we're not back. I don't know. Am I being impatient, guys? It's like 30 minutes past. Or I think it's only, did they say they'd be back at 1:45? So maybe I'm being impatient. Maybe I'm being impatient. Oh my goodness. Let's see what you guys are saying. And we could go back and like look at some of the recross or redirect from today if you want. I would say we could avoid anytime those videos are on screen, the police interviews. That sound was not fun. In the chat, someone pointed out it sounded like the fluorescent light was buzzing, and I think that might really be it. And like they have the camera positioned right next to it, so it's picking up the sound. Oh, that was not a good time. All right, so. Oh no. Brown Sugar says a juror probably got the runs. Oh no, wrap it up, wrap it up. No bueno. Yeah, Nem said, maybe the prosecutor decided that there was no saving and rehabilitating Relli and will drop the case. I just can't picture it. They are like set on this prosecution. And that's the thing, I think there's really a problem that people have in all different professions and different scenarios, even non-professionally, where once you start something, you don't want to let it go. So, not always great logic. Like, was it like loss aversion? There's a children's book, not about grief after you've poisoned your husband or let him die of fentanyl or something. There's a children's book. It's one of my favorite books, even as an adult. I would argue that it's not necessarily a children's book. It's by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. I'm not saying that correctly. I'm a reader, not an out loud pronouncer. But Le Petit Prince, or The Little Prince. And a core theme in the story, it's like a story of this little boy who is traveling from planet to planet, and each of the planets have something different going on. Like one planet, a banker lives on one planet, and they talk about their money. But on his own planet, he has a rose that he takes care of. And the rose isn't exactly very nice and kind. She's kind of snippy, gives him an attitude. But throughout the book, he tends to the rose. He takes care of the rose. And by the end of the book, he learns this lesson from a fox that shows up in the desert to speak with him about, once you've tamed something, once you've put time into something, you have a love for it, a loyalty to it, a devotion to it. So when something becomes your pet project, you've put a lot of work into it, even if there's thorns and they're pricking away at you, and you might walk away if it was the first time you ever met this person or this scenario, or you barely put any work into something, you might be able to walk away. But once you've already dedicated time, you're in too deep. You are in too deep, and you just stay. So. And yeah, Coco Bella says, love that book. Yeah, definitely. And it's a short read, you guys. I think it's fully available online for free. Maybe East of the Web is the website that had it up. But you can read it for free, and I think they have an English and French version available entirely online. Okay, the Internet Archive has it. And this is the English version, so if you want to check that out. Quick read, definitely a quick read. Could read it tonight. Also, hey FFS. And that's okay. Hope you're doing well, FFS. It's good to see you. And I know we love our lurkers in the bushes. Idiot Win says, read it in 5 languages. Love that. I've only read it in 2. Only read it in 2. Now I'm inspired. You know, it's cool. I feel like I can't, like, come up with any Spanish words out loud. I know, like, hola and sí. But reading, because French and Spanish are similar in a lot of ways, there's a good amount of Spanish that I could read. So maybe I'll try to read it in Spanish and just see, especially since I know the general context of it. It'd be cool to see what I can pick up on and understand. I didn't see the movie Skillet Pan. I know there was a movie as well with James Franco, and I didn't see the movie. Oh, who said that? That's crazy. Did he really get arrested? You know, I'm not going to say it for sure, but we're going to be on the lookout. But that can be the case, you know. You got active warrants out, and it's apparent where you are. So, who's Detective Mowry? Because I don't see anything. I just don't see anything from, like, Law and Crime or Mel or, like, really any updates from, was it James Quelly? Maybe he has an update. I don't see anything from James. So. So yeah, we'll wait for some more on that. If so, all I can say is, oops. Oops. We should have done bingo cards. I don't even think I would have come up with some of the ideas to put on a bingo card that have happened in this case. In 6 days. Yeah, this is... Okay, so wait, we do have an update from... Thank you, Factual Lie. Oh, did she... You know what? If she said it as a reply, I don't know if I get notifications for that. There we go. Yeah, so it was a reply. Oh, that's annoying. Sometimes the bell works on X for things that look like replies, and I guess sometimes they don't. But Kathy says everyone is still waiting in the hallway. Before the lunch break, it sounded like the state might need more time to get their next witness. So, yeah, this makes sense. They probably didn't expect Joe to be like, I'm done, or whatever he said. Is this the clip? Yeah.
135 or 130. Again? I'm done. All right. Yes, Mr. Ephron and Bari. We'll go back. Do you need 135 or 130? Mr. Zillman? Again?
I'm done. I'm done with him. Hilarious. So thank you, Factual Lie, for the update. Definitely an important update. Yeah, so I don't have confirmation, you guys, that there's been an arrest. I don't know. I don't have a confirmation on that. But it would be an oops moment for sure. Let's see. That girl Mia, thank you for the super. Says, hey y'all, Kat, did you hear about the 6-year-old little girl who unalived a police officer who was using excessive force on her mom? What? Hold on. Well, I guess Twitter wouldn't be the place. Let me Google the story. Let me find a news article. 6-year-old police officer mom. Okay, I'm finding a bunch of stories about mom, but it's saying like it's like sad. Well, I guess all of it would be sad. I think I'm getting a bunch of very sad stories that aren't particularly this one. Not to ask for the law and crime name, but is there like the naming schematics that law and crime use? Is there a more specified term? I'm getting a lot of stuff from like July 2024 about like moms protecting their kids. So it's the reverse. Oh, Walmart, okay. Maybe they said child instead of an age. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of sad stories at Walmart. Holy moly. This is not to bring anyone down, but I don't think that these are, they're all from spring of 2024 and don't seem to match this lineup. But holy moly. Like, I think, you know, the desire to protect a family member, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or not. You know, that's a strong urge. Yeah, and seriously, that girl Mia and Jenny Walmart comes up in every... It did feel like, oh my gosh, a lot of results came up, but I don't think it was the one I was looking for. Mom had passed out according to the story. Let me see... Full life of 9, if you gave any context. Little girl. Okay, Factual Lie is on it. Shout out to Factual Lie. We're gonna have to take the lie off the end of your name. Oh, and okay, so Mixed Chick, shout out to Mixed Chick. All right, we got the article here on that, so let me pull that article up real quick. Oh,
right, I'm going to tell you what
court is back, you guys.
If more was taken out, okay, there's some things that I definitely don't want
Warrant?
to hear. On the 3-minute call, between 1 minute and 55 seconds and 2 minutes and 22 seconds, there's discussion about what Relli thinks Rocky was on Rocky's rap sheet, and then he assumed that Rocky has a rap sheet. And also that Rocky buys people off. I don't want the jury hearing anyway.
I did take that out.
Good.
Do you know, you say the 3 minutes, do you know what the numbers were?
1 minute and 55 seconds to 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Then, that's all my concern on that one. Then there's the one, I think it's the longest one. It's 7094. It's where, well, it's between 5 minutes and 25 seconds and 6 minutes. Relli's talking about the potential sentence. I don't want the jury hearing that. And then beginning at 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Sorry, beginning 8 minutes and 15 seconds. There's discussion about, the white people will see what Rocky knows and doesn't know, what Rocky knows and doesn't know. And then there's also his feelings about Rocky. I especially don't want to hit the jury to hear about, about the white people. Race, no role in this whatsoever. The rest of that tape is pretty innocuous.
Hold on, Your Honor. He's checking to see.
I just want to verify, Mark, all that out. We can't unring this bell. What's happening?
Yeah, I want to know that that's
So, I can say for sure the white people comment was taken out.
good. What about the potential sentence?
Do you have an example?
5 minutes and 25 seconds to 6 minutes.
I think what he's asking, Your Honor, is because the times are changed, because he's had to edit what he's asking for,
Oh, it changed. It changed
like 19 years.
I think it's something about, a minimum of this and a maximum of 25 years.
Okay, yeah.
He also mentions that attempted murder, and, it's not attempted murder.
You're saying looking at anywhere from 14 to like 20-something years?
Yes.
Okay.
That. Is there a mention of attempted murder?
I might have let it in.
It's not attempted murder. If you can't find it,
We spoke out on the
years are out.
Do you want me to sit with them and show them?
That would be comforting.
okay. That's really all I was concerned about.
Just on those two transcripts.
He talks about his, on the third transcript, he talks about his feelings about Bari, he talks about his missed calls and his texts that were exchanged prior to the incident. I think it's pretty innocuous.
I'm definitely not trying to ring bells that can't be unrung. If they want to sit down, I can show them exactly what I redacted.
All right, go ahead.
It's just going to take a second.
And Your Honor, I don't think this was put on the record. I think I said it in court, but it has been discussed in the media, not by Mr. Tacopina, but simply by commentators who have said that this defendant is convicted, he's looking at getting 24 years. That's absurd. The people have always said that we would not be seeking, and we would have no grounds for seeking the maximum sentence in this case. What we have said is we talked about a sentence or we're willing to give probation and this has been time. If he's convicted, what we're going to be asking for is probably going to be about 8 years in state prison. So we will not be looking at that as the court's aware. He would serve about 2/3 of that. I just want to make sure that we don't have this misinformation being spread, because it's not happening.
Now, can you tell the jury as usual, or
Yes.
taking care of logistic issues? All right, so we're going to take a witness out of court. Is he here?
Yes, he is.
Oh, APD. Oh, okay.
I'm not quite sure. Question marks in the chat.
Are there more problems? Yes? Yes. All right, why don't the two of you discuss it? If you can come to an agreement, then I don't need to get involved.
What? What did he say? Hold on now. Let me not say what I think I heard until we hear it. Oh my god, reload YouTube! What the heck? Okay, we're gonna reload, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back like a minute. Get involved. Okay. Maybe it was just involved.
Are there more problems? Yes? Yes. All right, why don't the two of you discuss it? If you can come to an agreement, then I don't need to get involved.
Okay, definitely I don't need to get involved. All right, that was involved, not the other word. Not the other word. So let's get caught up.
Let me ask you, I hate to have the jurors wait outside. Can you give me an idea how much longer you might be before?
So I just highlighted all the changes I made in this one. I can read out if the clerk wants to. Oh, I have it.
Why don't you come on up and show me what's being taken out and what is still objection? Do you have a Yeah, up here.
All right, so we're almost caught back up. That's definitely involved, not the M word, not the M as in Mary word. So that was involved. I won't have to get involved. I definitely heard that wrong. I was like, wait a minute, what? So, Sean Street says Cat Darissa is a cutie. So shout out to Darissa. And yeah, so we've got the surprise witness, and I mean, it seems like, I don't know, we're still in the state's case in chief. So it could be a witness. They could be calling the witness because this person made an emergency. They showed up as an emergency. So as a, they want to make sure they have the time to get this person in. Maybe they've got to fly back home. They got on a plane to come out here. Let's see. Yeah, the Black Letter Law, shout out to the Black Letter Law, says, y'all, there is a surprise witness here. I promise I wouldn't give his name. Soon come. I don't know that he'll testify today, but it will be explosive. So, yeah, and they are taking him out of order. So, there we go. There we go. That's the thing. It might not necessarily be good for the prosecution, although it seems like both parties have things that they want redacted. And we did get some context. There's something in the call, and it's not clear who was saying it. It could have been Relli saying it, maybe, but something about white people seeing. And the judge doesn't want the jury to hear that, or Rocky saying something about white people. Maybe the call is between Rocky and somebody else, and it would be prejudicial to Rocky, so the judge doesn't want it in. And they're still up at sidebar here, so... Yeah, it's Wale, just to come and pronounce his name for us guys. So is it Ills? I don't think Ills would be a surprise witness. And I think it's a guy, so it's a he. So not Lydia. Probably not Lydia, although I still think Lydia could be a witness that we see called. Yeah, Isabella thinks the call is Relli talking to someone. Talking about criminal charges. Yeah, I don't know. Explosive for who? I mean, I don't know. I don't really hear anything about discovery issues. Now, if there's a good faith basis, if this was a favorable witness to the state and it's a good faith basis, honor system, that they only just learned of this witness because they saw something on TV, that wouldn't really be a Brady violation. But still, it just seems more likely, I don't know, seems more likely that it would be, in my opinion, my gut feeling, that it's probably not great for the state if they're taking them out of order to allow this witness to come in.
Is it okay? Again, I don't
we'll see. We can only wait.
Is that all right?
I'm sorry?
I was going to say, is it okay if I don't apologize again? Tell you what, just assume I'm apologizing. Pretend I'm apologizing.
Lawn crime is frozen. The banner's still going. Look at the judge. Look at the judge's frozen face. It's okay the call's AI generated. Woody shows up to testify as an expert witness. Yeah, Rachel, yeah, it seems like the call is about what Relli said about the case. And we know he looks and Googles stuff about this case. I don't have a copy of the witness list positive Q. Otherwise, yes.
People agree with that?
Yes.
All right. All right. Defense, call your witness.
It's the defense's witness. The defense is calling them out of order. It's the defense's witness. Let's go. Oh, man. What a day.
Okay. Nora, Mr. Mayor calls Wally Sajimi.
What? It's Wally!
Sajimi.
Look at Rocky's face. Let's get the IT guy on the stand.
Just raise your right hand for us. Thank you. Okay. This is how we state that the testimony may give in the cause and authentic for this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. And you please take a seat on the witness stand. Make it you and you go, right? Please state and spell your name for the record.
Wally Sajimi, WALLYSAJIMI.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Day. What do you do for a living?
I run a technology software agency where we build website software for clients, musicians, creatives, brands, direct-to-consumer brands, yeah.
And have you done work in that capacity for Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also, and by the way, do you work for Rocky?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. So you do consulting work?
Yes, consulting.
Did an individual that you know as Relli also ask you to do work for him?
Yes.
And same capacity as a consultant as well?
Correct.
All right. Now, do you have any, just let's get this out of the way. Do you have any personal knowledge of the facts of this case, one way or another?
No.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, and fair to say you're friends with Rocky, right?
Yes.
After Rocky's arrest in this case, did Relli ask you to do anything for him?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you to do?
A number of things, but he really wanted to boost his social media presence with certain articles from his kids.
Okay. In particular, do you remember any?
It was a long list, but they were high publications.
TMZ,
Rolling Stone, High Society, Complex, so on and so on.
So, Mr. Ephron, obviously, contacted you and asked you to promote these articles for his social media presence.
Yes, for his further, to boost his social media as well, yeah.
And that was articles about this case?
Correct.
Okay. When did, refer to as Relli for the purpose of this conversation, when did Relli, that's how you know him, by the way, right?
Correct.
When did Relli last call you?
Just last week on my birthday when I was in Paris, Thursday.
Thursday, the January 30th?
Yeah, around 9 p.m. in Paris, so if I do the math, it's probably 12 noon here.
Okay. And have you been following this case?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Okay. And on that day, on that Thursday, did you see anything particular about this case on Thursday when you watched?
Yeah, just my name being brought up against lies, fabrication, just not the truth. So,
well, what in particular did you hear, and who did you hear from?
Relli specifically.
What did he say?
Recordings were fake. Recordings were not him, not I. And I'm a pretty private person, so when people lie on my name, it kind of gets me upset. So yeah.
Okay. Now, did Relli send you any articles about this case in the last 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. And on October 17th of 2024, did he send you an article about Judge Arnold?
Yes.
On December 24th, 2024, did he send you a Daily Mail article entitled "Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of ASAP Rocky's Trial with a Smiley Face"?
The relevance of these questions about specific.
We asked that. December 27, 2024, did Relli send you an article from the Daily Mail entitled "Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequences of ASAP Rocky's Trial with a Smiley Face" next to it?
Yes.
To be here today, so where do you come from?
Paris, France.
Okay. And what were you doing in Paris, France?
Grabbing meetings, doing business deals, trying to invest in this new tech startup.
Okay. So you're there for work?
Yes.
You don't live?
No.
Okay. You live where?
New Jersey.
When did you get here in Los Angeles, sir?
Last night, late.
Okay. And why did you come here?
To really clear my name and tell the truth. Again, I just hated seeing my name tied to, lies and untruthful words.
And did it concern you as far as your professional reputation that this guy was accusing you of doctoring and making up recordings?
Yes.
Would you ever do that?
No, never. I'm not there yet with the technology, I would say. So yeah.
But even if you were there, would you do that?
No, I would never. It's not honest, right? Yeah.
Did you make recordings of conversations with Relli?
Yes.
How many recordings did you make?
2. About in 2022, I believe the dates were, I forget the April date, but mid-April and then August 15th-ish. Yeah.
Now you said mid-April, that's based on your recollection, right?
Yeah.
I think the metadata may actually say May, but around April, May of 2022?
Yep.
Okay. And then August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those are the 2 conversations you recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give those recordings to Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. And first of all, why did you give them to Rocky?
I think it was just conversations he needed to hear.
And why do you think he needed to hear them?
Because they're about him, and a lot of it seemed just suspicious, talking about monetary things.
And when did you send them to Rocky?
As soon as I finished the conversation.
Now, when you sent those recordings, Did one of the two recordings, did you have to split one of them into two files because of the size?
Yeah, you can't really send certain data, or if the file size is too big, you gotta cut it down to send it. So.
Sir, how did you get here today?
I took a plane, commercial plane.
Last night?
Yes.
From Paris?
Yes.
And are you going back later today?
Yeah, a few hours.
Okay. So that's a one-day turnaround?
Yeah, actually.
Just to be here?
Yeah.
Okay. Who paid for the cost of your ticket?
Damion. Branderson.
Damion Branderson, that's Rocky's entertainment
lawyer, yeah.
And that means Rocky probably paid for the cost of your ticket, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah. And did you meet us, myself, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Kaplan, any of the people in the United States, Mr. Tony, us for the first time ever this morning?
Prior to this, no.
No. When,
this morning, yes.
This
morning, yes.
Was the first time you ever met any of us?
Correct.
Okay. Did we ever speak before this morning?
No.
Okay. This morning, did we play recordings?
Correct. Yes.
And what were those recordings?
They were the recordings that I took.
And by the way, let's step back for a second. You mentioned Damion Branderson, Rocky's entertainment attorney. What was the first time you ever heard from him?
Just recently while I was watching the tapes.
Was it when this individual Relli was testifying about you document tapes?
Correct. He wasn't the only one contacting me about just a lot of things. But yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Was when he called you from
You want some water? Oh, you have one.
Sorry.
Do you have enough in there?
I have one.
You're okay?
The juror's dying. No.
the air vents, I think, going for the allergies. Let's want to give her a second.
Yeah.
I do the pat then.
You want to, is it okay? Do you want to go in the back and get rid of the cough?
No, we got
Oh, we got cough drop too. We have to give cough.
Would you like a cough drop from a local prosecution that you passed?
Ours are better.
I have a cough drop. Thank you so much. Appreciate that water as well. I took a lot of medication as well.
No, you have nothing to be sorry about. What's that? Of course. Oh, you want to step out?
Yes, please.
All right, they're gonna take a break for the juror. Poor
You're
juror.
there, Alex. Yeah.
Body language of the witness, very comfortable. Could be hanging out, streaming. Yeah, Nosy Rosie says everybody's kissing butt. But we do have an answer. It's Wally, W-A-L-L-Y. Yeah, he came from Paris, 20-hour flight.
Go ahead and cut the camera while we're waiting.
Wow. And honestly, like, I mean, I guess there is the alternative that this guy, maybe he's looking for his, what did Elaine Bredehoff say about the former TMZ employee that testified during Depp v. Heard? I want to call him Draco because that's what they said he looked like with like the bleached hair. But she accused him of just wanting to show up to testify for his 15 minutes of fame. And he was like, I could say the same about you. So technically that is a possibility, right? But I don't know. Seems pretty relaxed. Did a lot. Perhaps cut off a vacation or a work trip or some type of travel, right? He's a New Jersey resident but happened to be traveling in Paris and thought this was important enough to come in and clear his name. And the jury gets to consider these things as far as credibility. So, yeah, you guys remember the Depp trial. What was his name? What was his name, that witness? The TMZ guy. What the heck was it? Morgan Tremaine! Yes, thank you. Morgan Tremaine. So, yeah, Sassy, he doesn't want his business tarnished. And what's so interesting, he says he saw some stuff on Thursday, particularly Relli's own testimony. He sees some news coverage of it or whatever. But we heard earlier today with Joe Tacopina on Recross questioning Relli about calling Wally during the lunch break on Friday. So how did that all come out? You know? And he's saying that this is the first time he's spoken to the defense was today. So, yeah, in Somers' contrast between Wally and Relli is night and day. This is how Relli should have acted on stage. Yeah, Spicy Malfoy. Heck yeah. According to EDV. Does he have a YouTube channel now? Morgan Tremaine? All with Tropicana. That's a good one. This is actually interesting too. Seems like he may have threatened him because Wally looks pissed. And again, like, a threat could be meaningless. It could just be words, but at the same time. And the other thing is, why Relli should have firsthand knowledge of these recorded calls not actually being AI. There's no way he really thinks. He's just trying to convince the jury and hopes they're stupid enough to buy his excuse for why these recordings exist. But you should be aware that this person records their calls, and yet you're calling them, I'm assuming, with a heightened state of emotion, saying probably some not so great things. But past performance history would show that Wally records you. So who's to say that you running out in the heat of the moment, you don't have the sound state of mind to consider, oh, you know, he might record this and send this over to the defense too. And that's the thing. Is it just like a lack of forethought? Or emotions are too high that you don't care? You can't help yourself but call and yell at somebody, scream down at them. And if you're too emotional to prevent yourself from running out on the lunch break while you're still on the stand and calling someone who's either in Jersey or Paris, I don't know if he knew that he was in Paris, to freak out at them mid-testimony when they very well could be a witness, I don't know, as a juror, that would make me think you would try to set up and jump somebody outside the W Hotel in Los Angeles when that wasn't even the hotel you were staying in. So, yeah, Bama Law says, I told y'all this would be a dumpster fire. This is like trying to drink from a fire hose. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. And the prosecution is still sticking with it. The prosecution's still sticking with it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like that commentary that we caught some context from, the prosecution, John Lewin, is very aware of the cameras and the press. He doesn't like Joe being able to say things to the press, but he wanted to say, we weren't going to give him 24 years.
I was concerned. I know.
Probably feeling stupid now because of this all playing out.
So you said Mr. Grant's Damion payment order for the first time on Thursday.
Correct.
After what you saw on TV occurred in this case.
Correct.
You were accused of making a false statement.
Correct.
Before that, have you heard of it? Anyone from Rocky's defense team?
No.
Okay. And no one ever told you he intended on calling you, correct?
No.
But then you saw on television, you were accused of doctoring up tapes, correct?
Correct. I am one of them.
And I can object on any leading question, but I'll just ask it. Yeah, that's right, it's leading, same. A little less, I'll try not to do it, but that would be appreciated.
So, the recordings, I think I asked this, I'm not sure, before we broke. Did we play for you the recordings this morning?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And what were those two recordings?
Conversations with Relli and I.
Okay. The May 2022
Yeah,
and August
in
2022. And by the way, where were you when you made those recordings?
In New Jersey, my apartment.
Okay, and did Relli say where he was?
In New York.
And I'm going to show you the 3 recordings, to show you the screen where, by the way, when I said I'm going to show you the 3 recordings, did you videotape the recordings?
Yes.
Okay. So you audio recorded the recordings, but you videotaped?
Yeah, I believe video is just better to capitalize on, or just capture everything. Okay. Your video with audio, it's hard to falsify, I guess.
Okay. So we'll show you. You show?
I can't wait.
Yes, Ron.
Q's and Queen. Is there a transcript?
Three recordings, but you only need two incidents, but you mentioned 3, but one of them is a combination.
It's a split.
A split. I just want to make sure it's clear. We're only talking about 2
2 recordings, May and August.
Yes.
2022.
Is there a transcript of the first one?
Yes, Ron. Well, I'm just identifying them first. I'm not playing. I just want to make sure we identify them. Okay. So take a look at that one. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's my recording of my conversation with Relli and I.
The first one from May of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. That is, we have it marked as exhibit?
Q.
Q. All right. I'm going to show you another one, another video screenshot.
Yes, same exact thing. Conversation with him and I.
And that is that the one from August?
Correct.
And by the way, what makes you know that that's the one that you had with Relli from looking at it?
How I save people's numbers, I usually put your entire government name and your nickname as well, so I can remember.
And that's what you have on that screen there?
Correct.
Okay. That would be, what is that? R. Okay. That's the defense R you're on.
All right, if you're marking that now, are you going to play Q?
Snippets of it, yeah.
All right. The part that you're going to play of Q, the transcript of that should be R.
Okay.
The August call
Yes.
should be S and Sam.
Okay. First August call, because again, there's one August call that was sent to Rocky in 2 files. So first one will be S and Sam, the one he just identified. And the transcript portion of that would be,
T is in Tom.
okay. And then the third one, which is again the same call from August 2022, is that the screenshot of that, sir?
Yes.
And again, same thing?
Correct. Same thing. I videoed it between Relli and I.
Whose name is on the screenshot?
Terell Ephron.
And that's that's the same call as the call before. It's part of the August 2022 call, but that's a second
Correct.
file.
Yeah.
The
Same
same
file.
So that would be
That's you.
you, Your Honor. And the transcript
All right,
portion,
that's the August 22nd call?
second portion.
Second half. That's you as in union. The transcript, V as in Victor. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you recognize the records on the screen. I'm going to play snippet. Before I play the snippet for the jury, I want him, Mr. Sajimi, to identify the voices. Okay?
Sure.
That's the right way to do it. So listen to the recordings of voices and tell us if you recognize the voices. First, second, and third.
Here we go, guys. Shout out to Touche. Playing catch up, is it good today? Chat, let Touche know if today is good. Good to see you, Touche.
Yes, myself and Relli.
That's the first one. This is the second one. Go ahead.
Yes, that's the second one, same thing. Yes, same thing. Identifying myself and Terell Ephron on the conversation.
Okay. You played all three? So you've identified all three of those tapes that we've identified as?
The tapes Q, S, and U.
Offense Q, S, and U. You've identified all three as recorded conversations that you made from May of 2022 and August of 2022 of you and Terell Ephron.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched this proceeding of those ones you said were fake.
Yes.
Were they fake?
No, they're real.
You can't put them in any way?
No.
Are those recordings a true and accurate recording of your conversations with Relli those 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to make these recordings, by the way?
No, I did it myself.
Why did you do it?
I believe to protect myself and just document our conversations because he kept calling me numerous times, so it kind of felt unsafe, or I just wanted to protect myself.
And when he kept calling you numerous times, why did you feel the need to record these conversations? Was he giving you an impression?
Well, it was just weird, to be honest. I just felt uncomfortable.
Weird.
Because you were not involved in this incident, correct?
No, I was not involved at all. I just wanted to really just mediate the situation, honestly.
Because you were friends with both?
Correct.
And you didn't take a side, did you? No.
This is leading, it is just saying.
Okay. Were you friends with both of them?
Yes.
Did you take a side?
No.
All right, now I'm going to play you a few snippets here from the recordings. And again, these are questions that were asked.
Which, are you going to play Q, S, or U first?
Yes. I'm going to play Q, S, or U first. I'm going to play a snippet of S first, Your Honor. And again, these are short snippets. They're directly related to the question I asked Mr. Ephron.
All right, let's, Alex, can you distribute the transcript, which is T as well?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, by chance, so the same?
I have it. Yeah, I think I have it. You have an extra for,
Here we go.
this is Jim? Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay. So we're going to play a snippet from that defense exhibit.
This is S.
S. And again, by the way, before we play that, who called whom in these two calls?
He called me,
And
and then I would call him back.
and when you recorded these calls, were you calling him back?
Correct.
Go ahead.
This is a later call, correct?
says shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to just pick them shits?
Yeah, it's shit ton. Just probably the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications.
Just pick the top ones, probably, right? Like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit.
Mm-hmm. And then when I get it, I'm gonna throw you sign.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit through, you feel me? Cause you got.
Okay. That was yourself and Mr. Ephron? Yes. Okay. Who's the one that was saying Rolling Stone? Yeah. Terell. And you respond saying just pick the top one, something to that effect? Yes. And then after asking you to promote these articles on social media regarding this case, did he say he was going to throw you something? Yes. What did he say?
When I get it, I'm going to throw you something.
When I get it, I'm going to throw you something?
Yes.
Where did you take that from me?
I'm not sure. Maybe whenever he gets some type of money.
I'm going to call speculation, motion striking.
Speculation, sustain. Okay.
I guess we're going to move on now to the second bit. From which reporting is this?
It's from S also.
Exhibit S also. We're on the same exhibit, same transcript. Is there a page we should direct this on?
Page 10.
Page 10? Page 10. You can flip to page 10.
Does the jury have it?
Yes, you're on page 10. All right. Listen to this, please, and go ahead.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro?
5.
Is that Mr. Ephron saying who gets school if someone fired on you 5 times?
Yes.
The thing in this is who gives school, not who gets school.
Okay. Who gives school? Gives school?
That's what the transcript
Whatever it says. The part I was really focused on was the someone fired on you 5 times. He said that?
Yeah.
You? Okay, let's go on to the next one, which is a different exhibit.
Exhibit Q.
Different exhibit.
It's a transcript part.
And this is still August 27th.
No, this is, I think, May 27th.
We played August, that was August.
Right.
Right.
So now we're going to make May.
Now we're going to go to this one.
This want to be passed out, is that correct?
Please.
So what was already played was August 22nd. This
Right.
is now May 22nd.
Right.
And by meaning August 2022 rather than 22nd.
Yeah, August 2020.
2022. On May.
Okay.
Everybody have one? Transcript?
Can I have one?
Do we have one from Mr. Sajimi?
What page? Page 16, please, on the transcripts. Okay. Go ahead. Play that.
For background, a lawyer first court extortion. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You ask for background, a lawyer first court extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
Whose voice was that, sir?
Terell Ephron.
Did you make up those words?
No.
Did you spoof his voice somehow?
No.
Those words? The next one is from the same recording.
Same recording, same transcript, page 13.
Same recording, same transcript, page 13.
Just to be clear, this would be before, so you're going backwards from the conversation, is that correct?
No, it's the same one we just heard. This is the May 2022.
My question is, in terms of timing, is what you just played before or after in terms of timing?
It's earlier in the
It's
conversation.
early, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that we're making clear when these are being played.
I'm suing the shit out of him. That was my game. And regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga.
Whose voice was that saying, suing the shit out of him? That was my game regardless. I don't think that's about the police.
Terell Ephron.
You didn't make up that voice.
No. No.
The computer generate that voice.
No.
Okay, next is from the August 2022 recording, which is exhibit again.
So it's exhibit view, it's the second portion of that recording with the transcript page.
We just asked, when you're going to be playing that chronologically, is this occurring after the time originally was played?
Right, last was May, this is August, so it will be after.
No, but you played part of the August call. I'm just trying to understand, is this, you played the August call before, is this part after, before?
It's after.
After the part you already played?
Right. Let's check this. Let's get the,
Yes,
you got the transcripts out?
yes, Your Honor. Okay.
V is the transcript is V as in Victor. The transcript is V as in Victor.
I don't know if this is me or Law and Crime.
The recording is U as in Union.
Yeah, the prosecution's definitely having a tantrum. This is crazy. Oh my god.
Okay, is there a page direct?
Page 5.
Page 5. Go ahead.
I already know. I'm in 30 M's.
What's that say?
He needs 30 M's.
30 M's.
Terell Ephron.
And would you understand 30 M's to me?
$30 million.
And you alter that voice?
No.
Just a couple more. This is Damion done.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5. Continue with page 6.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5. Continue on page 6.
He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Okay. Whose voice was that, sir?
Terell Ephron.
That's the weak case.
What did you understand from what you were saying to there?
Objection's going to call for speculation. It's also irrelevant what he understood. His thought is not relevant.
Sustained.
Okay. There's one last one. I'm going to ask you about what's the question they asked Mr. Ephron now last week. So, same
recording, same transcript.
recording, same transcript.
Page 6, continuing to page 7.
Page 6, continuing to page 7. Let's play.
If I'm not there, he paid me out via my lawsuit.
Oh.
I'll walk away. Basically, until they call me because I'll be on another island. Just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in this and the third, but it's not going to be the same when we present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
Mr. Stephen, whose voice was it on that recording?
Throw it away, dirty.
Goes off, going to another island, just relax.
Terell Ephron Redirect.
And whose voice was it to say they have evidence, this, that, and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have a complaining witness?
Terell Ephron Redirect.
Did you alter that recording?
No.
Did you superimpose the voice into there?
No.
Did you hear him say that that was fake?
Yes.
Was that fake?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
Are you taking my break? Everything's good?
Jury doesn't want to break. Oh, let's watch Lewin rehabilitate this.
Mr. Sajimi, would you agree that you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relli, correct?
Fair to say.
And you do business with the defendant, right?
Sometimes.
How much money has the defendant paid you for your work in the past 3 years?
3 years? I don't recall.
Let's give an estimate.
I would say maybe 20,000 per year, so say 60,000.
Less than Lydia paid Relli in cash.
And I would assume, is he one of the bigger names that you work with?
No.
He's not?
I work with a lot of people, a lot of brands, a lot of celebrities and names, yeah.
What was your income last year?
I have to look at it or ask my accountants, but income last year, let's say,
Objection.
around 85,000 possibly.
So if your income was 85,000, then even by your own estimate, he would have, his business would be about 25% of your income, correct?
No, like I said, we get paid by a lot of different people.
No, so that's what I'm telling you. You said you're estimating your income at 20 grand a year. I'm sorry, your income at 85,000 a year. You're saying he's giving you about 20 grand a year over the past 3 years. 20 grand is a little less than 25%.
Well, you asked me for my personal income, right? I didn't tell you what the business paid.
Well,
right?
I asked you what, wait a minute, you said it's your business, correct?
Correct.
So would you agree that the defendant represents a substantial bit of income for you?
For me personally or my business?
For you personally?
No.
Well, if your personal income is $85,000 and he's giving you $20,000, you just don't consider $20,000 to be significant. Is that
He's not paying me personally. He's paying my business.
So in the end, if he's paying, who owns your business?
I do.
So in the end, does the money go back to you?
Not all of it. I have employees.
So you say that he is a friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
How close of a friend?
Speak time to time, not often. Sometimes I don't hear from him.
How often do you talk to him?
Once every other month, possibly.
Once every. So you're aware, I just want to back up. Fair to say that the defendant is a pretty big person within the rap world entertainment industry.
You can say that.
Well, I'm not asking if I'd say it, would you agree with it?
Sure.
And would you agree that his girlfriend, significant other, she's even bigger than he is, right?
Sure.
For someone like you, would you agree that being in a good relationship with people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, that is a positive for your career, is that right?
Well, I only do business with him. I don't do business with his significant
That
other.
wasn't my question, those were striking answers.
Sustain.
Listen to my question.
Sure.
My question is, would you agree that people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, given the business you're in, that getting in good with them is positive for your future business.
Sure.
And in fact, that's why as soon as, according to your testimony, as soon as you finish that call with ASAP Relli, you called the defendant, right?
Correct.
And in fact, it's fair to say, you did this call because you wanted to set up Relli to see what you could figure out, what might end up helping ASAP Rocky in this case, correct?
No.
So when you set this up, you said you wanted to video, you wanted to audio record. That sounds like you had some planning involved, correct?
I didn't set anything up. I was there to mediate the situation.
So you just decided that you were going to call him up, chat him up, and then immediately after that call, even though you only talked to him like every other month, you're like, yeah, I think I'll call ASAP Rocky up.
Well, he was calling me numerous times first.
Who was calling you, ASAP Rocky?
Really?
That's not what I asked you. Most of the strike.
No. Wow. So prosecution's pissed at the answer and wants it stricken. Bullshit. Holy shit.
Yeah, no,
Drop the
wait a
case.
minute. He
Strike the whole
misunderstood.
case.
This is my question.
Ask the question again.
What I'm asking you is, you're telling me you rarely talk to ASAP Rocky. You talk to him maybe every other month, right?
Correct.
But as soon as you spoke to Relli, the first thing you do is call him up and let him know, hey, here's what I got, right?
Correct. It's a situation between them two.
And you were looking to parlay your calling Relli to see if you can help ASAP Rocky and ingratiate yourself with him, correct?
No.
Well, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if ASAP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
No, I'll be fine.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. If ASAP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting that 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward, correct?
Objecting.
Grounds?
Thank you, sir. The first question was, it would be positive if he answered that.
That's not a legal objection.
Just state the legal question.
It's a different question. The first question was a different question than what you
It's not a legal objection.
Just.
Courtroom. It's a courtroom.
Read the last question.
Your Honor, we don't have a still objection.
Did you withdraw?
No, I didn't listen to the questions. Misleading the witness. The first question that he answered was a different question.
That's not an objection, Your Honor. It's not
I
a
just did.
objection.
Objection misleading. There it
That's
is.
not a legal
Both
California
of you
objection.
stop. Both of you be quiet. Make the question. Add the answer.
Court reporter running it back.
Question, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if ASAP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him? Answer, no, I'll be fine. Question, that's not what I asked. Listen to my question. If ASAP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting the 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward. That's when there was an objection.
It's a fair question. Objection's overruled.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. You testified that you're making approximately 20 grand a year. You said your income's $85,000 a year. I'm just asking, you would agree that if he gets convicted, you would agree that probably does not portend well for you with respect to continuing to get 20 grand a year from him, correct?
Sure.
Sure. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So,
Technically, yes. Yes.
you would agree that no matter what actually happened in this incident, your motivation, your goal as you sit here is you don't want your friend to get convicted, correct?
No, my goal is to tell the truth.
That's not what I asked you. Do you agree that as you sit here right now, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you don't want him to be convicted?
Technically, no, I don't want anyone to go to jail, so no.
So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
Objection.
Grounds.
Grounds.
It's a fair question.
He doesn't, he just says objection and then he gives no grounds.
All right, well,
Judge, when you
in
ask me
any
something-
grounds, it's overruled. So,
Okay.
So the question can be asked.
Ask again?
Please read the question back.
Question, so what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
No.
So a moment ago, you just said you don't want anybody to get convicted and go to jail. Now I've just asked you whether you want the defendant to be convicted, even if he committed a crime, and you said, no, I don't agree that I don't want to convict you. Which is it?
If he committed a crime, sure. Justice, right, needs to be served.
So as you sit here today, your position is you're just an unbiased person coming in here to do your civic duty.
Correct. I was friends with both of them, so.
Well, you weren't really good friends with Relli, correct? You're much closer to the defendant.
I was friends with him.
Well, you were much closer to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You said you flew out here, is that right?
Correct.
I assume was that first class or business?
Business?
Nice lie flat seats, I assume?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't there. So does sure mean that's what happened? What does sure mean?
Sure means yes.
Okay, if you can answer yes or no, but just make it easier with my question.
No problem.
Okay. So you flew out yesterday on a lie flat seat at the expense of the defendant and his lawyer, is that correct?
Correct.
And you came here not because you have any financial motivation, but because you simply want the truth to come out, is that right?
Correct. Because someone said the audio recordings weren't real.
So let me ask you something. What you just heard, those were snippets of approximately 30 minutes of conversation, is that correct?
Correct.
And during those 30 minutes of conversation, at any point in time, did Relli ever tell you that the shooting did not happen?
No.
Did he ever tell you at any point in time, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to get his money, but I made the whole thing up.
No.
In fact, isn't it true that what he was telling you was that that man shot at him and Relli wanted to make sure that he got his for what happened? Is that correct?
That's what Relli said.
And you weren't there, is that correct?
No.
Correct?
Hold on.
That was a double negative. You weren't there, were you?
No, I was not.
And you don't have any idea whether or not this incident happened or didn't happen.
No.
So here's my, did you ever ask Relli? Hey, I'm sorry, did you ever ask the defendant, hey, listen, this guy's saying you shot at him. You ever ask him what happened?
Objection relevance.
5 times.
I don't recall.
So you are having conversations with Relli, which you're taping, and then immediately calling the defendant to report what happened. And you're telling me you've never asked the man, hey, did you cap 2 rounds at him?
I said I don't recall.
Well, is that something you think you remember?
3 years ago, I don't recall.
So you're telling me, I just want to make sure I understand this. Your testimony is, yeah, I'm recording him and I'm well aware of this situation that happened. And I've talked to the defendant about it. I talk to him every couple of months. But I've never asked him, hey, Relli's accusing you of shooting him. Did you do it? You never asked him that.
I don't recall, no.
Well, isn't it true? You didn't ask him that because you don't want to know the answer.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's testimony, it doesn't recall.
It's cross-examination.
Yeah, it's a fair question of cross-examination.
Isn't it true that you didn't ask him that question because you don't want to know the answer?
Like I said, I don't recall, but I might have asked him.
So now you're saying you might have asked him, if he shot Relli, but you don't remember the answer?
It wouldn't matter if Relli's a liar.
Me asking him that question, right?
So, let me be clear.
Yeah.
I want to know, has the defendant ever discussed with you anything about the shooting?
No.
So, then your answer would be, if you ever asked him about it, would be a definite no, correct?
Sure, correct, so.
Then why is it a moment ago you just said, I don't know, I don't remember?
Because your questions are confusing.
Oh.
So, do you understand the difference between no and I don't recall?
Does Relli?
So, no, would you agree, would mean he absolutely never mentioned anything, and I don't recall would be, I'm not sure. Would you agree with that, those definitions?
We can agree to that.
And my question is, don't you think that as you're taping Relli for somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, getting information about this incident and about what he intends to do, and then calling the defendant back immediately to report what happened, that you might have had a conversation with him about, hey, dude, what actually happened? Did you shoot the guy? You're saying that didn't happen, you never asked?
Never asked.
Are you curious?
No.
So you don't have any interest at all as to whether or not the defendant actually shot at Relli?
Does it make a relevancy objection again?
Sergeant Manager, please. Go on to another subject.
So, would you agree, your position is that you are talking to Relli and he is telling you about what he intends to do in terms of getting money from the defendant? Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you ever say to Relli during any of these calls that you recorded, hey Relli, how come you're getting money from him if the shooting never happened?
Never asked that.
Don't you think that would be a legitimate question to ask him?
No, I was just hearing his side of the story.
Well, in fact, you would agree that there is nothing that Terell has ever said to you, nothing, that in any way indicates that the shooting did not happen. You agree?
I agree.
Would you also agree that whatever efforts Relli makes after the shooting, however much money he asks for, whatever calls he makes, does that change what happened during the incident?
Objection.
What's that?
Sorry, man.
Well, let me ask you something. I'm asking you. You're taping him and you're reporting that conversation to the defendant. I'm asking you, is there anything about Relli's statements about suing the defendant, trying to get $30 million, is there anything about those statements that you are aware of that changes what actually happened the night of the incident?
No, I think I answered that.
So
He
would you
lied
agree that
under oath
whether
today.
or not Relli sues for $1, 20 million, 100 million, 20 gajillion dollars, that in the end, either the shooting happened or it didn't? Would you agree?
Yes.
And it's your further testimony, despite all that, you've never had one conversation or asked him one question, the defendant, about what actually transpired.
But objection is
Statements.
How many calls in total did you record?
2.
2 calls? Now, you said that you were upset because the idea that Relli was coming into court, you said you were offended by his line. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you were taping his calls, did you know you were taping?
The one-party
Do
state.
you think that friends tape other friends' phone calls?
Sometimes they can.
Yeah.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you physically. I assume, sir, that if somebody wants to record a call, I didn't ask whether it's technically possible. I'm asking you, you think that a friend
He said
records
yes.
their friend's phone calls when that person doesn't know it?
Objection, he gave an answer.
Asked and answered.
That's not a legal objection.
Asked and answered.
It's not
It's an objection, no
Answer.
question. It's speculation. What friends do is irrelevant. Ask another question.
You called Terell a friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that it was being a friend of his to tape his phone calls without his knowledge?
Yes.
How was that being a friend to Terell?
Sometimes friends do things like that.
You mean sometimes friends betray friends by taping their calls and then calling other people to report what they found? Is that what you mean?
That's what we call betrayal.
Argumentative.
So, when is the last time that you had spoken to the defendant prior to immediately calling him after the May 2022 phone call?
I didn't talk to him.
What's that?
I said I didn't talk to him prior to really calling me.
No, so, well, you talked to him before, so I'm asking the last time. When did the last time be?
I'm not sure.
When is the first time, so when did you first find out about the whole incident, the shooting? When did you find out?
From Relli in 2022.
No, I'm not asking when you found out from Relli. When did you first hear about the shooting?
When Relli told me.
So you're saying you had never heard about this shooting that happened to your friend, ASAP Rocky, until May of 2022?
Correct.
So you're saying you speak to him every other month, you're aware that that shooting, that incident happened in November 2021, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that even though your friend was involved in a shooting, lead shooting, ASAP Rocky, you didn't hear about it for 5 months?
I heard about it from Relli first.
And you said the first time you heard about it from Relli was in May of 2022. That's what you just testified to, correct?
Yes.
So, when's the first time you talked to Relli after November of 2021?
I'm not sure.
Well, give me an estimate of when the last time you spoke to him was.
I said I'm not sure.
Well, here's my question. You would agree that the shooting involving ASAP Rocky, that was a big media event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Didn't you say, wait, what do you do for a living? Well, let me just get this right. You basically work on people's boosting their media profile, correct?
It's not what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living?
I'm not sure if you heard, but I run a technology agency and we build websites, software for brands, creatives, artists, musicians.
Right, you testified, quote,
And part of that, if you want me to get into it, sometimes people offer things like Relli did to help with their social media.
you are very involved in the rap and entertainment world, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not a rapper. I don't make music. I don't produce beats.
That's not what I asked you.
You asked if I'm involved in the rap.
Are you involved in working with individuals in the music, rap, and entertainment world?
No. Might be 10%, 20% of my client list.
So 10% or 20% of your client list, but ASAP Rocky is approximately 20-25% of your income. I just want to clarify, is that correct?
You said, is my client list rappers or in the music industry? Big question.
So here's what I'm asking you. You're telling me you've never heard of this incident until May of 2022.
Until Relli told me.
You're telling me that Relli is contacting you saying he wants you to boost his media profile and he's naming outlets like Rolling Stone magazine, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't it be your job to be monitoring what's going on in the media with individuals that you're talking to?
No, it's not.
Maybe not.
So let me ask you something. Your sworn testimony is, Relli told me about it for the first time in May 2022. That's the first I heard of this shooting, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you, given what you do for a living, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
So this prosecutor's trying to get this jury to misunderstand the difference between someone that does brand marketing, digital marketing, creating assets like websites, with somebody that just does it all, that does PR, that does reputation management and monitoring. These are all different things. If you have a marketing agency, a large-scale marketing agency, there could be 30, 40, 50, 60 different roles, and a given person or brand, company, whatever, might just need a website built, or they might need a whole package. For this guy to be up here, and we're in LA, I would imagine that somebody on this jury understands the difference between social media growth, growing an audience on social media, growing a following on social media, becoming an influencer, and designing a website, logo, all of that. But this guy's trying to muddy the waters because he wants to find a way to discredit this witness any way possible. And to be fair, that I guess that's his job, but at the same time, it's also his job to use his discretion to decide whether or not to bring a garbage case.
So let me ask you something all sidebar. This doesn't be on the record. Concerns.
Oh, the judge is all mad. The judge, I could have just let the judge have a rant. Yeah, and Butt Nuggets Mom, good to see you. Always love to see your name. What does he not understand about personal versus business income? So this was a bit earlier, but it's tying into, and it's not that I don't think this prosecutor, no, I think the prosecutor knows there's a difference, but he's trying to be slick with his questioning. He's also trying to be slick in how he tries to wrangle this witness's answer. This witness is not being difficult. This witness is giving a yes or a no, preceding any answer where he might try to explain something. But the prosecutor, like 3 or 4 times now, has acted like he was giving a non-yes or no answer. However, first of all, your witness did that for like every answer. Secondly, you got a yes and you got a no, and then 2 seconds later you're acting like, that's not what I asked you, I'm just looking for a yes or no. You got one, you just didn't want to hear it. You wanted the opposite answer. And it's really frustrating because, you know, I would have more sympathy for a defense witness doing this to defend their client. But this is a prosecutor doing this just to keep the case alive when maybe the merits aren't there. So, yeah, it really comes off more of Betsy saying the prosecutor's trying to play the jury and mislead them. And, you know, that's what it's coming off like to me. I don't think it's necessary for him to be using this tone of voice. Strategically, I think this cross-examination could be a lot more effective if the attitude John was approaching with was different. I'm not saying it would move the needle much, but I'm just saying it wouldn't be... Like, I'm cringing at the way these questions are being asked. I might... A different strategy for asking these questions, maybe I wouldn't find it cringeworthy. Maybe it still wouldn't move the needle, but at least I wouldn't be cringing at the state. So... So Renee saying, good to see you, Renee. What's happening? Judge is talking to them after prosecution seems to have his boxers in a bunch. So the judge is upset. We can go back, but the judge is just upset at how the prosecutor is harping on this distinction of the career choice.
Mr. Sajimi has a flight out tonight.
Staying late?
Can we go well past 4:30? Is there anybody who could not go till 5:30 tonight? And it's merely to accommodate his flight. We want to try to get finished with him today. Is that okay with everybody? Is that okay with everybody? Kathy's willing. Everybody's willing to stay, but I don't want to. You know, if one of you has a commitment, I don't want to interfere with your lives. If Mr. Sajimi wasn't fine, you're going back to Paris?
Yes.
So when'd you fly?
6:30.
6:30
PST.
tonight? 6:30 p.m.?
I think there's one that we had going hold for, I think, 8-ish.
That might be a lot better. All right. Again, I apologize to you all, but you know, I want to get finished. We all want, yes.
Can I
039?
make a quick phone call for my rights?
I can't hear you.
Can I just make a quick
Of
phone
course.
call?
Why don't we take a break now? Kathy, you all can stretch your legs. If you want to make a phone call, make a phone call. Let's resume at 10 minutes to 4.
Your Honor, could the JA inquire if it's privately or not? I'm guessing it might be difficult to hear. I'm just hoping that.
Stop wasting time.
Inquire in a more private setting, so they're able to.
If you can't do it, can you please let me know? It's okay. I know this is a big ask. Don't be shy. I'm
Tried
seeing
it.
no hands. I'm going to assume that everybody is on board.
Shut up, Lewin.
10 to 4, folks.
You let everybody know.
Yeah, so it's 4:41 or 3:41. It's 3:41 real time because the long crime clock is timed with where they're recording from. He's supposed to have a flight at 6:30, so that's a yeah. But in any case, it seems like they were talking over each other, but it seems like maybe Wally was saying there's another flight at another time, as if he's like, oh, I'll stay later, it's fine, if necessary. Yes, ML says, love how the judge goes hard for the jury peeps. Me too. Prosecutor definitely seemed like he was trying to stretch the time out, shrink this down. Yeah, Be More Shalanda says, I'm a little disappointed in the judge. He needs to check Lewin. He's still acting like a clown. But all of these like long-winded questions where you don't want to hear this witness's answer about what he actually does for his job, right? Trying to hint that he should be doing reputation management and monitoring when that's not what he does. Judge probably was like, oh my gosh, Lewin is going to drag these questions way beyond how long we can keep this witness here. He has a flight. So let me speak to y'all. And I feel like some commentary was made like, let's try to get this guy out of here so we can catch his flight. And then the first thing Lewin does is try to, Your Honor, can we do a 1-by-1 with the jury and ask them, make sure in a private setting? You're just trying to stretch the time out. Just stop it. Oh my goodness. And Auto Doctor says how long to get to the airport from downtown. I don't know, but I would imagine that's crazy traffic at that time of day, right? He's got to catch his flight. The flight's at 6:30. So if he's leaving, if it's between 5:30 and he's trying to rush over there, I mean, yes, I don't know. And Sommer says, I think Taco could be doing a much better job with objections, though. Brian Steele wouldn't allow this. I do think that the different attorneys would have different styles. I also think the room for a moment, it seems like everybody was discombobulated and had to, like, remember that, and I'm thinking of the direct question, the leading questions while Tacopina was doing direct examination of Wally, right? Because we're still in the state's case in chief. But this is a witness the defense is calling because of the surprise circumstances to make sure he has a chance to take the stand. And, you know, you're out of order a little bit. I think we were in the opposite mode where Joe was still treating it like it was a cross-examination. So, got to remember where you are and what we're doing. Yeah, and this is true. He has to allow the questions if they are at all relevant and within the rules, but some of those rules are, you know, waste of time, cumulative, relevance. So it's not at all relevant. I think it's a bit higher standard than just at all relevant, but this is true too in a way. Peter Ortiz, he will never make his flight even if he left now, so might as well stay, right? Might as well just get it done. And the jury isn't opposed to it. The jury wants to stay. Do you think that that's good, bad, or they're just excited? You know, nobody's like, oh my God. Nobody wanted to take a break when it was offered earlier either. So, Sean Street with the comparison here to Wally. He reminds me of Chris from The Wire. So, thank you for the 2 here, Sean Street. This has been a time. Let's see. Bobby said Rihanna's gonna get the jet and helicopter waiting. Listen, terms and conditions. You want to take this jet, you've got to take a picture and put it in your lifestyle highlights on your Instagram. C. Carrera says it's 1 hour and 15 minutes at about 5 p.m. to LAX. At 5:30 it might be an hour. So based on like I think that's a cool feature when you use like Google Maps. It gives you like a traffic estimate for a time of day. So this is... Can you imagine like just seeing this man run through the airport and you're just like, wow, I wonder, if why he was late. And then you just see he's on TV. He was just testifying at the ASAP Rocky trial. Oh my goodness. Just crazy. In any case, I always feel like when you're in a rush like this, that's not when things seem to work out. Let's see. Peter Ortiz had asked, why haven't the defense put in motions for mistrial or dismissal? They might have earlier in the case, but as far as this week, I haven't heard anything like that. To be honest, I would imagine they think with this jury, the vibe of the room, the way Relli's testifying so far, they might be more confident than ever in their chances at an acquittal, and they're not even in their case in chief. With that being said, if something egregious happens, I imagine we would see some type of motion filed. I think this, I don't know. At the end of the day, the prosecutor, I don't know how this prosecutor could look in the mirror and say that their witness, Relli, has not committed perjury, has not lied under oath. But they're choosing the path of just discrediting this witness based on Relli not mentioning, I'm trying to stage a shooting and I planted shell casings. But that's not why Wally's coming to testify today. He came to testify because Relli testified untruthfully. He lied while on the stand. And Wally has firsthand knowledge that what he was saying was untruthful. So he's really here to say that your witness, your other witness, isn't credible in the testimony he gave this week. He's not coming here to say, look, I decided back then that I was going to be Rocky's friend and just wait this whole thing out and just surprise last minute. So, man. Oh, they're giving us the lawn crime window. Thank you again, Peter. Positive Q says, oh my gosh, Kat, there is a meme of Viola Davis that I love where she grabs her purse and rolls her eyes. That is, this is my moment. I tried to upload it, but I guess it's not recognizing it as either a GIF or a video. It wasn't letting me put it in my overlays. So we're going to have to do the bootleg. We're going to have to do the bootleg of it. But this one, love this one. And I can definitely picture this in response to what has gone down today. Oh, man. So that is a good one. And sorry, I did try to pull it up and just throw it up on screen, but I couldn't get it to go. Maybe Wally could help me with all of his tech and AI stuff. He could help us work it out, chat. He could help us work it out. Thank you for the support, Positive Q. Peter Ortiz says the juror started laughing and choking up. That's kind of what I was thinking. Taking a sip of water, but then you're like, oh, right as something gets said, and now it's going down the wrong pipe. And it could have just been a bad sip. But still, there's plenty of moments that would be an awkward time to take a drink during this trial. Just wild moments. So I thought the same thing, Peter. Jennifer Devine says, oh my god, Kat, I loved watching you fangirl for the tech guy. I'm so with you on that. Nothing better than a beautiful mind. And I'm wondering if part of this was about Chloe. When Chloe was referencing, there's a term in Silicon Valley for when you do startups and you kind of hit your failures. And then also in chaos engineering, what happens when something fails in your software? How do you deal with it? So if it was that, it was actually about Chloe. But if you meant about Wally, shout out to Wally as well. I think it's important that he had the foresight to record some of these things. That something felt off. And Lewin keeps asking these questions. you didn't ask. He's trying to get the jury to come to the conclusion and find an A to Z to get there that Wally didn't ask questions about, well, was the shooting fake, or was fake that he shot you, because he didn't believe that that was dishonest. But the problem with that is when you're trying to work out someone's story, you're trying to figure things out, you're starting to piece some things together, you might not even want to conceive that somebody would lie about something like that. Right? Secondly, if he was such good friends with Rocky back then and has been worried about his pockets for 3 years, he's been worried about making $20,000 in income from ASAP Rocky over the last 3 years, then why hasn't he gone to Rocky sooner than he went today? And he told us, I'm here because of my name. So the way Wally's testifying seems very consistent, seems to line up with the context leading up to this time before he flew in today. What doesn't seem consistent? Relli. Relli is where the consistencies fall apart. There are none. So, and let's see. Oh yeah, that's true. He'll have TSA. How is TSA in LA? Because I know in Orlando it's like a nightmare. So I've got Orlando Airport and then I've got Melbourne Airport, and Melbourne Airport is like walk in the park compared to Orlando. So Miss 86 Scorps, what's the one question Joe needs to ask Cat in chat? So that was an exercise for the chat. For me, my one question would be a reminder of, you know, again, why did you come in to testify? Because I would expect that the response would be, because I saw him lying while he was testifying Thursday, or I heard him lie about me last week. It would be that his testimony on the stand, when he's under oath and supposed to be telling the truth to you, the jury, his lies were so egregious that someone flew in from Paris to tell you, I'm getting lied on. This is not true. He's lying about several details here. So, and, you know, we're only going to get questioning from Joe, but he'll be able to make his arguments around the answers and the testimony in closing. And I think this is going to be a huge sticking point for the defense. You had someone trying to fly around the world, interrupting their trip, because somebody lied on the stand. He came here because he lied to you. Wally came here because he lied to you, jury. So. Oh, this is a good point. Miranda says, how do we know Wally wasn't recording him from a customer service standpoint and Relli started ranting about Rocky unprovoked? So I feel like he might have had an opportunity to say that was the reason. Maybe not. Maybe we'll get like a more specific question on that. But either way, one, that's one thing. It would be not out of the ordinary. But two, I do think he was recording it because he felt it was sus. And that would, in my opinion, counteract what John Lewin is trying to do here with his questionings. You didn't think he was lying back then. You don't typically record people, do you? Well, what's the implication if he's suddenly recording this person? The implication is something's not adding up about what this guy is saying. So Lewin's own questioning, trying to, you know, discredit Wally and his decision to record these calls, to me it actually reinforces that Wally suspected Relli wasn't telling the truth or was up to no good contemporaneously. But Lewin is choosing to ask those questions. So, oh boy. Oh my goodness. Let's see. And there's more to it, Rice Street. It's not just about Rocky having a gun. It's specifically about Rocky. It's assault. It's an elevated, it's aggravated, it's first-degree assault with a semi-automatic firearm. There's a different statute for assault with a less-than-deadly weapon, and it's not a lesser-included offense that can be tacked on when it's time to charge the jury. Also, brandishing is not a lesser-included. So It's about specifically a semi-automatic or an inherently deadly weapon. A starter pistol is not classified unless it's modified. We'll have to see how that plays out. But a starter with starter ammunition is not an inherently dangerous weapon under California code. So it isn't really, this case isn't about whether or not Rocky had a gun. It's about if the elements under the statute charge 245B are met and proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the prosecutor, and there's no justification. No self-defense or defense of others justification. So that's quite a bit different than just somebody having a gun or something that looks like a gun or a starter gun. There's a lot there. And I think that's why Tacopina waited till trial started to announce this theory, and prosecutor couldn't change the charges. So, and Rice, I don't know if you missed it, but the prosecutor was whining on the record on stream right when we got back from the lunch break. I would never pursue the maximum in this case. You know, we'd probably be looking at 8 years instead of the 24. But he chose an interesting time, chose a very interesting time to want to volunteer that out loud right before we get the surprise witness. So, I don't think Rice Street is trolling. I think what Rice Street is saying is, you know, just because someone could be unreliable or trying to set you up, there could still be enough for a prosecutor to bring a case and for a jury to convict. It's still a reality. Let's see. And that's the thing. So assault could be a lesser included. But the problem with the injury is you have, and I don't know exactly how California defines it, but there's different types of assault. So as a lesser included, if they try to keep it as a first degree, like felony assault, without a firearm attached to it, I don't think that the other elements are even there. Without the firearm attachment, it would be consistent with like a simple assault, right? Because it's just superficial wounds. So I was reading the code and there is a difference. It's like spelled out, scrapes, superficial bruises. That's consistent with simple assault and not like misdemeanor assault, and not this aggravated first degree felony assault. So the injuries aren't there to support a first degree assault without being able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there's a firearm there. So the jury will have to go through these check boxes for the top level charges. So and this is a factual issue, Rice Street. This is a fact at issue in this case. This is a fact at issue in the case, and it's for the jury to decide. This isn't something that's stipulated, and it's also why we're not seeing Rocky take an affirmative defense. If he took an affirmative defense, he'd basically be saying, yes, the elements as charged, we're not disputing those elements. We're not disputing what the state is charging me with. We're just going to argue that we did those things in self-defense or defense of others. We have a justification defense. So Rocky having a gun is a fact at issue here. It's in dispute. So the yes or no isn't really there is no answer at this point in time. There is no answer at this point in time. And it's the state's burden to prove as they're charging. And again, they chose to charge under 245B, which with the specification and the accusatory pleading of a semi-automatic firearm. So they can't just add a lesser included, a less than lethal weapon starter. It's a different statute. It's too late. So, I mean, they could argue it. I'm sure we'll see Lewin try to argue it, but it goes against bench notes, case law that I've looked at in California. So yeah, there is no yes or no at this point in time. That's what the jury is going to have to decide. And even so, again, they could determine that it was a real gun, but that it was justified. All the other elements are met, but it was justified. But great conversation here, because I do think that I've seen a lot of people think that this just comes down to, did he have something in his hand? Did Relli believe it was a gun? That might be a pertinent question if Relli was on trial for assault and his actions could have been explained by him reacting to what he thought was a deadly weapon. right? Or something that could cause serious bodily harm. But, you know, Relli said at most points that he wasn't in fear at all until like the third day he got on the stand and then changed his mind about it. So that's a whole separate issue there. But, but yeah. But a lot there. Great food for thought. Let's see. They're on a break because they're going to go later today, Mark. They're going to go a bit later, so they're giving everyone a break. That girl, Mia, I will go back to this, and thank you, Factual Life, for the link. I have to try to look at it with a free moment. It's an interesting story, but this looks like a forum that's talking about it, and I'm wondering if that's why it wasn't coming up in my own Google search. Like, maybe it was location-based. So I have this bookmarked. I didn't forget about you, that girl, Mia. Thank you. Jennifer Devine, thank you again. Whether this was about Wally or Chloe, you know, appreciate them both. I love techies. I love learning from them. The Honorable Yeah That says, can they question him about the call over the weekend, or would that be hearsay? I mean, I don't really know how that would work, because it seems like even if he recorded it, it would have been out of the country, and I don't know how, like, these calls that we're hearing were recorded. He was in Jersey, and he thinks Relli was in New York or whatever. Both are one-party states, so, but here, this question, it seems like Wally would have been in Paris, and Relli would have been in LA. California, is California two-party? But in any case, okay, so Cali is a one-party state, I think. No. One-party consent. No, Cali's two-party. So, and I don't know how that would come into play with Wally being in Paris. So, yep, thank you, chat. Thank you to Jess V. Cali is a two-party state, so Relli would have had to have been told he was recording. So there you go. So I think that's off the table, but I think it's unnecessary. I mean, we have the testimony, the question and answer from the questions and answers from earlier today, Recross, when Tacopina asked Relli, you know, did you run out on the lunch break and call Wally? Yeah, because he was lying on me. So it's in evidence through Relli's testimony. We just don't have anything but Relli's characterization of the sum and substance of that conversation at this point in time. We might get questions on the sum and substance of this weekend's call on Recross. I don't think it's necessary, though. But again, also good to know if you ever, you know, be careful if you think you want to record somebody, you're worried about something looking bad, you're in a situation like this and you want to record it, make sure you look at your, you know, 1-2 party consent wherever you are. Just so you can be on the up and up. And Survivor Speaks, good to see you. How have the bushes been today? Let us know, let us know. Survivor Speaks says, I just got home. Almost crashed. Are you being for real? That's not good. That's not good. That is not good. So on one hand, I'm like, you know, Survivor Speaks got jokes sometimes. Maybe she's like, I almost crashed because I'm hearing this and this has been so crazy today. But in any case, always wishing for the best. I would hate to hear that something happened to you. So please take care and drive safely. Glad you are in one piece. And I'm glad, and the chat is glad that you're here. Relli is back on the docket. So, and we're joking all day that Survivor Speaks is putting together a class action suit for the pain and suffering of us all having to listen to the Relli testimony. So, yeah, yep, the recording was made in Jersey. So, let's see. Sheeny Beanie says, Wally should just say, I'm only here today because Relli lied during his testimony. The calls were real. His voice was not manipulated. Yep, and I think this is all that matters. I think this is all that matters. And again, it doesn't matter When you suspect someone's lying, do you necessarily call them out right away, or do you want to have a little bit of caution before you just come out and accuse someone boldly of, especially when they're claiming to be a victim? It's taboo. It is taboo to question the credibility of someone who says they're a victim of something, right? It's taboo. It's stigmatized. You shouldn't question victims. But in some cases, how else do you let the truth come to light? Right? So it's a wishy-washy area. It's an area that I hate. And I often feel like I get nervous sometimes. I don't want my channel to be don't believe anybody. But some of the cases I take an extraordinary interest in are because of that he said, she said confusion. So we're back, you guys.
But it can be worse. Have you ever been on the Santa Monica Freeway like at midnight? The traffic is never. All right, we are all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Sajimi is on the stand. Mr. Lewin, go ahead.
So, Your Honor, we're going to mark our next exhibit, People's 28. It's a DVD that has 3 audio recordings on it.
Are these the phone call?
Yes.
All right, the DVD is 28.
Okay, and then the first call that we're going to play is the May 12, 2022 call with the court redactions. And so the transcript of that will be 29.
Your Honor, can the jury be instructed that they are not trying to speculate what was redacted, what wasn't redacted, and only supposed
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough,
told you
fair
earlier
enough.
that there are things in the transcripts that have been taken out. The things that have been taken out have no bearing on any decision you have to make. So that's why they've been taken out. What's being provided to you is what will assist you in your decision.
Well, now, I'll ask a couple of questions first. Mr. Sajimi, have you actually heard the full recordings of what you turned over?
Yes,
When's the last time you heard them?
this morning.
This morning. So you heard them in their entirety, is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that what the defense played was a tiny snippet overall of those recordings?
Yes, the recording was 30 minutes, played, 3 minutes, so yes.
And I just want to be clear. Even on the part of it, whatever part was edited that the jury isn't going to hear, at no point in time did Relli ever say to you, or imply, or infer, that the shooting did not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that in every interaction you've had with him, however many there are, since the incident occurred, that he has always been very clear in his position that the defendant shot at him and that he was hit?
Yes.
All right, we're going to play these. To make it easy, you would agree that when the defense played you the calls, they started with them out of order. The first snippet they played was from August, and actually your first call was in May. Is that correct?
May, June, July, August is the correct order of dates, correct? Yeah.
Okay, when you say May, June, July, August, I thought we only have 2 dates.
I'm giving you the sequence of dates, right?
Okay,
A
no,
month, right? So,
let me just inquire. I'm a little confused what you just said. So, my understanding is there are only 2 calls, one in May
correct.
and one in August. Is that right?
Yes.
But you just said May, June, July, and
Let me
August.
correct myself. I'm giving you asked me, was May before August? I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
right? So May,
understood.
June, July, August is the
Got it.
sequence of dates.
So,
Yeah.
understood.
Okay.
So, I'm just making clear, we're now going to play this. What we're going to play, you would agree, this is chronologically, meaning this is the first of the recorded calls. Is that right?
Yeah.
And before we start, it's your position that Relli called you and you called him back all ready to record. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior, when he had called you, at that point in time, you didn't know what he was going to say, correct?
No, it was just a lot of calls.
Right, but what I'm saying is at the time he called you, in May, you don't know about the shooting.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the first time you find about the shooting is during the May 2022 call, and because you don't know what he's going to be talking to you about, you have no idea why there's going to be any value in recording you. Is that right?
No, but there was a numerous amount of missed calls, kept calling him, so.
Here's what I don't understand. Why, if you don't know anything about the incident, anything about the allegations, why are you taping a call with your friend?
Just to protect myself, and just to have just oversight.
Why would you need to protect yourself from a friend when you know nothing about any incident that he was involved in?
Seemed weird.
So you're saying you got repeated calls from somebody, your friend, Relli. You didn't know what it was about, and so your response to getting repeated calls from him was to go, you know what, I'm going to call him back, and I think I'm going to tape him and not tell him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that was done because you felt you needed to protect yourself. Is that right?
Correct.
What were you protecting yourself from?
Just whatever was said. I mean,
So do you typically, when you get missed calls, do you call people back and you record them?
they're being weird, yes.
What is weird about a missed call?
10 missed calls in 2 minutes, weird.
So when you say if someone's being weird, you didn't talk to them, correct?
No, but there might have been text too, but I don't remember.
Mr. Lewin? Time to move on.
All right, let's play. I want you to listen to this. I'm going to ask you questions about it.
And Your Honor, when we get to the last page, it didn't print out, so I will pull it up on my computer.
So there's a page 16?
There is.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have.
No one has it. That's why I said I'll pull it up on my computer.
All right.
Should be on the screen.
All right, I'm going to start the recording. And the file name is IMG_0786 redacted.
This is the May 12, 2022 call?
Shit, bro, my bad. I'm in my girl's shit bed, so yeah. What happened, bro, is that, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen for me.
Did you hear what was just said?
Yes.
You just said, quote, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. I thought you don't know anything that's happening.
Like I said, there might have been text prior.
No, what you testified to, sir, was that the first time you ever heard anything about that incident was when Terell called you. And I'm reading this, and it says, quote, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. So I want you to explain to me, if you didn't know about it before this call, what in the heck is that comment about?
Objection, Judge. Argumentative.
Sustain this, please.
Please explain what you meant by, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit if you did not have any prior knowledge of the incident.
Just trying to mediate the situation, that's what I meant.
How can you mediate a situation that you know nothing about and you've never heard of?
Like I told you, I might have received the text from him, so yeah.
Do you recall me asking you, prior to the break, 3 different times, and again after the break, whether you had heard anything about the incident until you talked to Terell on May 12, 2022, and you responded each time, no, this was the first time I heard of it. Do you recall responding to that? Sorry, Ron. It's loud because this court knows I can't hear, so my apologies.
Yes, but I thought you were specifically talking to the phone.
Bingo
call,
cards.
So, yeah.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
You can repeat your question, I'll answer it.
So what I'm asking you is, I asked you 4 different times before the break, and 1 time after the break. I confirmed the first time you had ever heard anything about this shooting incident that happened in November was during the May call, this call, with Relli. And yet the first thing you say is, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. And then you say, in testimony today, I was trying to mediate. So my question is, how can you be talking about not picking sides and about mediating when you never heard of what happened?
I think I answered this where I think I received texts as well. So, yeah. And what I mean by picking sides is trying to mediate the situation.
So when you say you received texts, so are you now changing your testimony and saying, yes, I knew about this incident beforehand?
Objection.
Repeat the question?
Are you now saying, yes, I was aware of the incident from November of 2021 prior to this phone call?
I'm not sure. 3 years ago.
Well, I want you to take a look. Look at the transcript. I want you to look at page 2, and I want you to read again to yourself, and I want you to read starting at line 8 to line 11, and tell me if now you understand whether or not.
Yeah, I think I get your question, and my answer again is, I believe, I'm not sure if I received, I think I received text messages about this situation, so, yeah.
So you're saying you decided to keep, you recorded these calls. Did you save those text messages?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure? Do you have those text messages today?
Probably not, and your definition of I'm not sure is...
Mr. Lewin, are you going to play with the rest of the...
I don't know.
I am, but I'm taking them one at a time, and then I'll start playing again.
All right, let's...
I think it's easier to hit each point as it comes up.
You hit this one a lot.
Well, Your Honor, I'm trying to get, he just now said that there are text messages he believes. What do you believe was said in the text messages?
I don't remember.
Well, so obviously, if you knew about it, that would have meant that Relli would have had to have told you what happened in these texts, correct?
Possibly.
Well, when you say possibly, will you at least concede that you knew about the incident, given what you said, prior to you recording the conversation?
Can't confirm that, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you again, since your memory's a little hazy, is it, as you sit here, maybe you think you might have talked to the defendant about it sometime between November and May?
No.
So what would be your rush, sir, right after you talk to Relli, to call the defendant if that was the first time you ever heard anything about the alleged shooting, the lawsuit? What made you immediately pick up the phone and call Rocky?
I think I answered this. I was trying to mediate the situation, so I sent it over to him.
All right, who can we change playing?
Picking sides, that nigga 100% crazy and wrong. 100% wrong. And he got 12 years mixed up. Bro, I'm not, you gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time, you feel me?
Would you agree, sir, that during this little section, that Relli is basically telling you, he is saying that the defendant was 100% wrong, and then he got 12 ills mixed up in it?
I'm going to object.
Do you agree that in that section, sir, as you're listening, as you read it right now, that Relli is telling you that Rocky has basically done it wrong?
before, I'm objecting again.
The words speak for themselves.
Exactly.
Go on, keep going. Push the play button. Push the play button. Let's continue.
I'll do that, but again, I keep asking. He doesn't give grounds. We're lawyers. Lawyers give grounds. That's how law works in California.
I know how it works in California.
Well, Your Honor,
I'm not telling me how it works in California, how it doesn't work. No speaking objections. State of grounds, state objection, and the legal grounds. Push the play button.
As a duty he did, I don't have, he forced my hand, you feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him. It was, why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you're gonna hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Got ills and 20 with him, text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about.
Were you aware prior to Relli relating this information to you that there had been a pre-existing issue between Relli and Rocky regarding Josh?
No, I don't know based on Josh.
Did you know what he was referring to?
Not really, I don't know Josh. I didn't know Josh.
But you agree that ASAP Relli told you that he, in essence, pressed Rocky about Josh and about him not doing right by Josh and accusing Rocky of lying. That's what he told you, correct?
Yeah, he's telling his side of the story.
All right, please continue.
He hit to Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him taking ASAP out my name. This is 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? He's a bitch. So he goes in and says, hey, Bari, because Bari influenced him a whole week later doing that complex car shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year bills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning. Terell.
You would agree that is ASAP Relli telling you that basically he is present for a conversation where ASAP Rocky is talking to Bari and is saying negative things about Relli, correct? That's what that means, correct? But it's not clear, and I'm asking the witness because the witness understands how they speak to each
You've
other.
already indicated that you want a legal ground. Mr. Tacopina said objection. He's about to state.
I'm sorry, Ryan.
It's irrelevant what he believes Relli meant. That's the same objection I got.
No, I'm not asking what
The words speak for themselves. In final argument, you can put your interpretation on what was said. Mr. Tacopina can do the same thing.
Your Honor, am I allowed to inquire the witness since they're speaking in a manner that is not necessarily easy for anybody to understand? I have to inquire again, what does that mean? I'm not asking.
But you're not asking what that means.
What does it mean? What does what you just heard, where Terell tells you that just basically, and I heard you, but in Rocky head, he looked like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky didn't know who else heard that conversation, but I heard him talk about it. And I told Rocky over the years, and if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me?
I can't tell you what he means. You need to ask Terell.
I think it might be helpful if Mr. Sajimi had.
I have.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
So you're telling me, listening to that, you didn't understand that to mean that there had been a phone call where Rocky had been talking bad about Relli, not knowing Relli could hear it, and that Bari had been involved. That's not what you understood that to mean?
He's telling his side of the story, so sure. Yeah.
No, I didn't ask you whether it was true or not. I asked you, is that what Relli told you?
Yes, I'm on the other side of the phone call.
Okay. All right, keep playing.
I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him, whoopty whoopty whoop. words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he looked like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me, and I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep, you feel me? Yeah, I feel it. Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I was supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky never, ever, I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell real money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me, I finally answer because I'm sleeping. Each.
Did you take from that, as you heard it, that Relli was now telling you that there was a dispute between he and Rocky that also now was bringing in Ills as well, and that it had resulted in 20 or 30 missed calls between the defendant and Relli?
But I'm objecting again for the same reason I object the court's relevant. What this witness is from board of transcript.
Your Honor, it took it actually.
Stop. Both of you, no speaking objections, don't debate. Do you know what this means?
I can't decipher what somebody, I'm hearing this side of the story, I can't decipher what they actually do.
Okay, all right, go on.
Then, I'm not asking you whether you believe it or whether it's credible. I'm simply asking you, when you were told this, Relli was telling you that this dispute between he and Rocky had resulted in 20 to 30 missed calls between him, which is Relli, Ills, and Rocky. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Yes. And he's also telling you he's staying at the Lowe's, and he tells you that he finally answers because he's sleeping. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Now, you said you've been watching this trial, correct?
Correct.
When did you find out you were going to be a witness in this case?
Just recently.
Well, a couple of days ago, correct?
Correct.
And you continue to watch the trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Didn't the defense tell you, hey, listen, you're going to be a witness in this case? You should not be watching the trial?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
For what grounds, Your Honor?
It's irrelevant. Just ask another question.
Sorry, but your star witness was on Twitter this weekend. Hello.
When you were watching the trial, you were hearing and listening what witnesses were saying about this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as you sit here, you know everything that's taken place up to this time in this trial. Is that right?
No, I didn't watch every minute of every hour of the case.
Well, you certainly know overall what has been transpiring in this case, correct?
Not overall.
Do you know what...
If I miss some days, how is that overall?
Do you know what the defense is in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Are you aware that the defense is claiming that it was a prop gun that was used by ASAP Rocky?
Objection, promoted.
What's the grounds?
It's not relevant what Mr. Sajimi is aware of as it relates to the defense.
Have you ever seen Rocky with prop gun?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
Have you ever seen a prop gun?
No.
And would you agree, I'm just going to ask you, but would you agree that in the world that you're involved in the entertainment world, in the rap world, if somebody is a concern about violence or a home invasion robbery, are you aware, in your experience, of anybody ever carrying a prop gun to deter that kind of conduct?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking if he's aware. No speculation, Ron. Okay.
It's asking him to speculate. So,
I'm not in the entertainment world.
No, you don't have to. He said he's not in the rap world. Ask another question.
Eight.
I answered it. He's like, where you at? With a slick voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? And we know how you Boulevard. It all look the same. heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro, that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why really though? You feel me? Why take it to the you know the guys? You feel me? Who, me? Yeah, him though. How the boys? Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me.
What did you mean when you said, why take it to, the guys? What did that mean?
The police, I wanted to have them find a resolution outside of legal or police.
Well, would you agree that if Rocky shot at him and hit him, isn't that a police matter?
Sure, yes.
Well, so why then are you saying, you know what, why are you taking it to the guys?
I think I can answer that.
So have you already decided what side you're on?
No, but I think when you're trying to mitigate a situation, the best solution is not all of this.
You used an interesting, you just said mitigate. Before you said mediate.
Mediate, I'm sorry.
Well, let's back up. You were trying to mitigate this situation for your buddy.
I spoke wrong.
You were trying to mitigate this situation for your buddy.
I spoke wrong. I was trying to mediate.
Let me ask my question. Who used the word mitigate?
I did, and I was wrong.
Motion to strike everything after I did as non-responsive. Sustained. You would agree that in using that term, that could certainly, if you could convince Relli to not cooperate with the police or authorities, that could mitigate the situation for your friend ASAP Rocky, correct?
I'm trying to mediate the situation.
How exactly were you trying to mediate the situation to help Relli?
Really just hear him out.
Hear him out on a tape call that you could then call your buddy ASAP Rocky about, is that right?
Mediating the situation to me was hearing him, his frustration.
Hearing his frustration, your friend, so you could report it to the true person that you had interest in protecting, correct?
It was right. I think it was right to show the other person or show both sides when you're talking both sides. Yeah.
How many of your calls with Rocky did you make?
None. We didn't talk on the phone. Never talked on the phone.
Go ahead and continue, play.
Technical problem? Yes. I'm just going to reopen it and get right back to that.
I'll ask some other questions in the meantime. So we don't waste any time.
Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up? Do I cripple him because he's a multi-million bro? I'm not having nobody shoot at me when I'm taking it on the chin. And I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying? So,
at this point, Relli was telling you that Rocky had shot at him, correct? What you just heard.
I don't know what he meant exactly with why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. Glad at me. No longer
Where
his level.
Where he says, or do I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You didn't understand that to me? He was saying that Rocky shot at him?
That's what he meant. I can't decipher what he meant, right?
You cannot decipher what he meant by, I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You can't decipher that.
I mean, it's a double negative, to be fair.
The words speak for themselves. Again, you can comment on them in final argument, or Mr. Zloman, whoever does the final argument, as can Mr. Tacopina. The words are there. Both of you can put whatever inference you want. Go on. Go on to the next question.
You're a black nigga. Niggas ever been how to get money, how to do this? Do you prosecute that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't stay here and be like, oh, how you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, drugs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on some like this, that, and third, on some police shit. I'm gonna have that guy a warrior. The same day, because he wear down me 4 or 5 times, I had to use pills as a shield or I'd be dead.
Did Relli tell you that he had to use bills as a shield or I'd be dead?
He said that.
Keep playing.
He was really trying to, like, you feel me? Not trying to end slash and shit with some paper or something, but what, you know, like. Bro, it's too late. He told me to suck her dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit a John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time. Bro, I got the best lawyer in LA and worry about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the picture of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. I feel, bro. So what am I supposed to do? I accept it.
Why would the prosecutor play this? Do you guys realize what the prosecutor just played? It's Relli telling Wally he tried to do everything, send everything. And Rocky responded, F you, wasn't caving in. So then what did Relli have to do? Why does the prosecution think this helps them? You're taking your next steps because Rocky, without any civil or criminal action, wasn't giving in to you in a private conversation. Why does the prosecutor not get what this means?
So, Relli is telling you that the
What is he?
defendant shot at him and then basically told him, F you, I'm not giving you anything. And your response is, he says, you feel me, and you say, yeah. What was the point of your response?
I'm consulting through mediation, so.
So, you're consulting through a mediation. Can you explain what you mean by that, please?
I'm mediating the situation, so I'm hearing him out.
Isn't it true that what you're doing is you are trying to make Relli think that you are on his side, while at the same time you are taping him and then immediately contacting the man he is saying shot at him, who is actually your closer friend. Isn't that correct?
No, I'm mediating the situation, so.
Keep playing. So, you also say, this is on, you got it in front of you, you say, you've got to try to squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what? You know, like, you see that? That's on page 8, lines 7 through 9?
Yes.
You're telling him, when you mean get some paper, you're telling him you got to get some money from the defendant, correct?
I'm really just giving him options to mediate the situation so there's resolution.
Right, and the option you're giving him is you're basically telling him he can go get money from the defendant. That's what that means, correct?
No.
What does it mean when you're saying to go get paper? What does that mean?
I'm giving him options, right? Not just one option of what you're saying.
So listen to me. I didn't ask you how many options you're giving me. Listen to my question.
You said, what does this mean?
What does it...
Let me finish, right?
Sure.
So what does this mean from line 6 to 9?
No, let me...
That's what you asked, right?
No, this is what I asked you.
All right.
You ready? What does it mean when you said, get some paper or something? What does that mean?
It can be money.
What's that?
I I said it can mean money.
Wait, it can mean money or it did mean money?
It can.
What did it mean when you said it?
I said it can mean money.
Listen to my question. Are you the one that said that?
Yeah.
When you said it, did it mean money?
Yeah.
You were telling him you can get some money from Rocky. That's where you're saying you're trying to mediate, correct?
No.
No?
I'm giving options to mediate the situation.
Sir, one of those options is, you're telling him an option would be get some paper or something, correct?
Correct.
Now let me ask you, up until this time in the conversation, has Relli mentioned that he is going to try to be getting a bunch of money from the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Well, would you agree that it looks like you're the person suggesting that he go get some money? We just get some paper, correct?
Giving it an option within the mediation.
And that's coming from you, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that's exactly what he did, correct?
I believe so.
Well, you believe so, you're aware, you said you taped him, he went and got a lawyer, and he ended up suing the defendant for money, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, come on. Okay. Keep playing.
Niggas shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died, or killed this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he trying to kill me. So that's what that's what he got to agree. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas could slide, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, Rose, like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He got more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He was trying to reach out to me. He still can't reach out to me.
I feel with the legal shit important now, bro, you know, so.
So I didn't want to go about that way.
When he said on the top of page 9, he says, now coming with suing the court, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. He was referring to the incident with Rocky, correct? That's how you took it, is that right?
Objection to what he interpreted, brother, saying this again, not relevant.
Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
So he is saying the severity of this case, and he says, now coming with suing the court, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's where he's going to. That's why he got a read. You feel me, and you say, yeah, I feel. Ain't no way ends good like you feel me. No paper, no nothing, Rosie. You're saying at that point, he's telling you he tried to kill me, and you're telling him, hey, get some money, correct? As an option.
Trying to mediate the situation, yes.
That's not the question I asked you. Are you telling him to get some money as an option?
Not directly.
So what does it mean? What is indirect about you mentioning get some paper?
I think it's the way we talk. You really wouldn't understand, but there's a way we talk that puts out options, right? So, yeah.
So you're saying you indicated that paper is money, and you admitted that you're telling him to go get some paper.
Oh my gosh, buffer.
Now you're telling me, apparently, I can't understand the way you talk. It means something differently.
You're just highlighting the word paper.
No, you said the word get some paper.
You're highlighting the word paper, but if you look around it, there's certain ways we talk that I'm giving off different options to mediate the situation.
So you're basically saying that in order for anybody to understand this conversation, we got to ask you to interpret, correct?
No, not necessarily, no.
Well, if you're saying that we can't understand the plain words you're giving, and you're further saying that you understand it and we don't, then it would seem that the only way we could understand would be to ask you to explain it, correct?
No, if I said the dog was red, you can understand the dog is red. With certain terminology in the way we talk, you wouldn't understand it.
I just want to be clear.
You've accomplished what you meant to accomplish.
Move on.
Play button.
Like the word itch.
I got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in a few. Because those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next one?
Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation as a character.
All right, so hold on there. I think that was really, really important. Relli just said on this call that it was just allegations until Bari made it official. But we had testimony from Relli saying that nobody knew. Nobody was saying anything about it until Bari made that Instagram post after Rocky got arrested. This recording from Relli disputes Relli's own story of people knowing before the house was searched, Rocky was arrested. So, oops, Relli.
Everybody look bad, bro. I'm just trying to
He looked bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call it. I didn't have a gun. He left his in Hollywood house. Why everybody saying everybody look bad? Why everybody point the finger? Because when I take, bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people. Niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I pay my way around him every single time.
Did Relli ever tell you during any conversation that he had any gun or any weapon during this incident?
Not sure, no.
Not sure or no, which is it?
Relli himself?
Did Relli ever tell you during any conversation that during this incident in November 2021 with the defendant that he, Relli, had a gun or any kind of weapon?
No, he never mentioned that.
In fact, he said, made very clear he didn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask the defendant if he had a gun?
No.
Keep playing.
That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12 year hills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Bari and the whole thing. You get what I'm saying? The nigga asks if Bari, is he coming to the complex car? Nigga, Bari laughs at him like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation was about how he got 12 year and hills on a jet or some whole shit.
I feel you. Shit wicked, dog. Shit wicked. You fucking y'all niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no years. He didn't know years. He just popped up at my crib on purple swag. I made that nigga. That's why you feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been there. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last goal in my life.
I just know that niggas are kind of end this shit, you know, blah,
He could have.
So when you're saying you just want this shit ended, you want bygones to be bygones, you wanted to mitigate this situation, whether the defendant shot him or not, correct?
I'm saying to mediate the situation.
Did you hear what you were just quoted as saying?
Yes, I can read.
Okay, so my question is, when you're saying, I just want all you ends to kind of end this shit, and you know, bygones be bygones, you are saying you do not care what actually happened, you just want the situation to be over, correct?
No, it's not.
So what did you mean by that?
I think I answered this. When you're mediating, you want to come to a resolution, and yeah.
So I'm gonna ask this question again because you're not answering it. These are your
Sustain.
Sir.
Don't editorialize.
Sir, these are your words. So I'm gonna read these words and I'm gonna ask you specifically what the words meant. You said,
here we go.
I just want you all ends to kind of end this shit, and you know, bygones be bygones. What did you mean when you said that?
I think I just told you to mediate it and find a resolution between each other.
Okay, move on. Move on.
He's not answering the question. He's not
Just did. Move on.
Ended it when he shot at me. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times? You gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me.
A hotel?
Ducking him. He claimed it.
And we know that's a lie because you deleted the messages. And you just lied about that on the stand when you were asked to clarify on redirect by Mr. P. Oh, did you delete the whole thread? You didn't delete them specifically after the shooting happened. This is another. These recordings don't look good for Relli, even though he's trying to repeat the details he knows to make proof of him. Like,
that's cool, premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He didn't tell me I'm coming to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. And then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy.
Oh, self-defense again.
In between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds. First shit happened like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He stupid. He did it all on camera, champ. So the world looking at me because of Bari's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, his whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
That's what you, I guess it was the end of the world.
I'm suing this shit out of here. That was my game, and regardless. I ain't gonna give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire trying to kill me.
So,
You were played a small clip of this by the defense that
and the
only
whole thing
had
looks
not
worse.
suing the shit out of him. That was my game regardless. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the rest of it looks worse.
Would you agree that that clip alone, just by itself, doesn't put the rest of the conversation in context?
Objections to that.
Still no ground, Your Honor. Objection to that.
The objection is, that's an improper question, but that was an impeachment question. That's why I asked that.
That's not a legal objection. Your Honor, I keep asking you.
Improper
If you
impeachment.
want, when the defense is asking questions, if you want, if you just want to say objection without a legal ground, I can probably infer what the legal ground is. I want to move the case along.
Your Honor, I'm just asking. The court has said they ordered both sides. We're lawyers.
Right.
I can't respond when he doesn't give a legal ground. When the court makes me an offer that I don't have to state a legal ground, that's not the rule of court. I state a legal ground because I'm a lawyer. He simply says objection.
So what do you suggest?
He give a legal ground, as you told him.
And if he doesn't?
Then the objection's overruled, according to the evidence code and the rules of court. The court knows that. I'm not telling the court anything the court's not aware of. That's all I'm asking, Judge. Just stay your ground. And instead we get along.
I heard you.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right.
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Now he got to face the consequences of that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
I mean, like, squash that shit in the streets, type shit, last month.
In the street, nigga? Bro, what the fuck?
I feel
You know what?
What did you mean when you said, I mean like squash that shit in the streets type shit? What does that mean?
I think that's another cultural thing that you kind of wouldn't understand that we use, where it's really mediating the situation among ourselves.
Your Honor, can you instruct the witness to answer the question? That's not an answer.
Yeah, and refrain from suggesting to Mr. Lewin or anybody else what they would or would not understand. Just answer the question directly. Ask the question.
It's hard to answer to someone.
Do your best.
Okay.
Sir, I'm asking you, listen to my question, what you meant, what you said. I'm not asking you to respond that you were mediating. That's not answering the question. I'm not actually asking you to tell me that I wouldn't understand it. You said the words. What did you mean?
I meant to find a resolution.
What specifically does it mean? Squash that shit in the street type shit. What does that mean?
Keep mentioning what it means, and I'm telling you, within our culture, it needs to find a resolution. You wouldn't understand.
Just answer the question and move on.
And the resolution that you've already advised him of is get some paper, get some money, and keep the cops
And I
out.
answered this, I listed different options as well.
What other option did you list, sir, besides get the money? What other options did you list in?
Have a conversation.
have a conversation. So you're mediating, and your solution is, after the victim has been shot at, your solution is he should either get some money or have a conversation with the defendant. Is that correct? That's your solution?
There's more solutions, but yes.
Well, I'm asking, what solution specifically during this call, other than get some money, did you offer to Relli to solve the situation? Maybe one.
I think just to talk. Mediate the situation, yeah, just to talk.
You're aware that Relli has told you that they went to talk and the defendant pulled a gun on him and then shot at him a couple of minutes later the last time they talked. You're aware of that, correct?
But over time, people's sensitivity and their feelings kind of change, so you can come to a common ground and talk.
So your advice to Relli was, sit down with the defendant, whether he shot you or not, because times change, we need to keep the police out of it, and we need to settle this amongst ourselves. That's pretty much your advice?
Trying to mediate the situation so we can talk.
Okay.
So there's a better resolution than a circus.
Wait, a circus, or you mean a lawsuit where the defendant might suffer adverse consequences? Or a criminal case where he might suffer adverse consequences?
I just mean a resolution.
What do you mean you just said a circus?
Just really high publicity, public things.
Well, and in fact, you had this conversation in May. That was just a short time after it was publicly revealed. You're aware now, you've been watching the trial, you said, a lot of the trial. You're aware that originally when this case happened in November, that Relli was not identified. But in April of 2022, it went all over the media saying that Relli was the guy involved, calling him a snitch, calling him a rat. You're aware of that now, correct?
Time to move on. Were you aware of that?
I was aware when he told me in that.
When did he tell you that?
He told me about the situation on the phone call.
Go ahead, Glenn.
And we just, this ain't no street nigga, man. He got 3 or 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This man running around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga, you already know what would happen. Everybody know what would happen. We're talking about ASAP Rocky, bro. The face of Dior, like, come on, stop it. This ain't a street nigga.
Man, I'm just trying to, I'm just, cause I fuck with you heavy, bro. You know, it's always right every time, nigga, and I fuck with you.
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
So how niggas
He
like,
got 3 or 4 bodyguards with him 24/7.
so like, what's next though, bro? Like, niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just
He's finished. He's finished.
Why not just ask for the bribe, or, you know?
I want the court to understand that I will absolutely finish, Your Honor, by 5:30. I will be done. So I'm just asking the court, because I need to ask these questions, I'm asking the court for the same leeway that the defense got with Relli, who was on the stand for 5 days. So I will be done, I promise, by 5:30. So I'm just asking, as I'm asking these questions, that if there's legitimate objections to state, but the court is asking to move on.
So no redirect?
There comes a point where it appears to me that you fully explored the issue, and it is time to move it. You are accomplishing what you are intending to accomplish.
Okay.
And there's no reason to keep on that same issue. And again, at the end of the case, when you argue to the jury, when Mr. Tacopina argues to the jury, argue reasonable inferences.
Well, the problem is I need to confront the witness with what I'm saying. So I'll be done by 5:30, Your Honor. So I'll let the court know that. You have my word. If I'm not, you can stop me.
So no redirect?
With no argument, nothing back. So, what did you mean where it says, do you feel me, like, why not squash this shit? What does that mean?
Didn't I answer this? I think it meant to mediate the situation and find a resolution.
It meant to keep this. You then say, right before it, you said, what's next though, bro? Like, ends go to court? You're telling him what's going to happen is this case is going to end up in court, and you're telling him you want to squash it. before it gets to court, correct?
I'm asking him what his process was, and he's telling me.
Okay, good.
Bro, you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro.
Hold on, sorry. Does everybody understand that you don't have a page 16 in your transcript, and it's going to be up on the screen? All right, go ahead.
I can make it a little bigger and we can.
Can everyone see it or no?
No, we can't see it.
Are you able to eliminate the
Yes.
the picture
Yes,
and center it? Can you make it bigger?
I can.
Can everyone see it
How
now?
about that?
Also, it's also right behind, to your right. Your Honor, some jurors, if it's easier for them to see, can they stand and see
Sure, yes.
on, if that's easier?
That one kind of goes in the mouth.
Okay, all right.
When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly.
Just because you have a lawyer doesn't make it not extortion. Oh my God.
Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
And this is right after this call. You called the defendant and told him what it transpired.
I'm trying to think if a niggas can like help out.
Correct?
What'd you say?
Right after you finish this call, you call the defendant, you tell him, here's what's going on, here's what Relli said.
Right.
When's the next time you talk to Relli after that?
Didn't we finish that? I think it was August 2022, right?
So what you're saying is now, whenever you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, right?
Well, I think you're missing what I'm telling you.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Sustain.
Listen to my question. So what you're saying is, the next time you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go. Is that right?
He calls me multiple times and missed that call him back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
What he's asking you is a yes or no question. Gotcha. So go ahead and ask it again.
The next time you call him in August of 2022, that's the next time you spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
And you had the tape recorder ready to go, correct?
No.
Did you tape him?
Yes.
So you were able, he calls you, I'm sorry, you call him. You made the call, right?
Yes, back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
I didn't hear it.
He said back instead of he's answering the question.
Back.
Well,
It doesn't
the
matter.
whole answer is non-responsive. It calls for yes or no.
Did you call him back?
Yes.
And when you called him back, you immediately were recording what he was saying, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's play the next call, please.
All right, I'm going to ask to mark the transcript for the first part of the August 16, 2022 call as equals 30.
Which is the first part? Because there's two August 16th transcripts.
The first part is the audio file is IMG _ 07942. So it ends with a 2.
That's the first.
That's the first part.
First part.
And so the transcript for that audio clip will be
30.
And I have copies for the jurors I'll pass out. The staples aren't totally flat, so don't poke yourself on them.
This is just crazy.
Everyone ready?
Anybody have a transcript?
Yo, shit, nigga. What's going on? Shit, man, where you at? I'm crib now. What you want? Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I
I'll just submit them links and shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to take them shits?
Yeah, shit, just pop me the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications.
Just take the top ones, probably, right? Like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit.
And then when I get it, I know I'm that 30 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit to you for me. Cause you got, there's a lot of...
Yo, what's your overall thoughts on this shit, though? Like, coming from that, with Rocky, like, fuck all that other shit. You think I'm wrong, bro?
Bro, like, you feel me? Because niggas don't even know I be talking to you, bro. So, like, real talk, like...
So on page 2, you start off by telling him, you suggest right off the top that you're going to submit those links. Those are links to the media stuff that you and Relli talked about, correct?
Correct.
So you're telling him you're going to get his story out into the media, is that right?
Yes, that's what he wanted.
But in actuality, while you're doing this, you're taping him, and after this call, you're going to tell the defendant exactly what he told you, is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, on page 3, you straight lie to him, and you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I be talking to you, bro. You're saying the defendant doesn't know that you're talking to him, correct?
Niggas doesn't mean the defendant. Niggas can mean people.
Listen to me, I'm not asking you what it can mean. I'm saying what it meant here is you are...
I'm telling you that.
I'm not asking for any education.
Ask him what he meant by it.
What I believe you meant by it, sir, was you are telling him that Rocky does not know that he's talking to you, correct?
I think I just answered that, where niggas, another cultural thing, means people, doesn't mean the defendant.
Just a minute.
Listen to my question. Isn't it true that by saying, in this time, during this conversation, not in general, when you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I be talking to you, bro, you are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to him.
No, and there's also plural there, so defendant is singular.
And right after that, you literally say, so like real talk, like I'm even trying to play both sides. That is referring to Relli and the defendant, correct?
I think I just answered where niggas to me in this.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Please instruct the juror to answer the question being asked, or you won't go home today.
You mean the witness?
The witness, excuse me, yes, Your Honor.
He's laughing.
But I want my question
It's
answered.
very important that if he asks you a yes or no question, that you ask yes or no, and don't volunteer.
Sometimes it's not answered.
I understand that.
So I try to give my...
Well, what he's asking is yes or no.
Can you ask again?
Isn't it true that when you said, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I be talking to you, bro, so like real talk, like I ain't even trying to play both sides. You are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to Relli.
No. Just told you.
No, that's not what it meant. So you're saying, no, that's not what it meant.
No, because
Objection asked and answered.
I literally just told you.
Stop. The objection sustained. Then ask him what he did mean.
So I want to ask you what you meant specifically by that comment, and I'm not asking for a general statement about mediation. What did you specifically mean by those words in that comment?
People, friends, niggas with an S is plural, didn't mean the singular to the defendant.
So what did it mean when immediately after that you say, I ain't even trying to play both sides? What side are you talking about?
Which line are you saying, so I can read?
It's directly after what I just read to you, page 3.
Yeah.
Lines 8, and it goes through 12.
Yeah, that line doesn't have to do with the first one, right? It's just me saying, within the mediation, I'm not trying to take both sides.
And by both sides, you mean the defendant and Terell, correct? Those are the two sides.
Correct.
So when you are saying, I ain't even trying to take both sides, right after saying that basically ends don't even know that I've been talking to you, bro, you are saying the defendant does not know that I'm talking to you, and I'm not trying to take sides.
Objection asked and answered, suspend.
Go ahead, keep going.
I don't, I ain't even trying to play both sides. I'm just a genuine nigga that means well, you feel me? So, like, I honestly think it just looks like bad on both y'all niggas' names, you feel me? Like, it don't even matter, like, real shit, it don't even matter how, like, what went on, it's like, really what the...
See, I'm not even looking at it like a person's name. I'm looking at the circumstances, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cause I'm still not understand. I even still try to reach out to his peoples, to John and all of that. Like I could have went straight to the boys and did all that extra shit in the beginning, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah, really, bro.
I just think that his fame and his legacy, and how my lawyers...
What was just played, where Terell told you that he didn't even reach out to the boys originally, you agree, he's telling you that he didn't reach out to the police originally.
Can you start referring me to the line so I can read what you're reading?
Sure.
Probably. Thanks.
Sure.
Your Honor, objection lacks foundation, speculation, lacks personal knowledge. He can't speak to what the witness, what the other witness. Well, Mr. Sajimi just asked to be referred to a line. So do that, Mr. Lewin. Which line are you referring to?
One moment, Your Honor.
And on page 4?
1 second, Your Honor. Lines 2 through 5, Your Honor. Right. With respect to the objection, the witness has repeatedly stated that I can't understand what exactly he means in these conversations. So I have to ask him because he refuses to acknowledge the plain words.
You're entitled to ask.
So what did you mean by that?
Well, that's Terell Ephron.
Isn't it true that what Terell was telling you was that he tried to keep the police out of it and handle it without their involvement?
Your Honor, again, objection, same objection, speculation like a foundation. He can't speak to what's in the overrule.
That's what he said. Can't tell me what he meant.
But the way you took that is he's telling you, hey, I could have went straight to the boys. That means I could have went straight to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay? But he says he did all that extra shit from the beginning. So he's telling you, I could have done that, but I didn't. That's what he's saying, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay.
I'm really sorry, Your Honor. I think it's close to where we paused.
It froze again?
Yeah.
And his legacy, and how my lawyers were saying, it's the fact that it's my skin color. People thinking that I'm supposed to be at a certain, which is crash, people expect black people to be crash test dummy. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, you a hood nigga. Oh, you supposed to be like this. What?
Yeah, what you thinking? I think niggas should just resolve that shit peacefully, quietly, you feel me? And just my God.
That's what I tried. I tried. He didn't even reach out to me or nothing. This is nothing. He's still thinking that this shit is a joke. He's gonna find out when he go to preliminary hearing, and that's when his people are gonna try to reach out because they're gonna realize how bad this shit is.
How much money you looking for? What you feel me?
It's not how much I'm looking for, it's what I'm suing for, what stands in the bracket to what it is. You know what I'm saying? But that comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of different
keep thinking, wow, how you thinking that shit look though? Like, you feel me? Like,
what you mean?
like just like, you know, from a perspective of just like outside looking in, you feel me? Like
I feel good because I know who this is. I know you never look down to nobody. He really not who people think they like. When the smoke clears, he's not that person. You get what I'm saying? So if he would have did, you gotta understand. I knew Rocky before anybody. He knew my brother died. He knew I was fucked up. He knew Tom Beach was fucked up. He knew a lot of people. He knew everybody's situation. This man is Mr. 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He come around, he tell you, yeah, he gonna fix shit, and you don't even have to put money to fix shit. And then guess what? You don't see Rocky for another 6 months. He got new bodyguards, he in new sex situations. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he robbed people to sleep so much to how can you even feel sympathy? You get what I'm saying? Because when do I get my sympathy? You get what I'm saying?
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why you don't just take like a couple eggs and chill? You feel me? Like,
it's not to me. That's not the way how it goes. When you do a lawsuit, I try to do it that way. You see what he said when I sent you that? What you call it?
Yeah, I feel. But how about now? You feel me? How about now? Though, you feel me?
It's too late. Like, it's too late. My lawsuit is still there already with the like.
The niggas
like when I went to the lawyers filed. Gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime.
So there's no way you could like withdraw the lawsuit type of shit and then, you know, or just settle type of shit, you feel me?
No, he would settle and then that means that I would go to court or wouldn't do anything if he had to go against the state and it would be way less.
Yeah, man.
So that's attempted murder. That's not like me and you thrown together. We had an argument and then a fight broke out and a gun came out. He purposely knew what he was doing. Yeah. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know him. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit. If I was to put that out, when I sent you, if I was to put that out to the world, bro, they would laugh at him. I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me. That was the worst thing ever. He should have had somebody who did that because when you do that, that means not only are you jeopardizing your career, you're jeopardizing yourself and everybody you're around. So you gotta take that threat out. Because that's the only way I would think.
Yeah, man.
Like, who gets caught after somebody fired on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
Yeah, even if niggas like settle, you feel me? Like,
then none of that could come out. None of that could come out then because I can put it up, but then that's what I'm signing the NDA for, and that's what my lawsuit takes in place. You get what I'm saying?
So why don't niggas just do that? Like, if you gonna go try to
he's waiting to go to the very hearing because he don't know. Rocky don't even know the shit I sent you like that.
I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like, some...
I don't even want to know the message relayed like that because he had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. He chose to do that. Like, when you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're going to do here before I even get up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Like, like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to the shit.
And then I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, him thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, a lot of people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down at everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you didn't do it, you feel me?
Your Honor, I'd ask you, Mark, the second portion of this call, the transcript as People's 31. All right,
This is what's, the audio is IMG0794.
This is roughly 4
Yes.
minutes, I believe.
Right, so the last transcript is
And it is a short, much shorter call. That was part 2. This one's.
This is just madness.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't even know.
Yes.
This is part of the August 16th call?
Yes.
I'm with you, Tanika. I don't think this hurts the
As he
defense.
said, the end of the call, because he had to cut it up. This one?
Here, they've got 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
I'm trying to think of niggas to like help out and like try to talk to the nigga. You told me to like, bro, you ain't a trouble person, bro. I'm gonna be honest, especially with this type of state of mind. He got 2 more days to even record. I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like some. I don't even want to know message with Lay like that because he had more than, bro. I had over 8 years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're going to do here before I even get up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. And so like, some people was like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, to the shit. And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, a lot of people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you feel me? Like, everybody who worked for him. You feel me? So everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happened to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, the niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, this ain't something like, it was a fight, you punch me, I could sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me. Yeah, niggas not trying to go to jail, that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas gotta find some resolution. If they thinking about how much you wanna get and shit, you don't even know. I already know. I'm getting 30 M's. Yeah. That's crazy, son. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm getting 30 M's. That's why I'm not like, you tell me I'm a smart nigga, bro. What the cops gonna say? But what the cops gonna say? You feel me? Because niggas are trying to go to jail type shit. Like, he's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker. But at the question, what's going on at court? You feel me? Like the just against the state type of shit. If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. What? Because I'm joining another highway, just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in this answer, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness. You get what I'm saying? So now they're going to have to offer him a deal.
You repeatedly, during this conversation, kept going back to saying things like, and could drop the shit, meaning the lawsuit, correct?
Yes, you know how to mediate the situation.
Would you agree that with what I just played to you, there are approximately 10 different times where you suggest to Relli that he could drop this shit, drop the lawsuit? Would you agree?
it was an option to mediate the situation, right?
Would you agree that in what I just played you a moment ago, this is on page 4 of the last transcript, he says, like, this ain't something like it was a fight and punching you. I could sue you. You're going to jail, bro. You're fired on me. And you respond, yeah. Ends not trying to go to jail, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, ends could find some resolution. You are saying to him that ASAP Rocky doesn't want to go to jail, and you are saying you want to find a resolution that involves money, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying when people are charged with things, if they're not guilty, or if they're guilty, sometimes the repercussion is jail. And let me finish. And I personally don't like seeing people go to jail. So.
Do you have a problem with people going to jail if they shoot at somebody?
No.
You don't want them to go to jail even for that, correct?
No, if you're guilty of a crime, you should go to jail within the justice system, right?
So your position is, I just want to be clear because you said both. Your position is that if ASAP Rocky is guilty, if he did this, then he should be convicted.
Objection.
He's already said, he said previously that he did not want anybody convicted of any crime where they went to jail. This goes to that was the first 5 minutes of his examination. I then clarified. So this goes to his bias and
Stop. Read the question back. Kathy, give it again.
Which question?
The last one.
can I just re-ask? Make it faster?
Yes, definitely.
Isn't it true that whether he committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted?
Objection.
Let's go Suprise.
I think I answered this. If you're committed of a crime, there's repercussions, guilty and not guilty.
You're not answering the question.
Listen to my question.
Okay.
If he committed this crime, isn't it true that even if that's correct, even if he committed the crime, you do not want him to be convicted?
If he committed a crime, then he should be convicted.
And you're saying that's what you want. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you were here to mediate, right?
I think I said it 10 times now.
Yeah. And mediate means you talk to both sides, right?
Yes.
So when you tried to mediate with Terell on May 12th, and then you called the defendant, tell me about the conversation you had with him where you were mediating.
Who's him?
Rocky. Tell me about that conversation.
Hearsay.
Oh, no.
Well, the conversation is I'm hearing his side.
And what was his side? What did he say?
He really just said it was really just an argument, and they felt differences between situations.
He admitted to you that he had shot at Relli, correct?
Incorrect.
Did he ever tell you during that conversation, hey, listen, it was a prop gun? Did he ever say that?
No.
Well, if you're trying to mediate and you're trying to figure out a resolution, and you've talked to one party and you've heard what they have to say, then don't you have to go back to ASAP Rocky and say, hey, listen, Relli is saying you shot him. Did you not say that to him?
Mediating sometimes is hearing both sides and giving some options.
So what was the side he gave you for what happened? What did Rocky tell you happened?
I just told you.
No, I want to know specifically, what exactly did he say happened?
Objection. Is there a reason he's yelling at the witness?
What
Did the
exactly
jury
did
laugh?
he tell you happened?
I don't recall the specifics. I just told you the general overview.
You don't recall the specifics of whether ASAP Rocky told you whether he shot the defendant or not? The victim or not? You don't recall that?
No.
Yes, answer.
What? So he might have told you that he shot the victim, you just don't remember. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
Well, so you just said you don't remember. Now you're saying, no, he didn't tell me that he shot him. So if you don't remember, how do you know that's not what he said?
Well, I don't want to be wrong.
Well, so that's what I just told you, sir. Question. As you sit here, sir, you said you were trying to mediate this dispute between Rocky and Relli. You talked to Relli, and Relli gave you a lengthy version of what happened on that November night, correct?
Correct.
So my question to you is, if you're going to mediate, you have to have asked Rocky what happened, correct?
Correct.
So what you're saying is, I asked him what happened, but I don't remember what he said, correct?
Correct. I said I don't remember the details.
And let me ask you, if he would have told you, hey, I shot him with a prop gun, you would sure as heck remember that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
So you would not remember if ASAP Rocky was saying, hey, everything Relli said is not true, I shot him with a prop gun.
I don't recall specifics.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relli or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad for him.
Objection to relevancy of what this witness understands is bad for Rocky, Your Honor? Can you let that question go?
That's not speaking objection.
Oh, okay.
The question
Read that question back.
the question goes to bias. Bias
That's not about bias.
What's that?
That's not about bias. Listen to the question. It's asking for his opinion of what happens to him.
This is the long speaking objection.
Oh, it isn't.
Is designed to elicit an answer, and the answer could go to bias and interest in the result of the trial.
The question you write down, please.
Yes.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relli or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad for you.
It's a fair question.
Yes, I understand.
Is it still your testimony that as you sit here, that you have testified as an unbiased witness? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You said that you don't recall specifically what ASAP Rocky told you during this mediation, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe, as you sit here, whether it's true or not, do you believe that it is reasonable that you can have a mediation with ASAP Rocky about what happened during this incident and you have no memory of what he told you? Does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Was this a formal mediation, sir? Were you a mediator?
This is leading, this is direct examination.
Was this a formal, you just asked a million questions about this mediation. Were you performing a formal mediation?
No.
Okay. Now, let's get back to something. Sir, you were brought in here by the defense to authenticate 2 tapes, nothing more.
Objection, this is leading.
Sustained.
Why were you brought in here by the defense?
To
That's going to call
verify.
for speculation.
Overruled.
To verify.
Overruled.
To verify audio that was said by the victim that wasn't me or him.
Okay. That you heard Mr. Ephron say was fake?
Correct.
That's why you brought here?
Yes.
You were cross-examined for 2+ hours.
Objection, that's already been already.
Sustained.
So all those questions that you just asked for, how many minutes it was, sir?
Objection, argumentative question can't be considered.
The
question hasn't been asked. The question hasn't been asked yet. It's premature.
Okay.
All the questions you were just asked by Mr. Lewin, did he once ask you?
Objection, argumentative.
Did he ask the question?
You've got to let him finish the question.
Good.
You've got to let him finish the question. No, don't talk to each other.
Here's the
No
question.
squabble zone. No squabble zone.
Mr. Lewin asked you once if you fabricated those tapes, like Mr. Ephron swore to the jury.
Objection, it's irrelevant, it's also outside the scope.
Overruled.
No, I never asked it.
Never asked you that. There's two things, by the way, on these transcripts that were played that I would like to just ask you about. I'm not going to replay them because I want to get dry here in 5 minutes, okay? On page 7 of the transcript prepared by the district attorney, which was the May 12, 2022 transcript. If you find that, let me know, sir. You have one second for that. May 20.
May 12, 2022, page 7.
Yes, sir. On the top.
Line
226.
What does it say?
Where Mr. Ephron says, and this was played right for you in the jury, whether I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro, I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking it on the chin, and 2, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire. And then you say N-word. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So there he's telling you he's a millionaire.
Yes.
Mr. Ephron. Are you aware that he testified in this courtroom that what he told you was not true there?
Objection, relevance, it's also improper.
Sustained. Sustained.
On page 13 of the August 16, 2022 transcript, and it's the 974-2, like this. 974-2, it's August 16, 2022. Page 13. Again, so this was played for you in the jury, I'm just going to not play it again, but I'm just going to read it. The top attribution from Mr. Ephron, lines 2 through 6. Mr. Ephron said to you in this recorded call, he chose to do that, like, and you've seen what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John, trying to figure out what we're going to do here before I even hit up the lawyer or anything. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
And who do you understand John to be?
Rocky's old manager.
Okay. And he's saying here he hit up John before he even hit up a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay. The first question I asked you, one of the snippets I said to you earlier, and it was played again by the district attorney, and don't worry about the transcript, is that Mr. Ephron said to you, you heard in this courtroom, both when I was asking you questions and Mr. Lewin. You know what I'm saying? You asked for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. Remember that?
Yes.
When Mr. Ephron said to you, and you just heard it, I'm gonna get 30 M's, the DA won't find me, I'll be relaxing on an island. Were those words fake, or was that Mr. Ephron?
That was Mr. Ephron.
You didn't put those words in his mouth?
No.
This is outside the scope of cross, I never asked about any, actual whether the words were real or not.
All right.
It's outside the scope, motion over.
Sit down, Lewin.
He's not going to be able to come back for any more questioning.
And are you
Whether it's outside the scope or not, it's a fair question.
Are you sure, sir? You didn't come here to authenticate these tapes. You can get 2 business class tickets for 13-hour flights over the 30-hour period.
Objection, leading and argument.
Not right.
It's leading.
It is.
Why did you come here again, sir?
To verify lies that were told in my name. And
Why?
Because audio was played to the victim and he was saying they were fake. So I wanted to confirm that they were real.
Thank you.
All right.
That's it.
No.
I have 2 questions, Your Honor.
2?
Yes.
Okay, what's question number 1?
I
Question number 1 is?
Question number 1 is going to be, in answering the questions that you were just asked, does any of the questions do they change what happened on the night of November 6th?
Objection. It's no purpose.
The answer is obviously no.
Well, nothing is, when you say it's obviously no, it doesn't mean
The question goes without asking, without saying. It can't
Oh my
change what
God.
happened in the past. Ask question number 2. It's an irrelevant question.
one moment, Your Honor.
Was the second question a follow-up to that? And now he's...
As you sit here on that witness stand, answering questions, isn't it true that with every question you've been asked, you have been thinking, how is my answer going to impact whether or not that man is convicted? Yes, sir?
No.
All right, folks, thank you again for staying over. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we will see you tomorrow.
So hold on. That was... Hold on. So, I mean, that was like a 2-question recross. But Joe Tacopina got up there for redirect. What's the timestamp here? 7:07 for redirect. And then I marked Lewin as starting at 7:13. So we had a 6-minute redirect with 11 objections. Oh my goodness. One of the objections from Lewin on that redirect, he was objecting before he even sat down, it seemed like. Like, just messy. Just messy. Oh my gosh. And let's see. Get that timestamped there. So, I don't know. You know, when Relli was done testifying, I didn't really know how it could get crazier. I didn't really think that the state is going to have much that they can say that's going to convince me that they're going to meet their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. But this is just a whole nother level. Now, remember, this recording, the recordings that we're listening to, let me close this law and crime thing. The recordings that we're listening to, Wally had sent that over to ASAP Rocky, and the prosecution's been in possession of these recordings. They might not have had whatever he talked about this week, but they had these recordings because Rocky had these recordings. So some of the questionings we got on Cross by Lewin, where Lewin's trying to get at this idea of, well, did Rocky ever say he used a prop gun? Those were all just fill in the gap types of questions. There is no recording in evidence or in discovery of a call between Wally and Rocky. So we heard questions that Tacopina and Lewin were asking about recordings that actually were made, and people have heard, 3 years later almost now at this point? Because for whatever happened, a red flag went up, and Wally said, look, let me record these calls. Similar questions from Lewin. There is no recorded call between Wally and Rocky. We don't have something that we can replay. Lewin's questions aren't based on, we already know the evidence, so we're referencing it. Those are things that Lewin was coming up with off the top just to see what he could get out of this witness and try to rehabilitate the side of the call that might look good for Relli. I saw some confusion in the chat that because of Lewin's questions, that somewhere on some recorded call somewhere, Rocky may have admitted to shooting. No, that was merely a suggestion in question form by the prosecutor. There's nothing like that in evidence. So, Justin Tavi says, great way to end that state. I mean, Jenny, yeah, so it'll have to be a unanimous decision there. You can tell my mix of content here. I've got food content and trial content over here. It's a pretty accurate reflection of what I watch in my downtime. I do want to see if we get updates. Anything from Mel? I think Mel's in the courtroom. Free Black Letter Law. Yeah, I don't have any bells there for anybody. So, as far as an update on trial stuff, we'll refresh before we end the stream to see. But this whole self-defense thing, Mel like wrote it down a little bit better. He tries to chest bump me and then pulls out a gun for self-defense. Question mark, question mark. I wasn't sure exactly how this was worded, but I heard that self-defense part, that Rocky was doing something in self-defense. This was an incredible part of that recording, if you ask me. Let's see. Yeah, Sheeny Beanie. So, and I think Joe got to this on Recross. Sheeny Beanie, good to see you, says, Wally should just say, I'm only here today because Relli lied during his testimony. The calls were real. His voice was not manipulated. Yep. And I think at the end of the day, we've heard, how do you clean up Relli lying on the stand and saying this call was fake? Like, the prosecution's trying to salvage it, cut it both ways, and it just doesn't work like that. Good to see you, Sheeny Beanie. FFS was out here sniping, having a war out here, and Tac Clouds got in the mix. We had FFS, 1, the 2, the 3, and then he dropped 5, so we're up to 8, and then another 9. So guys, throw some FFFs in the chat. FFS can stand for whatever you want it to say. Nobody will know if it's abbreviated. But FFS, super appreciate you. FFS, like, Super Mod Love right now is also dropping the link to Flesh of the Gods. This channel is going to redirect over there when we end this stream. We've got some stuff to talk about, but if you do want to hop over there now, thank you, FFS, for dropping that link. You can get an early trip. Head on over there early. You won't miss your flight, but we'll get this flight taking off once we get through some of the discussion and thoughts that you guys have. So big thank you again to Tac Clouds as well. Corinne Marie, thank you for the 2. No comment. Thank you for the support for the channel here. Thanks for watching with us. FFS says, from the desk of Detective Hedgerito, please hit that like button, comment, and subscribe, and share with a friend. Especially on your way out, guys. If you could hit the thumbs up, that would be very much appreciated. And thank you for the reminder here, FFS. Jennifer Devine says, Wally will solidify his career on your cross, dipsh. And that was like a little bit extensive questioning. Again, I don't think this is the type of jury pool we're talking about LA. I can't imagine the average person in LA, let alone a pool of 12 of them. There's got to be a couple people sitting there that understand that digital marketing isn't something that one person does everything for. It's the wrong area for that. So that was weird. That was weird. It was like a mini job description CV battle. Derek Rasan, thanks for hanging out with us a bunch, and thanks for also sending over a 2. It's much appreciated. Britta says, Kat, you always have the best and live chat. Aren't they great? The chat is awesome. You guys are super, super awesome. I saw a clip. DDG, the streamer, he's like, I don't know if he's like the same following count as Kai Sanat, but popular streamer. I'm seeing more and more clips of things that he does on streams go viral. He had his son on his stream. I saw this clip on X, and his son, he's really young, learned to say the word chat. And I thought of you guys when I saw the clip. Like, I don't have kids, but I was thinking, like, I would be so proud when my child said the word chat for the first time. So guys, as a collective, as individuals, you guys are super, super awesome. Britta, thanks for the kind words for me and the chat, and thanks for being here for 5 months. Idiot Wind started, I feel weird yelling Idiot Wind. Idiot Wind gifted so many gifts earlier in the stream, came back in with another 20 gifted subs. So if you guys want to yell Idiot Wind in the chat, this is the time. Show some love here. Did I say DGG? I meant DDG. My bad. My bad. But thank you to Idiot Wind. Let's get some W's, some Idiot Wins in the chat. That's super generous. And again, if you guys got one of those gifted memberships, it's good for 30 days. Come hang out with us. You get a green name, which makes you look real cool. But you also get to use the channel emojis. I don't do a lot of members only content just because I don't want to lock anybody out. If I do, it's something goofy and then I'll make it public like a day later. But really those channel emojis, we should make some new ones. There's a lot of YSL ones in there. But it's really super nice. It's a really generous way to support the channel that I think is fun for the chat. So have fun with it when you get a gifted membership. And big thank you to Idiot Wind. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I think this judge is getting really tired of the state. Yeah. And the timing, right? Like missing the point of trying to wrap this up. And then to come back at the end like, oh, no. I have 2 more questions, just 2. And the question was if something that happened starting in May 2022 could have changed what happened on November. Like, come on. That's kind of like asserting that your theory of the case is established fact and that this witness's testimony wouldn't change that. Like, that was a little bit of a stretch there. I'm glad it was objected to. And I love this. If you guys aren't looking at the screen, Chloe said Relli, spelled R-E-L-L-I. I love that usage there. Ashana Lathan here with the 5. Thank you for the super chat, just to support. You guys are showing tons of love today. It is super appreciated. I pulled up my email in the middle of the stream and I've got all these requests from work and I'm loathing dealing with it. But this is a nice perk. So thank you for, showing some love. I would do this for free. It's really something I enjoy doing, watching trials like this and having a group to hang out with. But it's really nice that you guys show so much love and support right back. FFS, I did get your mail. I responded to you as well. So thank you. And you don't have to, I will get back to you. I just, not very good at multitasking on stream. Thank you for sending the super chat though. Peter Ortiz says, Kat, you must become a law clerk, then become a lawyer. You are quick, sharp, and very intelligent. I would love to do some research and analysis work. As far as being a lawyer, I don't know, I cry when I get mad. So can you imagine just being at trial? I don't know, maybe the jury would sympathize with that, but that's not really fair. But I can only imagine getting so flustered or bothered by something. Or can you imagine, if you guys paid attention to the Alec Baldwin Rush trial, Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey was leading the prosecution, but someone that was assisting with the prosecution, she was also Special Prosecutor, Orlinda Johnson, she disagreed with what was going on, and we know that it ended in a mistrial. And Orlinda Johnson got frustrated and, she was there the morning of, and then I guess we found out that during lunch she's like, I'm out. I don't think this is ethical. I'm out. I can picture doing that and then being in the room and just breaking down and crying out of frustration, and I don't think that that's appropriate. So but I'd really love to do something gathering documents, doing the analysis, and raising awareness. So part of what's really rewarding about doing this is seeing hundreds and thousands sometimes of people hanging out watching a stream and taking note of the way things work sometimes. Even when it's a celebrity trial and there's a lot of eyes, there's still some funny business. And I love seeing that kind of shifting sentiment and growing awareness that just because someone's arrested doesn't mean that there's, at the end that there is going to be a conviction, enough evidence to support a conviction, or that there should be a conviction. And I think that's really important to learn. So thank you for all the support. And this is really, really kind, this praise that you're giving me here. And I'm glad that you're here having these conversations with us too, Peter. Positive Q says, this might be neck and neck with the YSL trial. Mr. Love for Mr. Lewin. Oh, you combine their names, they'd be Mr. Lovin'. No. All right, which prosecutor would you rather deal with, guys? Love or Lewin? You guys got to vote in the chat. Everybody's got to vote. Your vote matters. Oh my goodness. Heart of Inspiration says, good to see you, Heart of Inspiration. Those injuries are not consistent with being grazed with a 9mm at that close range. And Rocky is being charged with firing a pew-pew 2 or just battery. So it's specifically assault, felony assault with a semi-automatic firearm. Now, the difference that enhancement makes could be for sentencing, but using the semi-automatic firearm, that's an inherently deadly weapon. So it's removing the issue of fact on whether it was used in a deadly manner, right? If the jury were to find that he was in possession of a semi-automatic firearm, they don't need to consider whether deadly force was used or force that could cause serious bodily injury, because by California statute and pretty much like every other state, a semi-automatic firearm is classified as being inherently deadly. So that's an important piece of how Rocky's charged. And again, if he's got this starter gun defense, yeah, he could have had something in his hand, but a starter gun under California's classification is not inherently deadly. So now there's an additional layer of fact that would have to have been determined. And from what I'm looking at, bench notes on jury instructions for the 245B charge and case law, it'd be problematic if after jury selection, prosecution wanted to change this particular charge. It doesn't look like it's two separate statutes. It doesn't look like there's availability of charging assault with a less than lethal firearm under 244.5. Could be a lesser included here. So lesser included would really just come down to assault. So we'll have to see. Jury instructions are going to be super interesting. And this is, I'm loving talking about this. I read so much on this stuff over the last week. I really do enjoy watching how this case moves forward. I think very strategic on the defense's part to not announce to the state that they were going to say the gun was a starter pistol until trial was on its way. So, Heart of Inspiration. I'm trying to sneak and see. Okay, you're still doing... The last thing I see you upload as a live was with Daystar. So guys, if you want to go catch up with all the stuff going on with Daystar, with Joyce leaving Daystar, or what Heart of Inspiration talks about in the near future, hopefully, go and check her out. One of my favorite friends from back in the day when I was I don't know, you were probably one of my first friends on YouTube. But really, some of your insights on... Well, any of your insights of yours that I hear are great, but the videos that I've seen you do on YSL have just been phenomenal. Really great way of breaking things down. So I hope you do some coverage on ASAP Rocky or anything soon. I'd be back to have you. It'd be nice to see you pop up on my YouTube notifications. Thank you for supporting the channel and hanging out with us. Let's see. This had me dying. Oh my god. Chloe Albert's Revenge said, the last time someone talked ish about me, I think I farted in their office and closed the door. What does Relli do? Stages a crime, files a lawsuit, and launches a pity party. My way is much less stress. Yep, and it really seems like he was barreling on with the details when he called up Wally. And I get that Wally was describing it as maybe trying to mediate something, but I can imagine at first you hear something's going on between people, and you're like, oh, I know them both. I don't want to get involved. I hope they can work it out. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. But sometimes at that point, it could just be a misunderstanding. But when one person's going on and on and on and on and on, sometimes you start to get that read that, oh, this is a little much from this side. And now, even if you wanted to start off in a position where you're just, I want everything to work out, your instinct might just make you lean away from this person. This is getting weird. This is too much. This isn't adding up. So by the time you go to the other person, it's no longer, well, I tried to pay attention to all of these details to make sense of it. You might have already written off this person as not being credible or, taking things too far. And when you talk to the other side's like, look, that's not what happened. This happened instead. You're already on that page. So you might not feel the need to document it, record it, because what they're saying isn't weird. You've already drawn your conclusion. You've already had your interpretation that this isn't gravy. So I don't know if anyone's been in a situation like that between two people that were fighting and the person going on and on and on. starts to lose themselves in their own story, and the person that you didn't hear from yet, by the time you get to them, you're just like, I don't really even need to hear it. Like, I see it just based off what they said. So, and Nicolas says, Relli can't tell the same story twice. And that's problematic because he demonstrated that on the stand. Yeah, Thrower 34, this is, yeah, whoever screams the loudest is usually the one at fault. I mean, that can definitely be true, and that's kind of what it seems like could have been going on with these Wally being in between the two of them. After these recordings, you don't need to hear the other side anymore because the one side isn't making sense. So, big thank you here to Chloe Albert's Revenge for the intentional crop dust. Yeah, guys, don't try to call someone, meet up with them, delete the messages, make it seem like they asked to meet up with you and then ambushed you. Just crop dust them. It's fine. It's a better solution for all. FFS is back again. FFS, stop it. FFS gifted, and when FFS gifts, he'll do it back to back. But I swear, this is 2 different distinct new 5 gifted subs each time. So another 10 here from FFS. So you guys better say FFS one more time, chat. Say it again. I dare you. Big thank you. Lots of love here for FFS. And he might already be over at Flesh of the Gods channel, but when I go over there, I'll like say thank you again and that the chat was yelling his name. But if you're here, thank you again so much, FFS. Shauna Lathan, thank you so much for the 20. Thank you so much. Super generous of you. Tommy Nolan says, do you have any tattoos? Asked DA Love. Oh my god. If Love was asking the questions of this witness that had a flight to catch. Yeah, I don't think he... I wonder if we can get an update on whether or not he caught his flight or not. I mean, I'm guessing he's not going to be able to do that, but... what do I know? I hope he does, if he still intended on catching it. But yeah, if we had Love up there, the types of questions, it would be a lost cause. Susan T says, what does the kids... Oh, the judge. I think this is judge. What does the judge mean when he says no spoken objections? How are they objecting? I've never seen that before. So a speaking objection, so when you make an objection, and it depends on the judge, it depends on the court. Sometimes you give you state a basis for your objection. Some courts don't seem to like that. Beverly Cannoni in the Kieran Reed trial didn't really like the basis or bases being spoken out. When you state your objection, that's not the same as a speaking objection. A speaking objection is when either you don't give the basis at all, you're just saying a bunch of other stuff, or you give the basis and continue to add additional commentary. So when you object to a speaking objection, you're objecting to anything that's not stating your basis for the objection, because that commentary could be influential to the jury. You could be saying something out loud that's improper. You could be editorializing through your speaking objection things that were just said inappropriately. So when someone objects to the speaking objection, it's a request to constrain the objection to just stating the basis for the objection. So it's a bit, now that you've heard it though in this case, if you watch other cases where a judge allows it, and I would say more often than not, cases that I've watched, the judge allows stating of a basis rather than just objection and leaving it at that. But some major trials this year, the judge hasn't. They've just wanted objection and don't even state the basis, just like in the Karen Reed trial. But I think the more you see it, it'll just, you'll get it. It'll fall into place. But really good question. Abundance and Clarity 82 says, thank you all for your constant support for KNW. Thank you, Abundance and Clarity, for thinking the chat. Show Abundance and Clarity some love. Mod love all the time. Just because we're not talking about the YSL trial in this given moment doesn't mean we forget about Mlatt. So big thank you here to Abundance and Clarity. Auto Doctor 911 says, member for 1 month. Looks like Levin needs to go back to law school. I don't think he doesn't know the law. I think he just has audacity. Almost like nobody's ever told him no and held him to it in a way that would deter him from stepping over the edge in the future. He's definitely crossed the line. And I'll say it again. I think Tacopina's been over the top. But Lewin has also been over the top, so it's putting any over the topness from Tacopina, it's like bringing it back down. Because there's not a contrast, because it's like Lewin is meeting him at his own game. So to me, it's not a good strategy for Lewin to be doing what he's doing. Thank you, Autodoctor, for being a member. And Peter, we're coming up with the acronyms, the words for FFS. Fat Frog Society. Heck yeah, that means we get to be green amphibious creatures. So I definitely love that. Patty B, why didn't Rocky go for self-defense? There is evidence on the record that supports self-defense in Relli's recorded call today. Also Relli's testimony and defense of others. And what'll end up happening, I mean, I can't see this judge not giving a justification charge to the jury. But when they read the jury instructions to the jury, there will probably be a jury instruction that says, you know, if you find all the elements above, you must then consider, you know, did the defendant act in defense of others or in defense of self? If yes, then that becomes an acquittal. But what they're not doing, they're not arguing an affirmative defense of self-defense or defense of others, because they still want to dispute the actual charges that the prosecution's bringing forward. They're disputing that this was done with a semi-automatic firearm. So that is giving them two pathways to... Yeah, it's giving them an additional pathway to acquittal. If they took an affirmative, the pathway to an acquittal by a jury verdict would be, you know, we agree that you did this in self-defense. By not taking the affirmative, they have a pathway to acquittal by, you know, if the jury doesn't believe the state met their burden to prove the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt, acquittal. Or they did meet the burden, they proved the elements, but we think it was justified. That's another path to acquittal. So not going for the affirmative here gives them an extra pathway to defense. But I'm positive we'll see an instruction on self-defense and defense of others. There's evidence on the record to support it, and according to the bench notes for the jury instructions for the 245B charge, the court must sua sponte instruct on justification if there's evidence in the record to support it. And we have Relli saying that Ills was petrified, and we have Relli on this recorded call saying that Rocky bumped chest with him and then pulled out a gun in self-defense. There's evidence on the record, so the court it would be a judicial error for the judge to not give this justification charge to the jury. So they are going for self-defense as a pathway, I'm sure. It's just not an affirmative one because they're disputing the elements as charged. Thank you all the FFSs in the chat. Love it. Love Mai's phonetic spelling here. Love all the love here. And let's see. Oh god, Free Thugga wants me to do ASMR. No, I hate the sound of my own voice. This is like always crazy to hear. I appreciate you for saying that though. But I'm 100% in disbelief that anybody would seriously ask for that. But thank you. Oh my goodness. FFS is here. FFS is here. So there we go, you guys. No problem, Patty B. And I gotta say, I always love hanging out with you over, you know, potentially criminal. I see you in a bunch of chats, but really he's someone that I've learned from on how to articulate. Like, sometimes I can comprehend things, but didn't know how to communicate them out loud. So hanging out over there, I've learned how to communicate it. And hopefully see you over there if he covers, what are we, day 6? Hopefully bump heads with you somewhere else on a rewatch of this testimony, because how can you only watch it once? We've got some green amphibious emojis here from Peter Ortiz. Peter, thank you for all of your support and gifting and generosity today. Yeah, AV, love AV, and you know what? AV has a nice, like her whole setup's nice, but she has, relevant to the voice thing, she has a really nice mic setup as well. I remember there's been 2 streams now where I've gone in there and, like the computer will switch what mic audio input it's pulling from, and she'll get disheartened. She'll be like, I'm going to end the stream. And the chat will be like, no, just like switch the microphone back to the right one. Because it is a really noticeable difference. Her mic's really good and her voice is nice, regardless of how it's coming through. So shout out here to AV. You guys make sure if you're not already, I think AV is on the road to 60K. Yeah, she's super close to 60K. So if you guys want to hit that subscribe button on the way out, this is going to redirect us over to Flesh of the Gods to do an interactive chat with animations. You guys can put fun things up on the screen. It's a really cool environment. If you've never been over there, come check it out. It's incredible what people can do. I don't have that stream talent the way Flesh of the Gods does. But come check it out. And Club Classy also underway. If you guys are interested in checking out some music. So you'll have to use the link if you want to go over to Club Classy, because this is set to carry us over automatically to Flesh of the Gods. I'll be bouncing around while I get some work done. Working and lurking in the bushes like some of you guys were today. So if you want to head over to Classy, use the link in the chat. If you want to go over to Flesh of the Gods, we'll be redirecting. YouTube should take you there automatically. You can skip TSA. You can go get right on your flight. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, especially this has been a longer day, at least in LA court terms. Very interesting day. Appreciated your commentary and that you guys always keep it good in the chat. Oh yeah, is Survivor Speaks going live tonight? Let me see. Okay, hold on. She has an update video. Oh my god, she has an update video. Said we need to update the docket, the class action suit for the pain and suffering caused by Relli's testimony. Oh my god. I'm telling you guys, Survivor has serious jokes. This is the link directly to that video. So it's going to be Replay Crew at this point, but Replay Crew is great. Make sure you guys go check that out. Join me on Replay Crew over there. And yeah. Thank you for the reminder, Peter. Wait, you see her live? I don't see her live. It's not giving me a live. It's giving me 10 minutes ago. So I think she just ended, and that's why. If you're behind a little bit, it'll still look live to you. So technically Replay Crew at this point, but hilarious, hilarious. This was a hilarious chat the other day. This is part 1. So definitely going to watch this part 2. You guys all take care, and see you at 1:30 Eastern tomorrow. Have a good one, you guys. Bye.